Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the fourth and final day of the Iesf Asian Regional Qualifiers for Mlbb Women's. Ahead of us, we are going to be finishing up 2 matches of a best of 3 in the group stage, where we will be having a little bit more of a feeling as to who will make it over to the playoffs for the 2 final matches that we have. So, Arashi, we will be having 4 matches ahead of us, all in a best of 3. And to accompany you today, ladies and gentlemen, on this English broadcast is me, Eterna, alongside with Arashi. So with him coming in, let's see how he's doing. Arashi.
I'm doing great, Eterna. I'm looking forward to these matches. I had a chance to cast one of the matches previously in the lady scene, and I must say I'm pleasantly surprised. I thought that, honestly, with how much less active the scene is in the lady series, it's gonna be a bit slower in terms of the switch over in the meta. But everyone was instantly on the case immediately, just looking for new strategies, looking for new compositions, and looking for new ways to make use of all the new items. So that being said, it's a whole different scene, a whole different meta technically, with a whole different set of players in the lady scene. So I'm looking forward to see what kind of creative differences we can see compared to the usual Mlbb scene that we always see a lot more regularly.
That's one of the main differences, I feel, like not just coming into ISF, but coming into the female scene in MLBB as a whole, right? Because like Arashi mentioned, me and Arashi, we've been casting for MPLIT for so long, and we've been so used to seeing all these regular picks come through. They're all very formatted, very prio pick, very meta-based. But one of the things that I've learned coming into the MLBB scene, especially that I casted a previous MLBB women's tournament earlier on in this year, is the fact that a lot of these women's, they like to kind of vie out of what is usual, and they like to go in for their comfort picks. So with that being said, will we be expecting some crazy picks coming through and crazy meta? Because Arashi, I don't know if you're aware, but I think it was in the African qualifiers that we saw a double retribution meta coming through, a double retribution strategy. We had some 2 gold laners in the same lane. So these are some crazy things that we could be expecting. But there's something that I want to remind for the viewers here, Arashi, that of course here in the Southeast Asian region, there are 2 groups. We have Group A and Group B. Ahead of us, we're going to see the schedules here, as we are going to see Vietnam and Myanmar for match number 1. You can see it on your screen there. And followed in by match number 2, Vietnam versus Philippines. And this is going to close out the group stage with all these other matches that are happening off stream as well. So after that, we will have a little bit of an idea as to who will make it top 2 in each group to eventually make it to the playoffs. And whoever qualifies from the playoffs will go straight over to WEC or over to Riyadh.
That's like the end goal for all these teams right now, doing their best. But for today, Vietnam, so playing 2 games technically straight up on stream, definitely a bit of a burden. But at the same time, a bit of a advantage when it comes to warming up, of getting in the groove early on, especially for the later on match. But like you mentioned, Eterna, the crazy things I really hope we see today as well. Because how cool would it be to see a meta start off at the women's scene and then make its way around to the rest of the competitive scene for Mobile Legends? Who's to say that, like you said, the double retribution strategy won't be able to work? Because unfortunately for me, I've only came across it during my rank game, so that's just not the way I wanted to go. But if they can find a way to make it work, we're all ears for it. But here's the next match up next. As we were saying earlier, Vietnam against Myanmar here, 2 regions that, has shown quite impressive performances. And at least when it comes down to it, you can tell that they understand the basics, they know the fundamentals. And once you're at that level, it's all about the fine-tuning, right? The adjustments you can try and bring out to really show that next level, that extra gap in skill against your opponents. And I think today, for sure, we're going to see something of that nature, because both teams, like you said, Eterna, it's just so intense right now. We're getting so close to that final stage of the competition. I don't think there's any space left to try and maybe hold out on some strategies.
For sure. So now we're going to take a look at the official team lineup here for Vietnam. We have Sa, Daisy, Kao Kyutka, Dinner, as well as Shiromi. And I think Another thing that's really important to note about both of these regions or both of these teams is the fact that they're both tied in at 3 points on the standings. And if you guys want a little bit of a sneak peek as to the standings, you guys can head over to the official website, isf.gg. I'm pretty sure Nightbot has been spamming that exact website, so you guys can get a taste of what's really going on, because again, right, there are a lot of matches that are being done that are not being streamed. So this is something that both of these teams would like to go out of. I mean, currently in that particular group, we have Philippines and Malaysia tied in at 6 points. So they really need this win for both of these teams if they do want to make it to the playoffs. For Myanmar, we have Luna Lynx, Chikoshi, Ku, Lang, and K. And I do believe that this is the same roster, Arashi, that we saw earlier on when Myanmar played. I think it was yesterday. So they're still going with this main five.
Well, at this point, the last thing you want to do is introduce more variables to your team's gameplay, right? I mean, we saw that some teams were able to pull it off, getting so close to the final stages and still pulling out substitutions. I believe Guam did that when they were winning against New Zealand. So it's definitely an option, but I think from the track record, from what we've seen, even in our own region, Eterna, last minute changes, that's just so dangerous, so risky. And even if you say that they're so dominant, there is a chance. The fact that you switch out and maybe if it goes well, then fine. But if you switch out your players and then it doesn't go well and have to switch back to the original, that just adds layers and layers of confusion. And I think teams are aiming for consistency, man. We've been talking about adaptability, and that adaptability in Mobile Legends can only come when you have consistency in the other aspects of the game that allows you to experiment with the other finer details. So I'm not surprised that it's the same roster for sure, but the question is now, heading this close here, is there anything else they've been saving up, right? Is there possibly like a secret weapon, an ace up their sleeves to try and surprise everyone, including us, for one final time?
And I think this is the moment that they should be bringing out those ace cards, right? With them being far behind the Philippines and Malaysia in terms of points, if they, again, still want to make it to the playoffs, if they still want to get a fighting chance to make it to Riyadh later on in the year, to the WEC, then this is the final time, the final chapter for both of these teams in order for them to secure a win. And I think according to the standings, they should require a clean sweep on both ends. I'm not really sure how it specifically will work, but if I'm not mistaken, if they go 2-0, they get 3 points, and that will bring them tied in with Philippines and Malaysia. However, Philippines has not dropped a single game, and I think that does kind of give a say as to how these standings occur. So if we're expecting any wild cards, if we're expecting any ace cards, hidden strategies, anything in their arsenal up their sleeve, then this is definitely the time to do so. And it's a big challenge, right, Arashi? I mean, considering a huge patch just dropped, we've been talking about it for the past few days, and it's mind-blowing, right? Because even top-tier teams like, let's say, Indonesia, right, in the male scene, with a full Onyx roster, they have actually also been seen struggling with it, losing 2-0 against Malaysia, noting how dominant they have been on the international level. So for these teams to kind of have to accentuate what they already have with the playstyle that they currently have and how they adjust to the new meta and adjust to the new patch, it definitely is a big challenge and will put both of these teams to the test.
Especially against a team that's so consistent. This is the time where you want to come out with something so confusing, so crazy. Because technically, when the teams are so good, they play with this clean, calculated style. That's where the slightest of curveballs can really throw out a lot of these calculations, right? That's a pattern you see with a lot of dominant rosters. Like even our Indonesian ladies roster that we saw a couple of days ago. When they play, they're just such a small margin of error because they're playing with extra bits of instinct, with extra layer of confidence, so that they actually take so many risks and they come out barely, right, with a sliver of HP, with a very delicate margin of error. So if you can throw some kind of curveball right here, the finer those margins are, the easier it is for things to go south for them. So that is definitely something that can be used to their advantage, because logically speaking, at least, if you're going up against a team that has shown to be calculative, to be clean and dominant, going with the standard stuff, right, almost sounds like a bad idea. So it's easier, a lot easier said than done, obviously, to try and pull off something unexpected against a team that's so experienced and doing so well. But that is something that teams can definitely pull out. And like you said, Eterna, especially with the patch just coming through, this new patch, a lot of new heroes have potential. And teams just haven't had the liberty to really, or the time to really experiment and try and find something that does work even better. So this could be the chance, man. Better, better now than never. Especially later on, if they're already on match point, why not, right? If you have nothing to lose, might as well give it a shot.
Yeah, and that's what makes ISF so brilliant with their timing, right? The fact that we can kind of actually grow with these teams, with these regions, with these individual players, and kind of watch them grow and watch them as they kind of journey through the patch and how they will be able to adjust. But going back to your point earlier, right? You were mentioning Indonesia, and I guess that's the experience that can be utilized in these kinds of tournaments, right? I mean, Indonesia has been dominant for the MLBB scene, for the female MLBB scene, rather, for quite some time, right? Their previous team, we now know them as Team Vitality. They used to be Bigatron era, but they have picked up, I would say 20 including the last tournament, 20 championships since 2021. So
Right.
that's the experience that they have, that they can bring through here at ISF. And I'm wondering, right, if we're talking about experience, we've seen that for Myanmar in particular, right, their MLBB male division has been doing so well. They've been doing so dominantly, and they were actually lead in their own particular groups and standings. So with that being said, I'm wondering whether or not that that experience, that knowledge has also been transferred over to the ladies scene, whether or not they've had scrims together or not, because that really can define, like you mentioned earlier on, right, the fundamentals that these teams have actually learned.
I think there's definitely an impact there for sure, because all things considered, they still do play in the same server, right? Even if they aren't really scrimming intensively against each other, they're gonna run into each other in their rank games, in their games, what they just play by default. So technically, usually, the skill level of a team can be tied in directly to the strength of the region as well. So with that factor in your mind, I guess they really should be doing so. But like we were talking about earlier, since the beginning, it's just a different scene altogether, right? The male scene, the lady scene, you're seeing different kinds of styles, different kinds of metas. So
Yeah.
there's a chance that maybe the meta works well for the men's division, but not so much for the women's division. And that is another challenge that they have to try and figure out, right? Or maybe there's a chance that the male division isn't doing too good, but then the ladies division has found something extra. The fact that there are two different teams, I think it's fair to just consider both of them like different entities and not combine them immediately as like, whoa, teams from Myanmar. Because again, even for Indonesia, even for the Philippines, I think that it can be quite different. So I think it's better to just keep an open mind here, especially with a lot of the small experimentations we've seen from all these teams. Like for instance, we saw a Fredwin run a temporal rain coming in from, I believe, Albert. So there's going to be small experimentations like that. And at a glance, for instance, with that example, it might sound confusing, like, well, what's the idea here? Why is that for? But then you kind of give it some time, you give it some experimentation, and then you'll notice, like for Fredwin, the temporal rain, that allows you to really proc that temporal rain with your taunt, not with the Appraiser's Wrath only. So that allows you to like build up some stacks. So there are some small opportunities like that we might just miss at first glance if we kind of don't see it with an open mind.
Yeah, a lot of experimentation coming through, especially with the new emblems and the new talents coming through. But you mentioned about the temporal rain, but Arashi, there's something that I really wanted to ask you. So yesterday, we saw a lot of Rogers, right? Roger, as you guys know as well, is a very top priority pick because it's great in the jungle. It can be flexed into the gold that a lot of these teams and a lot of these regions can actually utilize to their benefit when they want to go for a chess match in the drafting picks and the drafting phase. But my question is here, we've seen two different choices of emblems for the Roger. We've seen Warcry Roger, as well as the Impure Rage Roger. What do you think about both, and which one do you think is a better choice for Rogers, whether it be in the jungle or in the gold lane, or maybe it's different?
I think it's a bit different, right? The nature of the emblem in itself, it's a bit more all in for the war cry. So I feel like if you're attempting to go for a lot of skirmishes in the early game, a lot of all ins, right? A lot of like just straight up dives instead of tentative movements back and forth. Because different teams have different styles, right? Some teams prefer that tango, the back and forth. Some teams just prefer to go in directly. No waiting at all. If it'll go in directly, I feel like that Warcry can add a lot of damage, a lot of potential, because it's not only for you, right? It's also for the rest of your teammates. Whereas for the Impure Rage, if you're just moving in back and forth, if you don't get the chance to really proc the Warcry by using the 3 basic attacks or the 3 skills, then in that sense, it's going to be a lot more beneficial in the long run. And it also gives you a great deal of benefit outside of combat stats as well, with the regen coming in from built into that emblem. So I feel like it depends on how you want to play it.
Interesting. Because I was wondering, right? I was like, okay, because I think the first few Rogers that we've seen, they went in full with Warcry. And I was like, okay, so maybe this is the new meta. I think we've seen Roger with Quantum Charge, Impure Rages, but Warcry. And I think that was like the moment where I was like, okay, maybe now Rogers, they opt for Warcry more because of the new emblem that came out. But again, I saw a different adjustment after that. Sometimes they went in for Impure Rage again. So I was like, okay, so maybe there's still a layer of flexibility and creativity in the way that you mentioned earlier, right? With the way that you explained it. So very interesting. Now, do you think with Roger doing so well that it will also be a priority in the MLBB women's scene? Or do you think we're going to see something different? Like maybe they still go for the utility jungler setup, like the Fredrins. We've seen the Boxias doing well. Barats has kind of fallen off in terms of like popularity. But what's your feeling?
I feel like the Roger can for sure show up, but we've seen a lot more bias towards the straight up assassin picks, I feel like. So I think there's going to be assassin showing up today for sure. I don't know how much, but I think considering how flexible and how good the Roger is, I think for sure it's gonna show up today as well. And what I'm not quite so sure about is whether it's going to be in the gold lane or the jungle, right? Because we've seen a lot of different styles, and for a fact, some players just don't really vibe well in the gold lane with that aggressive style, with that all-in style, because it's a whole different mindset compared to the usual just distance management from from range, just hitting away and safety. It's a whole different mindset and perspective compared to a Roger that wants to go in immediately, take advantage of the extra built-in tankiness and the movement speed. So I think for some particular teams, it definitely is going to show up. But I think there's going to be a bit more of an appearance for the Roger in the jungle, just because of that difference in mindset. But along with that, I feel like if the Roger does show up, I think the fighter utility junglers will still be a bit more popular, because I think there's something nice about having that security in the jungle, having someone that's a bit more tankiness, a bit more difficult to punish in the early game, especially against a Roger that clears really fast. If they can secure a Roger, a strong mid lane with good clear, and a roamer that can set up with a lot of crowd control, that's a very dangerous combination, especially if you're on an assassin.
So with that being said, right, what do you think is the scope of this, right? Do you think with that we'll be seeing a little bit more of the Marduses? Because I mean, technically we haven't seen Mardus in quite some time, right, Arashi? I think MPLID specifically, there was a moment where one of the biggest priorities in the jungle was the Mardus, right? It's very flexible. You can utilize it for kill pressure. You can also utilize it for more of an advantage in these team fights and these lord and neutral objective takes with the turtle as well. But then he was missing, right? It was mostly just Fredrin, Baxia, Barretts. But now the Martis has kind of come back. We've seen a lot of Martis here at Iesf. Is this something that we can expect moving forward, or is this just specific to certain regions?
Man, I think the Martis right now, it has potential. It clears fast, it's strong in the early game. It has a built-in reset with the Decimate as well. There's definitely potential there, but I feel like right now, it has to be in some kind of position where it's more of a comfort pick, because all things considered, it's not very flexible. right? You have a very straightforward approach to fights, and you have a very straightforward approach even in the early game in how you want to play it around as well. You want to be part of a lot of early game fights. You want to take advantage of the level 4 power spike, and you want to run straight at your opponent's backline while you still have the mortal coil to be immune to that crowd control. So it's good, it's effective, it forces your opponent to play a certain way. But at this point, I feel like a lot of teams already know how to play against it. So if you do that, you're kind of putting yourself in a position to be punished, to be already countered technically before the game even begins. So unless they want to use it in a different way, or maybe in a different combination, right? Maybe you combine the Mardis along with a new roamer that's like now in the meta. I feel like it's gonna be not prio. It's possible to still be used, but as far as like prioritize in the first phase or banned away, I feel like it's a bit too costly for now.
Will we be seeing a Bane? Okay, I think.
whoa! All these questions, Eterna.
I've been really hyped about this new patch, right? Because with them saying that things are going to be shifting towards fighters in the jungle a little bit more, as well as the assassins. We've seen the Nolans doing great. We've seen the Lings doing great. Not so much for the Lancelot and the Hayabusa, but that's still to be tested and still to be seen as to how both of these assassins actually do. But I was so curious whether or not we'll see a Bane, because there have been some adjustments with the Bane, and Bane, if you adjust his kit, if you adjust his itemization, maybe even a Sky Piercer for this Bane, I think the damage is actually quite insane, and the clear speed is also really great. I'm hoping we get to see Bane back in the meta.
Well, I think I would agree with you. I want to see all these less conventional picks, Bane as well in the meta. I think the main strong point surely is that clear speed, right? We've seen a lot of heroes get priored so much purely on the basis of their clear speed. Like the Baksha is an example. The Fredrin, technically, part of the reason why it kind of fell off a bit compared to the Barats is also due to the lack of that clear speed, which leads a lot of junglers to go for that concussive blast to assist with that. So I think having good damage, good utility, and great clear speed is great. But I feel like it's just a bit less dynamic, because if you look at the junglers right now, they're usually a bit more flexible in what they can do, right? So for the Fredrin, you can go a front line, you can sustain, you can have mobility as well. And even if you're on Assassin, you can split, you can participate in fights, you have mobility, or you can go for flanks, or even be just like a threat. So unless a team can really find ways to kind of include the Bane in their composition and in their overarching game plan, I feel like it will require a bit more time. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go straight into the drafting phase for game number 1. And the Angela falls into the hands of Vietnam. So already quite the interesting situation here.
And it's great, right? If we take a look at the bans here, we have Vietnam with the first pick on blue side and Myanmar on the red. But Roger, one of the heroes that we've been talking about for the past like 15 minutes, has actually been prioritized and taken off the board alongside with the Novaria and the Chip. On the other side, the Yuzong, that has been doing great in the EXP lane, usually traded in with the Charizla, has also been banned out. The Minotaur and the Luo Yi. So one of the main priority heroes that are left is the Angela, and Myanmar actually let that slide for Vietnam to pick up for themselves. And now Vietnam also pick up a Charizla that has also been a huge priority in his own lane. There's also an option, honestly, for Myanmar now if they want to pick up something like the X-Borg to try and counter the Charizla in the lane. But more so, the Valentina and the Baxi has also been picked up by Myanmar. And Arashi, the Faramis has been doing so great so far, right? With Southeast Asia, I think there's like a red thread that we can kind of pick up from their playstyle. They're very aggressive. They love the early game ganks, they love to go in for team fights, and they love skirmishes. So the Faramis has been doing so great, and the fact that Myanmar has picked up something like the Valentina can actually quote-unquote deny that pick away from Vietnam.
Can be a denial, but considering how both the compositions are shaping up right here, there's a chance that Vietnam will be able to match them in the global presence and also in the team fight with the Blazing Duet, with a penalty zone available to them right here. Even if both teams do have access to that Nether Realm, there's a chance that Vietnam can still come out on top. But not for Myanmar. They picked up the Moskov, so equalizing in the global situation. But of course, the speed of destruction is a bit less reliable. So we'll have to see. From the looks of it, when it comes to the mobility and the early game clear and prio, Myanmar definitely has a bit of an edge right here. And with that, they're going to be trying to limit some of these early game power heroes from the side of Vietnam. The Moscow that we were talking about just earlier, Eterna, ban away as well. Seems like they're going to be looking to try and maybe go for some aggressive moves. They ban away the Minotaur as well. So that kind of leads you to think about what are they looking for, right? In theory, if you're banning away the Minotaur, you want to go for something that can go in, that can go for crowd control, that can be countered by the defensive nature of that Minotaur. So I think that's what Vietnam needs to be very careful about here, right? Maybe look a bit more into it, but they ban away the Florin actually. So they just want to make sure that they have the sustained advantage from the Angela, from the Terizla right here.
Yeah, I think that's definitely what they're going for here. But of course, Myanmar, they do still have the Valentina, right? The Valentina can still utilize that hard guard if they want to. So it's one of the greatest strengths of the Valentina going against these top priority heroes that, quote unquote, heavily rely on their ultimates. And that's something that can be capitalized over by them. But it looks like that's a Leomord ban from Myanmar. Very interesting. I thought it would pop up, especially with the changes to his kit. His passive just increased, so more damage with the passive as well. I think Arashi can explain in a little bit more detail about that. And Myanmar know this. They understand that it can be a big, I would say, encounter, an obstacle towards their own strategy right now with the Baxia pickup without the Angela, right? So they deny that away, and they're forcing Vietnam into a position as to who they're going to be picking in the jungle, right? Because if we're talking about utility junglers, we're talking about fighter junglers, we're talking about tank junglers, I think the only two heroes that have been still successful would be Fredrin and the Baxia. And with all these heroes kind of taken off the board along with the Mardis takeaway, what does that leave them to go? Do they go for it just straight up an assassin instead?
I think an assassin actually would make more sense in the hands of Vietnam because they already have a strong frontliner, right, in the Terizla, and that is usually the main concern. They do have an Angela, so that also lends itself to a great combination with the assassins, because with assassins you want to have a strong frontliner as well. For Myanmar, it's a bit more ambiguous, I would say. It's not really locked in, but the fact that they ban away the Leomord leads me to believe also that they might want to pick something a bit more vulnerable in the jungle, because like you mentioned, Eterna, with a bit more damage for the Leomord built in, at least to better clear, better fighting prowess as well. These are all things that can be used, but like you were calling out just earlier, the eggs work left open, picked up to counter the Terizla, and that's a great solution for an array of issues, right? Even if you want to go for a bit of a slow play, front to back, you can kind of harass with the flames. You can go all in as well and deny the backliners from having any impact with the last insanity. So for now, Myanmar has the better what do you call it? The more direct collision-oriented composition. Yeah. But for Vietnam, that's where the Angela comes in, right? They'll have to contend with the Moskov matching the Angela and push later on. But now,
okay.
What?
Okay, here's the thing, right?
Okay.
The mid laners, and Paquito as well. Paquito jungle? Is that what we're seeing here? We haven't seen this in so long, Arashi. Paquito in the jungle. I think the last time we saw it was back when Albert was still in RRQ as their jungler, right? Paquito in the jungler, that reminds me of Albert, but also with the Kagura and the Kufra. Okay, here's the thing, after the last patch, one of the heroes that were really highlighted was also the Kagura, right? Aurora received an adjustment, but so did the Kagura. And so a lot of these creators, a lot of these casters around the world have been wondering whether or not this Kagura actually fits in the meta or not with the changes to her kit. I will, find a little bit more information as to the specifics of her change, but a lot of people have been saying that perhaps Kagura can be reaching back into the meta on a professional scale. So not just in ranked games, but we're going to be seeing her on the professional level as well. What do you think about this Kagura?
I think it's great that we're seeing the Kagura. It's a bit of nostalgia as well. It was so dominant back then when it was still meta. With the changes, I feel like there's damage potential for sure. And with some of the items also changed, there's a chance that the Kagura also benefits indirectly through that too. And if you look at the composition here for Vietnam, I thought it was going to be a bit more team fight oriented, but now it really looks like it's a bit more just pick off heavy, right? A lot of burst damage on the Paquito from the Kagura as well. Now the Terizla might just perform as more of a deterrent for a counter engage tool. But for Myanmar, they went for the Kufra that can really punish some of these squishier members like the Paquito even if they are straying forward in the front line. But considering there's a Terizla, I feel like it's safe to assume that Vietnam won't allow that to happen that easily.
So we'll see, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into game number 1 in this best of 3 series between two regions, Vietnam and Myanmar, as they hope to bring themselves up in terms of points in the standings from the group stage to make it to the playoffs. And Arashi, just as a recap, right, the change to Kagura is for her skill number 1, her umbrella throw, they've increased the base damage. And as well as for her skill 2, they reduce the mana cost. So the spammability and the damage has been increased. And that will help her in the early stage of the game to go in for the clear.
Well, you're certainly seeing Vietnam try and make use of it, trying to contest the clear speed. Usually the Valentina is one of the faster clearers in the mid lane, but you can see that with the Angela, with the Kagura that can both spam out those spells, it's a lot more matchable. And you can see the gang coming into the top side, but Ku is there to try and block it off, deny it. And so far, it's a slower paced early game. But look at K already going for the invades, but she'll be spotted out by Kao Kuteka and back away.
So it's a bit of a mouthful, Arashi. Good luck as they start to get in real, deep and dirty in these particular team fights. But this is what we're seeing for the first few moments, right? And, looking back at the emblem choices and, of course, the talents that both of these teams have opted for, Paquito Lethal Ignition as a jungler. What are your thoughts on this?
I think it makes sense with the idea of how they want to go, because you don't see Paquitos going for a tanky build. It's usually just full damage, be a bit more of a deterrent, maybe a hybrid build with one or two tankiness items. But for the most part, they're going to perform as a gank tool, and with some damage, it also helps with the securing of the neutral objectives to go for the double jab into the retribution. So I think that is a setup that makes sense, and I think that can lead to some miscalculations from the side of Myanmar. If the main front line gets bursted down, that lethal ignition can be what makes or breaks the whole combo. But I'm also interested to the fact that the Kagura we're seeing bring the flame shot as well, man. Kind of,
Yeah.
it's a bit nostalgic. There was at one point there was a time in MPL ID at least where it was a 5 flame shot meta. I just got flashbacks immediately to those days, the good old days.
Like level 1 flame shot, 5 man onto 1 hero, insta kill, first blood.
Right.
No, please. Let's not bring that back. But it again shows the level of aggression that is coming from the Kagura, right? She went in with Flame Shot as well as Lethal Ignition. So they're going for kind of a similar strat here. You can see a similar, red thread for Vietnam. The fact that they want to perhaps look for more early game fights with these kinds of choices in their emblems, right? Lethal Ignition, Kagura. Mostly we would see who else in the mid lane uses Lethal Ignition? Varsa? Does Varsa go Lethal Ignition?
I think she still does, for sure. It's those heroes with a good chunk of burst damage generally can really go and benefit from those little ignitions. But for the most part, I think we've really been seeing, considering the slower pace of the game before the patch, where there's just a lot of lore dances, a lot of waiting around, waiting for the right moment. That's why we're seeing a lot more impure rages and quantum charges that allow some of these mages to really have a bit more kiteability, to have more sustainability when they're just trading blows from so far away. But that's why it's fun right now with the change to the Lord, where it's now no longer as safe to do so. With the changes to some of the emblems like the war cry that allows you to just go in all in, I feel like a lot of majors are now considering again, like, do we just go for even more damage? Do we go for more utility even to really just help out in some of these chases, some of these ways to really go all in and ensure that you can force your opponents into those fights when you want it? Because we've seen again and again in the past couple of days, when a team tries to go for an engage and it doesn't work out, it is just so costly right now, man.
Yeah, it's a tough decision, right? Do you want to go for something a little bit more risky or not? Because technically going for damage in the long run, it is a little bit more risky, especially if you're going against a team with big aggression, with dive and so on and so forth. So that's something that you have to make as a judgment call in the few seconds that you have as you are given the particular pick that is given to you. But ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing a technical pause. We want to make sure that, of course, our players and our teams get the best playing experience as possible. And of course, you guys back at home, you guys can get the best viewing as possible, right? We want to make sure fair play is our utmost priority. And we want to make sure that with such a high stakes match as is this one, right? In this best of 3 with Vietnam going against Myanmar, the fact that them losing even a single game will define how they will look on the standings to make it to playoffs, to eventually make it to WEC in Riyadh. It just goes to show how important this match is, and we want the best for everyone involved.
I mean, even if you're a normal player, right? Pink spikes are already troublesome, let alone these pro players with so much at stake, man. You want to give them the best environment possible because they're already experiencing a lot right here, right? The pressure, the expectations from the fans, and considering it's on a national level as well, there's a lot they're already dealing with, and ping is the last thing we want them to really have in the back of their minds, right? Especially with a lot of these aggressive heroes. That small spike in ping can make or break a good engagement. It can make sure that the penalty zone lands or misses. So we want to just give them a bit of time and make sure that everything runs smoothly. And we have a bit more chance to talk about here. What's the idea, right? Because it's an Angela against a Kufra. In theory, the Kufra should be a bit more aggressive, but considering the rest of the roster, right? Considering there is a Kagura that still, even though with the spammability available now, she still does a huge chunk of burst damage as well. So I think for Myanmar, they can go for an engage, but if they want to do so, they have to be careful and make sure they engage onto the right person. A lot of teams we've seen focus a lot more on the EXP lane when the first neutral objective shows. That's how they can get an advantage. They can get a wave clear advantage, get the ultimate ready first, and then force their opponents to back away because of the lower HP bar. But now if they want to go and expend a lot of that time and resource onto a Terizla, right? That's not exactly ideal considering the fact that for the side of Vietnam, there's still ways for them to really come back from a health disadvantage with the Angela.
Definitely. And if we're talking about wave clear, it looks like the Kagura, I mean, for the first few minutes of the game at that, right? I think it was 143 in, right? We saw that the Kagura was actually able to clear quite well against the Valentina and the Kufra in the mid lane. So maybe that's one of the big changes towards her kit, with the fact that her base damage has increased, the fact that she can clear a lot quicker. And I'm wondering whether this Kagura will be itemizing the Wishing Lantern, right? It's one of the newer mage items that have popped in. I mean, it's a great era to be a mid laner, by the way. It's a great era to be a mage right now because there's just so much flexibility and so much creativity that we can go for when it comes down to our itemization. And we're not even talking about emblems yet, right? So Wishing Lantern. It requires, if I'm not mistaken, an 800 burst damage to proc. That's definitely something that Kagura can go for, right? Her burst is quite heavy, especially when she combos it with the Yin Yang Overturn. Do you think that the Wishing Lantern could pop up? Because I'm excited to finally see this item in real life, right? I mean, we've been seeing it in our ranked games, but, you know, I want to see it on the pro players. I want to see it on a competitive level.
I think the Kagura can definitely proc it, but the question is how often can the Kagura proc it, right? In theory, at least, it seems like this item is more suitable for those mages with a lot of spammable big burst damages. The Farsa kind of comes to mind, right, with the Feather Airstrike. The Novaria was a big one we are talking about. So I feel like it's a possibility, but it also depends on how they want to play this out. Because if they want to go for the Wishing Lantern, yes, it's a big chunk of damage. It's an extra 10% HP damage, I believe, if you do get the proc with that 800 damage. But there's a chance that with the Kagura, again, having these more spammable options with the Umbrella Eterna, they might just want to she might just want to go for just more penetration or like a holy crystal, so that it's not just the ultimate, it's also the rest of these spells spammed out that maybe won't reach 800 damage but can still do a massive amount, especially to the squishier members that in theory the Kogura should be aiming for. But who knows? Maybe this is gonna be a frontline glowing one shred Kogura, right? There's a lot of options available right here, because it's not just the damage per second right now with the glowing one; it's also the healing reduction.
Hear me out, Arashi. Sky Piercer Kogura.
Oh, I like the sound of that. Right? I think
Execute, right?
There's a lot of potential for sure. And I'm glad we can get to have this conversation, Eterna, about how mages have potential and how we can theory craft these items. Because usually we're with Mirko, and he's not a mid lane guy. He doesn't like mid lane at all. But we're both mid laners right here, so we can talk up the mid lane as much as we want without any interference. Shout out Mirko.
For sure. With Mirko, it's always the gold lane, it's always the jungle, because, that's his role. But, you can actually go for something similar with Naisu, right? Because he is a #1 Gourd player. He had so much fun when the Gourd suddenly came back into the meta. We don't see the Gourd quite often anymore, so ooh for Naisu. But again, right, Sky Piercer Kogura. I think yesterday, Indonesia, the male team, they picked up 3 Sky Piercers.
Oh, I saw that,
in the entire team, right? Who was it? It was Farsa Sky Piercer, Ling or Nolan Sky Piercer,
right?
And then we had another one pick up the Sky Piercer. Am I remembering this correctly?
Was it in the gold lane? Was it a Roger in the gold lane?
Brody Sky Piercer.
A Brody, that's what
right?
it was. Yes,
CW.
I think so. So yeah, as Mirko would say, the SPA, the Sky Piercer abuser, is definitely in full swing for Indonesian men's at least. We'll have to see if that influence makes its way onto the ladies scene as well. Especially with this composition, we talked about the potential for pickups, especially for Vietnam, right? With the Paquito, with the Kagura. I think the Sky Piercer really lends itself more over there. Whereas for the side of Myanmar, I think it's still a bit more balanced, right? They still have a chance to try and go for it, but I feel like they're banking more so on these like long duration team fights, and they're gonna be trying to really move in and out of danger. So we'll have to see how that plays out.
For sure. So that's what SPA stands for.
Oh, you weren't aware?
I wasn't, because Naisu kept saying, I keep saying SPA. When I should be saying SP for like Sky Piercer, and I was like, okay, what's the A? I was like wondering in my head. I didn't get to ask him yesterday. I completely forgot, but I see SPA, Sky Piercer Abuser. Yep. I mean, that 9,099 damage is kind of awful, bro. It's a little OP.
It's really fun to see though, right? When you do get the proc, 9999 is like, whoa, big damage.
It's so satisfying.
Very satisfying. I was wondering though, right? I actually, just a personal curiosity. If you do proc it and you get like the 9,999, how does that factor into the damage calculation, right? Because in theory, if you did 9,999 damage, that kind of throws off the damage calculations. But ladies and gentlemen, we are back to the Land of Dawn.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the technical pause has ensued, and we are going back into the game, into the Land of Dawn, and we're back to okay. I thought we were actually in minute number 13, but it was a visual bug. 1 minute, ladies and gentlemen. That's the amount of time that has elapsed so far. And we were talking about the Sky Piercer, so maybe we'll get to see some of these heroes pick it up and see how it will affect in the data and in the statistics. But right now, we do see that both teams going to be centering around the next mission objective. Kai is level 4 right now. Doesn't have her ultimate though, as well as the Paquito.
Oh, there you go. That's a retribution steal from Ka, but now she might pay the price for it. The fight breaks out, but the penalty zone of the 3 members shatters the formation from Myanmar. And look at the kiting coming in from Vietnam. Moving back, but now chasing down with the hard guard available. That's 1, that's 2, but the dash gets blocked. It won't even matter though. Ka securing 1 kill along with Shieru. And that is Vietnam with an all-out win out of nowhere, man. An explosion of action.
Yeah, I don't think anyone expected this, right? A 2-0 trade, make it a 3-0 trade with a beautiful steal from the Paquito, from Calcutta. And it looks like she's going to be able to grab a little bit more. That's a orange buff steal away from Kai, and she's being completely shut down here in the 3rd minute of the game.
That is unfortunate, man. Being a Baksha that in theory should be clearing faster, rotating around faster, that whole sequence of events just allows Kureka to just come in, just drive by steal away that orange buff. And that's what we're talking about. The burst potential from the Paquito is good for getting kills, but it's also great for going for those steals. And look at Ku, still level 3 at this point, not really having an opportunity, finally reaching level 4. Myanmar are definitely on the back foot though. They gotta just wait around unless they want to go for a big play here. Sa on the Kagura has escape mechanisms. Seems like everything will be fine and dandy for Vietnam.
Yeah, right now it looks like Sa is actually in a 2v1 situation, but she's still so confident to go in for the clear despite, Luna Lynx utilizing this Valentina with the IMU and the penalty zone. But look at this!
Ooh, that's gonna be an insane jump in, but the hard guard won't be enough. It wasn't even channeled properly for Shieru, where Kureka gets taken out. Great rotation from Myanmar, and they are going even further to the mid lane, immediately rotating straight for the turtle. But Vietnam will be available to try and contest that.
Both these teams are putting up a fight, right? Because initially in the first 2 minutes of the game, it felt like Vietnam held a bit more control, but Myanmar definitely fighting back. Paquito is back into the Land of Dawn, but I don't think he's actually going to go for the contest. They might look for the mirror play instead in the bottom lane, and this is going to be a free turtle here over for Myanmar to take. And we were talking about Sky Piercer. Looks like the Paquito has picked up Sky Piercer.
Was it the Paquito or the Kagura? I thought it was the Kagura. First item though, which is why I was quite shocked. But on the bottom side, we saw Vietnam group around to try and go for a gank. But now Myanmar, after getting that turtle, are the ones with a bit more control here. If you're looking at the level advantage for the jungle, K has now caught up to Kureka. So now it's a bit more of an equal situation here, and it's back to that slow, calculative gameplay.
Technically, right? Technically, in this mid lane, the Kufra and the Valentina, they're a heavy duo, right? A lot of CC, a lot of base damage as well. The Kufra also has really great clear, but for some reason, the Kagura is still winning it out, but...
Okay, comes in, jumping onto Shieru, but it's only one person going in. Ku was just waiting in the wings to try and help out on the engage if Vietnam fought back, but it won't be happening just yet. And look at the cutting being done by Daisy, though. They're setting up for some kind of roam.
Looks like it. Oh,
Hard Guard comes in to save Sa from the Spear of Destruction, but it's countered! That's gonna be Kureka picking up a kill once more going in, but here comes the counter engage back from Myanmar. Luna Lynx coming in, doing some damage, but LBK picking up the kill first. The Tulane coming in with the X-Borg, just flaming everyone down. Daisy will be the next victim as the Lance Sanity comes in, diving under the turret, but Sa will be able to survive. Myanmar with a great response.
Ooh, 2-0 trade after that Spear of Misery that hit onto the Kagura, onto Sa. You would immediately assume, okay, that's a -1 Kagura. She's definitely gonna go down, but the Heart Guard came into clutch, and afterwards they were able to, kind of go for a back and forth team fight really, really well. But for now, 6 minutes in, Myanmar still hold a little bit of that gold lead, as it looks like they're going to start down on the neutral objective. A little bit of a bait here from Dinner, from the Claude, to have a little bit of a taste as to where the whereabouts of the rest of the team. But look at the damage coming through. What?
Sao making an ugly attempt there, even with the flame shot, it doesn't connect though. And on the other side, whoa, that's gonna be a retribution steal by Kureka again. Last Insanity doesn't really amount to anything. And now look at the back and forth as always for Vietnam. Myanmar won't oblige though. They lost the turtle, but they were able to get a tower on the top side, so that macro play from them. Continuing now, raising that from Dinner to try and clear the wave, deter the members of Myanmar from going for the turret, and they will be able to do so.
What is this trade, right? I mean, Vietnam, they've been really great at these team fights, but Myanmar are so quick on their feet in terms of that macro play, right? The fact that they've been able to get a turret under the nose of Vietnam for free in the top lane does propel them a little bit forward, and Chikoshi on the Moskov already with the DHS. That should be the third item. We'll get a little bit more information later on, but it looks like the Kufra is charging. Do they really want to go for this? They can, but bottom lane.
On the other side, that's going to be Kling, just taking a lot of damage, a lot of pressure. But look at the rotations, man. Myanmar now, having the Kufra just always standing by in the mid lane, allows them to just have the prio And Kaukurika is alone on the bottom side here, but I think a dive will be a bit too risky.
DHS now picked up for dinner. So it is getting to that power spike, hopefully for the club. But wait. That's a Immortal popped.
Flying, still surviving though, but now Kaukurika 1v2, but keep in mind the hard guard is available. Tyrant's Rage, Tyrant's Revenge. Potentially, that's going to be a stun. Kaukurika with the last insanity as well. Shieru forced to flicker out. Esa looks for a chance to try and turn it back around. Flame shot though lands. Now very low, getting chunked down. Going back for the outplay, but it won't be enough. But Daisy swings the hammer down. There'll be one picked up. Ku flickering out after the great engage as Shieru chases down, trying to get K, but under the turret. Is this dive a bit too risky? It won't amount to a kill, unfortunately. But Vietnam trading evenly, although they lost their jungler in the process.
Yeah, 2-for-2 trade, and they lost Slang as well, right? So I get it, right? But at the moment, there's not much neutral objective contests that are happening at the moment. So it does look they are gonna fall back down to the default. With this, both of these teams should be focusing on this Lord, the first Lord of the game here. Team X at the moment, Kao Kutka on the Paquito is already at level 11, and both of these junglers are actually on a very similar path, but it looks like the Claude has only 2 items, Corrosion Scythe and the DHS. But it looks like the hard guard has been popped up here in the mid lane.
This is for dinner. Another penalty zone lands on K. Only one person though, countered by Lunalex's own penalty zone. The last insanity burns down Sa. She'll be taken out immediately as Daisy is too low to help out the team. It's a 4v4, 5v4 actually, and Myanmar gets the advantage. For Vietnam, they sent Kaukurika to the bottom side. She won't be anywhere close to try and go for the contest here as Myanmar goes for the Lord immediately. Dinner waiting in the wings, but it will be a free Lord for Myanmar.
Ooh, beautiful collapse from Myanmar, and beautiful execution as well. And it looks like they're going to utilize that momentum to bring it to the mid side turret. They're going to take it for themselves. That Chikoshi on the Moskov has picked up the golden staff. So the Moskov should be ready for these team fights. I mean, earlier on, we did see a little bit of a trade back in now from Dinner to pick up that tower in the top side, but as a general whole, with how much damage the Moskov is already doing, with the fact that the Moskov has already reached his power spike, he should be able to burst through these turrets rather quickly.
It's just a great play from Myanmar to always have Chikoshi in the right place at the right time whenever the neutral objective is showing out. Now they're making a play on the bot side. They're trying to make sure that they pull away Vietnam to the bottom side. They go for the turret. They get penalty zone, but it won't even matter. Daisy pushed away, denied. Tyrant's Rage, though, coming in from Ku. Bit too ambitious as the team isn't really ready to follow up on it. They back away. They know they can play it slow. With the Lord pushing, they get a turret on the top side with Halaying assisting the Lord.
Ooh, and now it looks like they're gonna go in for the siege. That Lord is in the top side and it is pushing. Myanmar understand they want to close this out as soon as possible if they want to make it to Riyadh, but it looks like some damage has been put through. Look at that!
They didn't overturn. He gets traded back, Sa, but Chikoshi is no longer in the picture. Now Vietnam has a gold lane advantage, DPS advantage. They can go for a fight if they want to, but Myanmar, they go straight for the purple. They lost the gold lane, but they still feel like they have enough damage. They're going to make a final play for the turret, and they will be able to do so. But that is the damage potential from the Kogura we were talking about. Sky Piercer onto the Holy Crystal immediately allows you to do just that.
So that's where the damage is coming from, right? We were talking about perhaps we'll be seeing the Wishing Lantern, but of course, we don't get to see that right now. Like you mentioned, right? Holy Crystal and the Sky Piercer. So that's where the base damage is coming from. She should be going for, what do you think is next? Glowing Wand? Did she go for the Blood Wings instead? It's very interesting to say. Wait a second, look at that.
Luna overturn dodge the way. Luna laying so low, but still alive. The flame shot secures it though. And look at Ku in the backline, zoning everyone away. But everyone coming in. The hard guard just allowing Dinner to stay in the front, but it might be too much than she can handle. That's going to be the last insanity, zoning her away as Vietnam back up. But they find Chikoshi in the midst of the chaos. Kaukurika now seeing an opportunity, going for her lane.
Oh, no.
And that is going to be the Angela slows, allowing Vietnam to go. But look at Sa, just all the way in the back, going for another play, going to try and secure for her lane.
What?
Now the Sky Piercer, securing one, securing two. Her lane now with the Immortal, back at it for one final time. With the last insanity, it still won't be enough. She will eventually fall. Double kill for Sa. Vietnam
No
striking
way.
back right as the Lord spawns.
What is that, Arashi? What did we just witness? That should have been a kill over onto the Kagura, the way that she was positioned, but she completely outplayed that with the help of the hard guard from Shieru. But that was so insane. We have to see that play again. You can see that damage coming through the Sky Piercer earlier on, and there it is, 9,999 damage. A double kill being brought in by the Kagura, but that was insane, and it looks like off camera, K is gonna fall to the damage of the Kagura once again. Sa now at a 734 KDA, and on Flame Shot to boot.
Man, K tried to go for the steal there, a valiant attempt, knowing that there is a level equivalency between her and Kao Kureka. But unfortunately, against all the five, against the damage from the Bakira that allows her to really secure that Lord, it won't be enough. And off the back of an insane play from Sa, like you mentioned, Eterna, the jukes, the mind games there, you blink and you miss it, she just shows up in the back. And now with the Lord available, let's see how they play this out. They're managing the waves, possibly going for a 3-wave push.
That's what that's what great Kaguras can do, right? Catch you off guard, and at some point suddenly you're like, oh wait, what how did I die? And it turns out it's because of the assassinations coming in from the Kagura. I mean, good Kagura players, they play it like assassins. Look, she's waiting in the bush right now, looking for that proper opportunity to go in for the yin-yang overturn. Ku does spot her and will deny in that surprise element, but for the most part, that kill pressure is still definitely there.
Parents rage onto dinner, but that baits out the hard guard though. It's already used up, but the turret will not fall. Vietnam will rotate to the bottom side here to finally get one of the turrets they were looking for. They want to ideally get all of it. Like, look at Daisy just walking in the front, knowing that there is no way to commit onto her. But the whole team back up, healing. That will be, once again, a bit of a standoff, but Ku, does she smell a play? Walks into Kao Kureka, though, takes a chunk of burst damage. Yin-yang overturn as well, it does not land. And now we're back to the waiting game. And Myanmar were able to actually hang on to that middle turret. But Sa, like you mentioned, it turned out the poking, the zoning, and also the vision control with the umbrellas. It's just lending itself to just so much information, so much utility for Vietnam.
Huge value, and now she's already picked up the Divine Glaive, so we were talking about her next item after the Holy Crystal and the Sky Pierce, and it turns out Divine Glaive was her next option. So even if Myanmar want to go for the itemization to kind of counter the burst magic damage coming from her, she already has the magic penetration to counter it back. So it definitely is going to lend itself as a big problem for Myanmar to kind of take away in these particular team fights, considering they haven't been able to take her down, especially after she's reached in that power spike, right? It looks like Ku is charging, gonna open up the map, but they have to understand that Luna Lynx, also with the Divine Glaive, by the way, has not found the exact same impact that Sa has been able to find on this Kagura.
She's been trying to match the penalty zone technically to try and serve as some utility for her team. But look at the maneuvers here. Kao Kureka already on the far side of the map. There's a chance that Myanmar can take this opportunity to go for a fight. But they are the ones with the positional advantage. Daisy now burned low. Haling definitely looking for an advantage, looking for an opportunity. But with the hard guard available, it never is that simple.
It never is. Always a miscalculation. Every time you think it's a 1v1, she comes along and makes it a 2v1. And both of these teams are now going to be focusing onto the Lord. Kai at level 15, but so is... Oh, wait a second.
How Kureka just bursted down, immediately taken out, penalty zone to try and follow up, try and save the fight. That'll be a kill picked up by Sa, but it won't be enough. That's a shutdown picked up by Halang as Daisy might be next. But no, they're backing away. They are aware of the hard guard, the healing potential. And that will be it. Myanmar take the 2 kills out of nowhere. What a misstep from Kao Kureka there to just take the initial engage.
I was talking about the EXP gap between both of these junglers, but it doesn't even matter if one of the junglers aren't even present, right? 100 to 0% chance, just like that, as we take a look at the instant replay coming through. Initially, it was a great moment for them to capitalize over into the burst, but as soon as all their resources were taken out, that DPS from the Moskov did become a problem in that team fight for Myanmar to eventually capitalize over. And you can see he's actually itemized rather well, right? Instead of going for the Athena shield, Chikoshi went in for the Rose Gold Meteor instead to try and counter in that burst damage coming in from Sa. So there's layers of respect, but there's also layers of damage to the Moskov's kit at the moment.
Kind of ignore the damage coming in from Dinner, though. Definitely already on the Malefic Roar, able to shred down the frontliners. But with the Lord, that's the main problem here. Myanmar now making their move, going for the mid turret as the bottom wave is already pushing out. That will be the first turret secured for them, and this might spy a chance to go for Calculate Ka. Penalty zone from Luna Lynx, followed by K. That will be Calculate Ka taken out already. Ku goes for a chance to go on Sa, but the Yineng overturns.
Oh, what?
The burst damage comes through. Ku barely surviving from there, but Dinner now sees a chance, going with the Blazing Duet, taking Luna Lynx down, but the Immortal is there. Ku coming in to try and save her teammate, but it won't be enough. Even Helene with the last insanity, that won't be enough as Sa goes back and forth. The base completely neglected, but Vietnam winning out a fight there despite starting off losing their jungler.
How insane is this Kagura? I think we were questioning the Kagura pick a little bit because we don't see the Kagura pick quite often. We thought it was an experimental pick, but it must be a power pick with the way that Sa has been utilizing this Kagura. Right? Time and time again, able to find the proper setup, the proper initiation to pull in that yin yang overturn and combo it in with the damage, with the displacement, with the CC. And she is shredding through Myanmar right now. 10-4-4 KDA with the additional of that Winter Crown as well as the Blood Wings. So that's just it, right? She has a little bit more versatility in her kit with the defense coming through, with the shielding coming through from the Blood Wings. But she also has a Winter Crown to try and go for the outplays that she's been able to go for. But looks like Daisy's going to be caught out.
Race has revenge, but K does not make it over the wall. Penalty zone from Luna Lynx right here to try and seal the deal, but the hard guard comes through. Daisy trying to survive for her life, but Shieru will be the only one left right here. Daisy figures out though, DPZ away, but the chase potential. The Ice Queen's one from Helene slowing everyone down, but she is but alone right here. Kaukurika waiting in the wings to try and deny. But there won't be any deaths taken up. As for Vietnam, they allow Dinner to push up on the other side of the map. 15 minutes until the Lord spawns.
That's something that both of these teams really need to start to prioritize, right? Sure, it's easy to kind of tunnel vision on these team fights, especially when you're in the middle of it or when it's forced onto you. But wave clear, housekeeping is going to be very important because technically for Vietnam, right, they have two lane pushers. They have two split pushers. They have the Paquito. They also have the Claude. And these two heroes will be very difficult to go against when they go in for the Lord Dance, which is exactly what both of these regions or both of these teams are going for right now as we're entering the 20th minute of the game. One of the longest games that I've casted so far, and it has to be between both of these because they do know the stakes, they do know the value, the risk that they're going for if they lose this game number one in this best of three.
Both just playing it slow, waiting for one of them to make a blunder. For Myanmar, the fact that Ku is on the Kufra definitely is an advantage, but look at the wave on the bottom side. It's relatively equal, and it's meeting on the side of Myanmar. That usually means that the wave will eventually start pushing towards the side of Vietnam because the backup waves arrive first, as we're seeing right here. This could be a default push that Myanmar can use to try and force Vietnam to deal with it and go for a fight with a man advantage. For now, though, it's still going to be slow, waiting around, just looking for opportunities. And the Lord Dance, you have to remember, it's not as easily done as before. Tyrant's Rage, though, comes in, lands on Daisy, but that's a tanky Terizla with the body of Smith. They won't commit onto that immediately, and it's back to the waiting game.
Because I think Myanmar understand, right? Even if they want to go for a 50-50 on the Retribution, Kao has been doing so good on her Retribution, right? There are so many times when she just comes in the last minute after the setup made by Myanmar and is able to out-retry the Baxi, out-retry Kai. So they're looking for opportunities as much as possible to go in for the kill, get a man advantage before they commit onto the Lord. But this is a scary, scary far lane. You can see Sa is there, anticipating the fact that Chikoshi will be clearing it out. And Burst versus DPS, but wait a second.
As Daisy jumped on penalty zone as well. That'll be the Teresa taken out immediately. Sa is just too far to participate. Now without the main frontliner, Vietnam, they're gonna be forced to let go of this Lord unless Kao is looking for a chance to try and do something here. The Lord is doing a lot of damage, but Kao gets knocked out. Tyrant's Rage, Tyrant's Revenge. She's stunned. She's going to be taken out, bursted down. The Immortal though will buy a bit more time, but the last Insanity. The Death of the Jakao comes in, but the Hard Guard, Blazing Duet combo. This is Vietnam's last-ditch effort, but it won't be enough. They're pushed back. Sa will be the last one flying away. That'll be the HP bars from Myanmar, ever so low, but it won't be enough for Vietnam to make a difference. They might go for the Lord right here, but no, they want to try and play it safe. Even though the wave is pushing, they're gonna wait a bit longer to try and go for the Lord when they are at full force.
It was a valiant effort by Vietnam. They already lost Daisy, but they still want to go in for a risky, a 50-50 play, as it didn't really amount to much in the end. Despite Myanmar not going and capitalizing over the Lord straight away, they eventually do and are going to be able to blitz it in this 23rd minute. Ooh. But cool, that is very aggressive. You have the Lord. You might want to wait for it before you go in for the kill, because if they get taken out one by one before they go in for the siege, then it could render this Lord useless. They have to be careful with their setup.
Myanmar now just waiting for the Lord to push up. They don't really have the best of sieges technically, and they have to be careful. If they group around again for Sa to go for a big yin-yang overturn, that could be a big problem. But Laying now, just burning everyone down, going for the slows. K just running straight for the crystal though. What is going on right there? Sa taken down, super low. Penalty zone from Luna Lynx will seal the deal though, with no hard guard available. That'll be Myanmar immediately blitzing the crystal with no time at all.
GG, well played to Myanmar, as they are going to be leading this best of 3 series 1-0, and now they are at match point. One more game if they want to get as many points as they can in the standings of the group stage, if they want to make it to the playoffs. But that was a very back and forth game, Arashi. I mean, at some point I thought that Vietnam would have gotten it in the bag. It was so close. It was very far from what we've been seeing so far of stomps of one-sided games, but this was very close that it could have swayed either way.
I think for both teams, the fact that one team has great counter engage, the other has great engage, just allows for this very exciting dynamic, because you never know who's gonna come out on top. But I feel like in the end, Myanmar just had a lot better synergy, right? They were able to just stick together and have fights where they were ready for it. Whereas for Vietnam, it does seem like they got caught off guard a lot more often compared to Myanmar.
But even though Myanmar was able to win that game, Arashi, I'm pretty sure they might want to consider a respect ban for the Kagura, right? Because there were so many moments that the Kagura was one of the main reasons as to how they were able to turn these skirmishes, these team fights completely around, and even go for the initiation plays with the burst damage in her kit. So many times it causes miscalculations. This was actually one of the examples of it, right? Spear of Misery from the Moscow from down under onto the Kagura, but the Heart Guard came through, the burst damage was there, and they were able to turn it completely around. Here, you were mentioning about the re-engage potential from Myanmar, and we do see that coming to light. They do get a little bit more in return, but that seems like to be the general flow of things that we've seen. I think one of the event turners, in my opinion, was that bait from Myanmar, right? Moskov baited the Kagura, baited Sa into the bottom lane as they were going for the Lord fight. I hope we get to see that later on. And that in turn allowed the Moskov with the global presence use the Spear of Misery towards the Lord, get Daisy down, and caused a huge miscalculation on their part. And they were able to get that Lord that eventually caused them to win the game.
I think what's really fascinating is the fact that usually we see the gold laners just become the main big decisive force right here. But for Vietnam, Sa was the one that made crazy outplays. Here's, I believe, that one moment where they're just pushed all the way back, but Sa, out of nowhere, left the umbrella in the back, and Chikoshi was just not ready for it. And with the global play, the Heart Guard coming through for the backup, when the fight gets longer like this, Vietnam just finds ways for Sa to just keep resetting. And I think about, 70-80% of the kills for Vietnam were in the hands of Sa. So technically, in a way, it seems like an equal game when it comes to kills, but Vietnam has all of that riding on one single person. And to be fair, Sa did very well with the advantages that she was able to get on the Kagura. I think overall, it was just some select moments that got quite confusing. But this play right here from Sa, it just was so mind-blowing, man.
Oh, let's see it. Oh, beautiful. Yin Yang overturned versus
She
one
gets
man
out.
down, two members taken out. And again, right, you're right. She gets out. This is the moment that I was talking about, by the way, with Daisy being picked off. And then it looked like Vietnam wanted to go for a Hail Mary play. It looked like they might have gotten an advantage, but eventually they had to lose again another member. And they just were too far behind when it came down to the Lord setup. So eventually Myanmar, with 5-man available, with 5-man up, they were able to steamroll because technically at the 24th minute, right, all these members are at their power spike, all these members are at their peak, as we take a look at the post-game stats as well.
Oh man, look at that damage coming in from the Kagura, man. 100,000 out of nowhere. It's
That's
definitely
crazy.
nothing to sneeze at. Dinner on the Claw, though, I think it was quite difficult for her to really try and make some impact happen for her team because she keeps going in the right moment with the blazing duet. But for Myanmar, they have this very interesting way of dealing with it by just spreading out. It's almost like they just create a ring around Dinner, and Dinner seemed just a bit confused on which direction to really go for, and that kind of messed around with the targeting, especially because the main targets, the main damage dealers from the side of Myanmar are also mobile, man. The Abyss Walker from Chikoshi on the Moskov and Luna Lynx with the dashes on the Valentina can very easily just kite back away from it. So that is something that I think Vietnam will take into consideration for the next game.
So we're gonna crown our player of the game, or our MVP, for game number 1 from the side of Myanmar. Who do you think it's gonna be? We have Flying on the Xborg, but the MVP will be Kai. Alright, 3-2-12 KDA. You can also see her damage dealt. The fact that she was able to land in a lot of those retributions coming through was definitely a big reason as to how they were able to have a say in the later stage of the game and the later portions of the game. Her fast rotations on the Baxia also allowed her to help out those side lanes, give a little bit more pressure onto those side lanes to eventually utilize that to their advantage.
I think she was doing great, just being active, being mobile, the way the Baksha should be. And of course, the Turtle's Presence, the passive, definitely played a role in making sure that the roster of Vietnam are just a bit more manageable with all the healing coming in from the Angela. And who can forget that final sequence where Kay just immediately rolled past her team, past the Lord, and just jumped straight at the Crystal. I mean, that took me completely by surprise, but hey, in the end, it kind of worked out, right? It pulled away all the attention from the rest of the team, from the Lord, and that's what the Baksha wants to do anyways, right? With this build, with the Winter Crown as well, I think that's another layer of mind games that Kay has shown to really understand.
Very sustainable, very, what do you call it when you can depend on? Very dependable. That's
Reliable.
the word, Arashi. Very dependable by Kai. I think one of the things that really stands out for me is the fact that nobody really stood out from the side of Myanmar, right? And it just goes to show how equal all of the members are and how synergized they are and how they focus so much on their particular roles that it wasn't like a Kagura crazy play, right? It's just Myanmar understanding the fundamentals. They were able to execute it properly. And then so it was kind of like a shared victory. But of course that MVP was for Baxia, was for Kay.
I think I felt really bad for Chikoshi, I think, because I feel like the whole early game, the macro player, right, where she was before the neutral objectives, the utilization of the Spear of Destruction were also good. But towards the mid game, right, where the fights were so chaotic, you know that Sa just has her eyes on Chikoshi, and again, the umbrella is just so subtle, and we haven't seen the Kagura in so long, right? Who can blame you for missing out on noticing the umbrella left behind? And at one point she was 0-4, even though I felt like she had great contributions for her team and she was doing a lot of damage still, even though she had to be forced to itemize with some respect. Even though her battle spell technically was a bit more defensive, she was still a reliable source of DPS that her team relied on, especially to deal with the very tanky frontliners. Of course, having the X-Work to deal with the Terizla was just such a godsend, man. I feel like without the X-Work, the Terizla would have been a bit more difficult to pick off. But overall, again, for Chikoshi in particular, I feel like she did really, really well. It just doesn't look that way due to how the game kind of played out in the mid game.
Because like technically even long range gold laners find it very difficult to go against heroes like the Kagura, because like you mentioned, the umbrella is so subtle. But imagine a gold laner that has to kind of be very close to dish out the damage, because Moskov is a very close range hero, right? In order for him to deal in the basic attacks, in order for him to deal in with the damage from his skills, he needs to be quite close. So do you think they could capitalize over Malefic Gun to try and counter the Kagura?
Ooh, that's interesting. I feel like with the composition of Myanmar, right? They want to barrel through, they want to be aggressive, and they're the ones moving forward, right? You saw that when they're on the back foot, once they lost Chikoshi in that one fight, and they were just running away, and Sa, along with the hard guard on her, was just chasing. It seems like Vietnam does a lot better when they're the aggressors. But when it comes to Myanmar, when they were on the back foot, it really isn't as reliable. So I feel like just going for more damage and making sure, just ensuring that your team are the ones moving forward, the ones that are the ones hunting instead of being hunted. I feel like that'll be a better play for the Moskov. But that Malefic Gun, we're yet to see a game-changing, meta-shifting game out of that item, and I'm quite curious as well, because there's a lot of potential there. It's not just the range addition. By all means, the stats from that item isn't really that bad either.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. Have you seen it being picked up yet? Is there just no value in the Malefic Gun that these pro players are actually, seeing? Or they just don't have the time. They haven't had the time to experiment with it yet. Because I'm wondering how that works and how that it will affect, especially in lane, right? If you go 1v1 in the gold lane with the Malefic Gun, with how much range and poke that you have. I'm wondering whether or not like the dynamics that we usually know, like carry versus Claude versus Moskov versus that dynamic can actually shift because of that item alone.
I mean, in theory, it's similar to how, let's see, like a Melissa, right? Or a Hanabi can just be so safe and still do damage to you, right?
Yeah.
The Hanabi in particular is a name that popped up immediately when I was talking to several coaches about this. Immediately, they were like, okay, if there's any hero they can really benefit from this, like, in a game-changing way, it has to be something like the Hanabi that is so safe, that wants to stay in the back for so far away from the danger. As a joke, I mentioned the Layla, because you're already hitting from far away. Why not go even further? But maybe that'll be quite troublesome. Because
technically, the Malefic Gun is Lila's gun. It was as if that item was designed for her. So it's not out of the question, Arashi. But yes, continue.
I just feel like that'll lead up to the I don't know, man. Like your opponents, the targets you're trying to basic attack, they might just be out of your frame. That might end up being like a very confusing way to play the gold lane. But who knows? We'll have to see. Maybe, I don't know, that is based on the Layla. I'm curious to see the carry actually, Eterna, you just mentioned earlier. I feel like the range is a big problem, right? One of the big weaknesses of the carry. So with additional range, that doesn't sound like a bad idea at all. But ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go straight into it in drafting phase for game number 2.
Game number 2, match point. So really, so much pressure on Vietnam right now to try and turn this around and to force a game at number 3. And I'm wondering whether or not after that game, despite Myanmar being able to pick up that dub, they would want to go for a Kagura ban or pick it up for themselves at some point. But so far, it looks like they're not going for that route, right? Yuzong, Novaria banned out. We do see that the Luo Yi and the Roger has been taken off by Vietnam. And it's also important to note that both of these teams have swapped sides. So now, Myanmar does have first pick. And I'm pretty sure Vietnam, understanding the value of the Angela, don't want to let it go. Unless they leave it open and they go in for the trade instead. But it looks like Valentina is going to be the choice of ban from Myanmar.
That's quite interesting, but for Vietnam, they ban away the Luo Yi, but the chip is still available. So earlier, I think we saw a trade, the chip for the Luo Yi. Now, Myanmar can kind of force this onto Vietnam, right? Do you want to ban the chip or do you want to ban the Angela? And if you look at the macro play, at least, it does seem like in the early to mid game, Myanmar were the ones who were able to actually get the best out of the global presence that was from the Moscow in game one. So
Yeah.
we'll have to see for Vietnam, what's the idea here? They know Myanmar can play for that macro. Which of these macro tools, the Moscow, the Angela, or the chip, do they want to deal with? Answer is neither. They go for the U. Oh, hang on a minute. Yesterday when we saw this, it ends up being a CC, by the way, when we saw this similar double U song showing up. But we'll have to see, man. First pick now for Myanmar.
That's just how OP the Yuzong is right now, ladies and gentlemen. You'd have to ban it twice. That's how impressive he is. I think that should have been an Angela ban, right? Because if it was left open, then Myanmar should have picked it up first. From game number 1, the Minotaur was banned in the first phase, and now that they opted to go for the Valentina ban, oh no, the Angela pops up here. And that's a Baxia Angela combo. That's a Anjaxia combo. That's crazy. Myanmar completely ignored both of those heroes.
I mean, call it the Bangela, right? Because it's like the Baxia Angela.
Anjaxia is better, guys.
I don't know, Bangela, because usually both these selections are banned out. I was thinking,
Okay.
But yeah, the what's it? Anjaxia?
Anjaxia.
Sounds like a whole new hero for sure. But for Myanmar, going for the Minotaur and now the Fredrin, that's a lot of healing built up into this. They also banned away the Florin, by the way, in game 1, I believe. So, oh, Natan, out of nowhere here, looking for a proper just team fight DPS solution. And with a Fredrin and Minotaur, it's going to be difficult to get your hands onto the Natan in the backline if the protection is on point.
That is actually very interesting because technically the Natan hasn't really popped up after the patch, right? With the way that the patch has kind of proven to us that the early game is as imperative as that, people usually vie away from heroes like the Natan who require a little bit more time to get to that power spike, right? Because for Natan, it takes, 4 items, you would say, to feel like he's gotten a say in these team fights. What does he go for? Starlium Scythe, Feather of Heaven. You would go maybe Holy Crystal Bloodwings, I think, is basic for a Natan. Meanwhile, most of the gold laners just require 3. So, very interesting choice. We'll see if it works out. Because the Moscow worked out so well for them. Do you think that was a Moscow ban instead? The double Yuzong, the second Yuzong, is that a Moscow ban? Is that why they picked up the Natan and the carry?
I mean, it could be. I wouldn't be too surprised. It was quite problematic for the side of Vietnam to deal with the push, the DPS, and just the pure utility that comes with the Moscow as well. One of the few marksmen that can really go and stun someone up. But for Vietnam, they recognize the fact that they had a lot of tankiness, already a lot of survivability. Is 3 mid laners, so Myanmar definitely have a lot of respect for Sa here.
Yeah, you see the Faramis, you see the Valentina being banned out. You definitely, the next thing you think is definitely, okay, we have to pick up the Faramis. And Myanmar understand this. And they don't want to give even more layers of versatility in these team fights. And of course, in addition to the Angela, to let them slide with another Faramis, because man, those brawls in those team fights are going to be very difficult. But it looks like that last ban coming through from Vietnam is actually the Lilia. So Lilia, Valentina, Novaria taken off the board. Here, Vietnam can still go for the Kagura once again if they want to, because it has been completely left open as Myanmar go for a Terizla ban instead. It kind of brings the question what Myanmar is thinking for their mid laner themselves, as well as that EXP lane with the Terizla taken out, because that was a great opportunity if they wanted to go for the contest, kind of force Vietnam to pick up the Kagura here. But what do you think?
I feel like for Myanmar, they can really benefit from a long distance mage can zone away all these short range heroes from the side of Vietnam. But the issue becomes the vulnerability, right? Having the Angela on the opposing team, if the Baxia just gets boosted with the hard guard, then if you're on a vulnerable mage, you're gonna get taken out very, very quickly. So that is the fine balance they have to think of. I might be biased, but I like my Iesf. But for Vietnam, with the Arlet now, they're really doubling down, going for that aggression. And as a response, Myanmar bring out the Benedetta here. I thought they're gonna go for more tankiness, but I guess with the Fredrin and Minotaur already available, both tanky and both having the healing, having someone that can play that macro game, someone that can dive in the backline or even zone everyone away with the Electro Final Blow will be beneficial. But I called it, Eterna. Jeev on the map.
It's Arashi's favorite hero, by the way, guys. That's why he's so hyped. You know, if they want to do this for Vietnam, you know, moving on from the Eve pick just for a bit, Arlot Roam. Yeah, Arlot Roam, and they can't because they don't have magic damage. Because, you know, I was thinking like against the Benedetta, I'd love to see the Paquito Benedetta clash once again, right? The Paquito does so well against the Benedetta, but looking at the composition, I think they're severely lacking on that magic damage unless they want to commit towards the mid game, right? Because we've seen teams kind of just push the Angela into the mid lane and go for a fighter heavy composition, but they're gonna go for the standard Kagura once again. It was too much value in game number 1, and that's gonna close out both of these teams' drafts. But Arashi, back to that Iesf pick. What do you think about this? Because technically the Iesf has been buffed, right? Her first skill, base damage, has been increased, so it will help with her clear speed that she lacked against some of these mid laners.
It's the base damage, but also the scaling damage. How much more that skill does with items factored in. And now, particularly after the changes, I think a lot of people, for those of you who haven't like thought about this, the glowing one was one of the core items for the Iesf. So now, with that item being so much more overloaded with effects, it's a great choice, especially against a Angela, against an Arlet, right? Against a Baxia. That's gonna be a value pickup for this Iesf. And she does well in the pushes. She does well zoning away the carry potentially. And even against a Kagura, you technically have a bit more survivability. Because even if you get caught off guard with a big yin-yang overturn, you can pop the real manipulation for a bit of shielding, right? And even if you're chased down by the Baxia, you have the move and speed boost from the Void Blast that allows you to just kite back away as well. It's a bit of a complete package in the Iesf, which is why I really enjoy playing her so much. I'm not quite convinced about the battle spell though. I personally always go for the sprint just because I like to keep my distance, right? Just snipe away without being in danger myself. But considering the circumstances, there could be a lot of different potential battle spells here that can be used for the side of Myanmar.
So we'll see, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into game number 2 and into the Land of Dawn for both of these regions. Myanmar now at match point. They're one game away of winning it 2-0 and to move forward perhaps into the playoffs. We'll see how this pans out in game number 2. But Arashi, you posed in the question for the Iesf. We do see the Iesf opted to go for Flicker here instead of the Sprint.
So with a Flicker, it allows you more output potential, more ways to get out of dangerous situations, and you can Flicker while using the real-world manipulation as well. So that is something that you gain going with this Flicker. That clear though, you're talking about Eterna, you can see it being very apparent. Even though the Kagura can spam out some spells, the Iesf is just so good because of the spammability, right? It's not one spell, it's multiple in a short frame. Sheru though will come in to try and help out in that department. And with the Baxia Fredrin matchup, we haven't seen this in quite a while. It's going to be a standard clearing match technically. With the concussive blast in the hands of K though, they're going to be attempting to just match up when it comes to farm. But Helene going down under the turret of Vietnam there, definitely aggressive thoughts in her head.
For sure. And like you mentioned, right, with both of these teams kind of vying towards the neutral objectives, it's actually going to be interesting to see both of them go head-to-head in that Retribution battle as well. Because for the most part, in game number 1, we saw that Kao Kyut Ka actually had way better Retributions, right? A lot more accurate when it came down to the neutral objective takes. So we'll see if that actually plays into this, especially, I mean, technically with the Fredrin, with that additional damage from your ult, you can actually kind of cross that with the damage from the Retribution to steal and take away the turtles away. So now with Cow on the Baxia, I'm wondering or not that will kind of even the playing field a little bit better, but so far that turtle is half health.
And it seems like Myanmar the ones with control here. Cool on the Minotaur, not level 4 though, but here he comes. Minion Fury popped up. Kalkurika Flicker too as well, by the way. Shieru also taken out. Sa comes in, takes out Halang, but at what cost, man? The real manipulation is popped up by Luna Lynx, but it won't amount to anything. That will be a decisive take for Myanmar off the back of a great Minion Fury. But look at Sa. Hard guard will be able to save her, but look at his outplay attempt going in 2v3 as Kalkurika rolls in to try and back up her team. K now being in the front, but it does not seem like Vietnam can try and get and catch up with Myanmar to get any trades for that turtle take.
That was a 1-for-1 trade, a 2-for-1 if you include the turtle in favor of Myanmar. But again, right, Sa on her signature pick, so aggressive, and this time she's not opted for the flame shot, Arashi. She's actually opted to go for the flicker instead. So expect that she can have a little bit more room and a little bit more flexibility to go in for these crazy fights, and she goes 1v1 against a Benedetta.
Going for the Yin Yang overturn outplay right there, but Sa does not get it. Halang will be able to escape with her life as Ku zones Sa away. But look at how persistent she is though. She hasn't been recalling when she's this low on HP. With the flicker available, there are more ways to be unpredictable in these fights. Look at the bottom side. Shieru now. Oh, entropy pop by Chikoshi aggressively, but there's no follow-up. There's no catch tools available. That is the weakness of going for a Minotaur as Myanmar make a play for this bottom side turret.
Yeah, technically the Minotaur didn't have flicker yet, right? So even if they wanted to go for the Minion's Fury, it was a little bit more difficult to combo it in with the short range that the Minion Fury had. But it was enough to zone the members of Vietnam away in that bottom side to go in for the gold shield as well as the turret. So this is a heavy Chikoshi on the Natan. Should be able to get to that power spike a lot quicker with how much gold she was able to get from that gold shield. Now, Kai, as well as the rest of the members from Vietnam, are going to be centered around the next neutral objective. This turtle has already spawned. Sa is there, though. Going to be opening up the map, giving information and vision as both of these teams go for the setup.
It's a very dangerous situation, but Luna Lynx already with the glowing wand. She went for the demon boots, the mana boots, instead of going for something like Enchanted Talisman later on. But Sa, with the aggressive plays right here, with a Kagura in the bush, that just makes so many areas around the map just inaccessible due to it turning into a danger zone. But for Myanmar, they have the Minotaur. They're confident that they can go for a 50-50 right here. They're trying to burst it down. Real manipulation. The final slash from Daisy, though, sets everything up. But the big Minion Fury and the knockup is not going to be enough, though. Myanmar falling down one by one as Luna Lynx will be the next one. As Halang runs for the turret. Immobilized, though, she will get taken out as well. Almost a full-on wipeout for Vietnam.
That was 4 members taken out for the price of none, and it looks like they're looking for that 5th member, Chikoshi, in a tough position, but he's actually able to shut down the Kagura here, Arashi. And that's a big win for, of course, Chikoshi herself. As we take a look at that replay, that Minion's Fury came into clutch, right? As you can see here. But unfortunately, the timing was a little bit off. And so the Baxia was still able to get down in that Retribution and take the neutral objective. And that was one of the biggest questions that I had in this 50-50 battles between both of these teams. Who will be able to have the better chance of winning out that Retribution battle? And it looks like Kao has been able to kind of neutralize it. A 1-to-1 in terms of that turtle take. Stardom Scythe, though, built in by Chikoshi, as looks like a gank is coming through.
Now just running forwards aggressively. Going with the Curse Helmet Rush, though. More damage, essentially, around her. Shieru now with the Flash of the Oasis will unable to clean, but look at that. Oh, top and bottom. Halang almost gets taken out by Daisy. But without a turret available now, Myanmar, they're still having an advantage when it comes to control. But they gotta be careful, man. Vietnam, as in game number 1, have a lot of burst damage potential that they need to respect unless they want to get caught off guard and lose members before the big fight.
For sure. And it looks like, again, right, Myanmar looking for the next objective to take. How are they going to capitalize over this? Dinner is caught in a bad situation.
Oh, but K is the one just pounded on. There's going to be a knockup coming in, but the yin yang overturn is just too much damage. It's a double for Sa, and now Myanmar are on the run. Koshi able to just kite back, juke around with the entropy, but Luna Lynx is going to be falling victim to Dinner. It's only a matter of time, but Sa even picks up that kill in the end. Haling trying to juke around, trying to buy some time. That is Vietnam clearing the map once more, taking 4 members and then going straight for the neutral objective. They are taking over, man.
They are completely taking over, right? A 4K gold lead now in the 7th minute of the game. They're even going for the invasion into the jungle from Myanmar. They're completely taking away all these resources from Myanmar to capitalize over, and even Dinner gonna be able to get another turret in the top side. It doesn't look like Myanmar is having as much of a good time as they were able to in game number 1, but look at that yin yang overturn.
Gets cancelled somewhat, but it's still, that's gonna be the Sky Piercer, I think. Just executing coup there. Tried her best, but that's why the Minotaur can't really face check bushes, especially when you're not building for tankiness and you rush that Flask of the Oasis. Kay needs to be the one to do that, as Haling tries her best to be a nuisance right here, just flanking around, dashing around, but it won't be enough, man. She is losing out in impact compared to Daisy on the Arlet, who relatively has been just content to just stay in the lane and exert that pressure, waiting for a big fight.
0-3-2. That's what Lang is at the moment. And it hasn't been a great game for her. It's been very difficult for her. And again, right, from game number 2, don't you think this warrants a Kagura ban up until this point? 7-1-3 KDA only taken down once by Chikoshi, I think earlier on. But even then, she still has been steamrolling now with the Divine Glaive to top it all up and to make things even worse. Myanmar, they... Oh no. No!
Boom! That's gonna be healing deleted immediately. That is the Kagura damage. Now with a man advantage, Kalkurika walks up aggressively, unfazed, undeterred, walking straight towards the purple buff, going in, connecting onto Chikoshi, but with the entropy she'll be able to kite back away. Everyone's grouping up together here, but Inu and Fury gets channeled down. Kalkurika will be the only one that's hit by it though. And Vietnam, with a calculated approach, now still with the man advantage, they can go for the Lord, but they're prepping for the macro play. They're sending Shieru to the top side.
All Myanmar need to do right now is try and buy some time, but they've been playing so forward, so aggressively as, again, right? Hilang will actually Hilang soon because of that yin-yang overturn if she keeps playing as aggressive as she currently is, because Chikoshi is nowhere near ready to go in for these team fights. The Natan is not near his power spike yet, has not reached that power spike yet, but they're still forcing the fights. They're still forcing these engages over to Vietnam, and they have been able to capitalize over and over and over again. This is a 6K gold lead now for Vietnam, Arashi.
But keep your eyes open for the kite back situation, because with the Ice Queen's 1 completed for Luna Lynx, there's a chance that Myanmar can really leave Vietnam out behind when they're going for these big fights. With the Minotaur as well, there's a lot of ways for them to go backwards, to go defensively. But Chikoshi going with the entropy, trying to trade the life for the turret, but unfortunately the hard guard, as always, comes in clutch from Shieru. That'll be Dinner, picking up the turret for just a Purify. And that's still them holding the control. Even though Dinner is low, there is no way for Myanmar to burst this Lord down fast enough. So Vietnam are content just waiting around right here, waiting for Sa to eventually find a big play. Yin overturn onto Crew, but it just gets attempted to be cancelled at least. Electro Final Blow is being used to try and zone out, but Sa getting close, getting low, getting picked up. That will be Myanmar striking back. That's the AoE coming down with the real world manipulation as Daisy goes in the back, securing the kill onto Ku, but that's only the roamer. Myanmar striking back when Vietnam is just unprepared for the collision.
Here we are in the 11th minute, and like you mentioned, Arashi, they are striking back, and they are striking back with full force. Despite them having a little bit more of an opportunity when it does get forced into game number 3, they don't want to take that risk, they don't want to take that chance, and they're looking for this comeback in the 11th minute of the game. Unfortunately, they do not go for the neutral objective take. They do not focus onto the Lord, seeing as they are a man down. They want to play this as decisively as well as disciplined as possible. It looks like they are going to be opening up the map there. giving a little bit of vision for themselves to figure out where the members of Vietnam currently are. If they want to go for a 50-50 in the neutral objective take, it's going to be very difficult. I mean, right now, Kao is 2 levels ahead of Kai at the moment, so they need to kind of play a different way. And looks like Hyang is looking for that.
Ooh, Luna Link's taken very, very low, but she's able to survive, but maybe not for long. Daisy, though, gets pushed back. Myanmar successfully is defending their mid laner, but the fight isn't over yet, though both teams still moving up aggressively. But that will be Luna Link's forced to back away. In Vietnam now, again, back in control. But watch on the top side where the Angela is just 1v1 against the Benedetta. That is some place where Vietnam can maybe, or Myanmar can maybe go for a play. But
Sa
once again goes for the deletion onto Chikoshi, and they're going for it once more. Ku, so low, unable to escape, cut off from the base, but she gets ignored. They're moving forward to try and go for K, to try and secure the jungler, and now setting their focus on Helene. Not really able to kite back out, but the final blow will allow her to slide out of that difficult situation. One member down though, without the gold laner, Vietnam confidently go for the Lord.
Yeah, they're gonna blitz it, they're gonna take it. DHS already built in for dinner, and this is a Warcry carry, by the way, the emblem choice that she has opted to go for. But that was a beautiful play by Sa again. Right? The fact that she was able to annihilate Chikoshi in the back line right before a very important team fight was just so imperative to the success that Vietnam has been able to amount for themselves, as this Lord is going to be marching down in the bottom lane. Right now, this carry is sitting on 3 items, already ready for this particular team fight. The only thing that will be a problem is the range, right? That's what the Iesf has to offer. She has 3 items already with the Enchanted Talisman, the Ice Queen one, and the Glowing one. So they do have to be careful with the range, and Dinner still does need to respect that magic damage. And here it is, that magic damage.
The real information being used early on though. Myanmar trying their best to really melt down this Lord. It will collide for now, but Vietnam, they're trying to get extra value here. Jumping on the K, final slash, lands on the 2, but the counter engage with the Minion Fury doesn't really work well enough. It's used defensively actually. Delaying, shut it down. That's gonna be the true damage coming through. Vietnam take away that base turret and they get K for their troubles, but they lost Sa with that aggressive style. Luna Link's now trying to chase down, slowing down the members of Vietnam, but Daisy is trying to go back with the final slash, still even escaping with the vengeance though. Very well played, kiting out of danger, and that will be it. But look at the top side, Myanmar, they will be able to clear that wave though, so almost a base turret taken out technically, but Myanmar with a great defense.
We have to take a look at this replay, right, Arashi? Because that Yin Yang overturn into the backline did eliminate K. It should have taken Chikoshi as well, but the Purify was there, and she was able to get out of that situation and deny that damage from coming through. But that was a very close call. But unfortunately, they weren't able to take Chikoshi out. And the fact was, right before that particular siege that Vietnam went through, she already picked up that Holy Crystal. So to shred the damage, that base damage from the Holy Crystal was definitely evident in that team fight that allowed Myanmar to quickly burst through, one, the Lord, as well as the super minions that came with the Lord. And now it looks like Myanmar are looking for an opposite siege, an opposite strategy. And with the Benedetta constantly clearing out in those side lanes, it is still going to be a problem for Vietnam in these upcoming turtle or Lord rather dances.
Unless you can use Angela, but now Daisy face checking into a brush, taking a lot of damage. Immortality is available. Final slash defensively. Hard cut is really used onto her though, but she will be able to survive. But that's a massive Minion Fury combo with a real world manipulation. But Chikoshi moves forward undeterred. Double kill, triple kill for her troubles as K runs for Calcute. You might want to get out of there immediately, man. Lord has just spawned up and Myanmar picked the perfect time to just pull the trigger on that fight. They're going to go straight for it. But Luna Link still chasing down here. They're trying to zone the members of Vietnam while still going for the Lord.
They have every opportunity to do that, right? With the space that they have, with 2 members taken out. You could even say that Sa is one of their main damage dealers up until this point. And now it looks like Myanmar is looking for that second win as we are in match point.
But the Waves pushing on the top side as well. They go for the mid turret first. Easy job done, but with the members of Vietnam spawning on right here, the top side might be a bit more tricky. Luna Lynx definitely wants to be a bit more careful there. Leshy gets hit by a huge yin-yang overturn, but that's before the Lord is even in the picture, by the way. Now, lumbering through the mid lane, there's a chance for Myanmar to set this up so that Vietnam has to deal with the Lord in the mid lane while they push on the top side.
They need to take Chikoshi down, already with the Divine Glaive as well to boot, and it looks like this might be the end of Vietnam if they can't successfully go for the defense.
Kalkudika just trying to zone, but Kate gets Daisy knocked up though. The real manipulation onto the top side actually with the minion fury again. A massive combo. Daisy tries her best to dive in the back, but at this point Chikoshi just way too much damage. Sao makes the play though, but the yin-yang overturn will not be enough. The Lord is still active, is still doing damage, but Chikoshi melts everyone down, including the crystal. That will be Myanmar with a sweep.
We are to be respected, we are to be feared and revered. My oh my, Myanmar with a clutch comeback. That looked like it was Vietnam's game. That looked like Vietnam should have been able to close it and should have been able to force a game number 3 from Myanmar. But once again, Myanmar being able to have a very brilliant showing into the later stage of the game. They were very patient. They were waiting for Natan to hit her power spike, and she eventually got that, and that really was the beginning of the end for Vietnam. And if we take a look at the standings, right, Myanmar and Vietnam earlier on were tied into 3-3. This should actually put Myanmar higher, I think an additional 3 points, 6 points, tied in with Philippines and Malaysia. But we're gonna go in for a refresh to see all the results of the offline matches that aren't being streamed to see what's going on. But here it is. Okay, Philippines now at 9 points, and so Malaysia and Myanmar are both tied at 6.
Like you mentioned, Eterna, it's very important that they get like a proper on sweep. But before we get more into that, let's take a look at the highlights, man, because that game, Vietnam, props to them as well, because even though they didn't come out on top, this game was intense and there were a ton of great moments right here, all the way from the beginning. Of course, there's the big combos coming in from Myanmar. We're already expecting that. But the fact that Vietnam were able to find moments of success right here, despite the fact that on paper, they don't really win out in a proper big team fight. Sa was able to find big moments, and so did Daisy. And the utilization of the hard guard for Vietnam is definitely something that was a major problem for Myanmar.
Lang was also not doing a great job in her lane, right? She was constantly shut down. I think Daisy time and time again was able to find really great plays across the board in these team fights and in these skirmishes, and it felt like the composition that Myanmar brought was strong, but it severely lacked in mobility, which is something that Vietnam had. So they were able to rotate a lot quicker. You can see here as well, Chikoshi wasn't ready in terms of her items. She hadn't reached her power spike just yet. So her damage output in these team fights were really lackluster, and it was very difficult for them to take these team fights with the lack of damage coming through.
And man, that yin-yang overturn, I think a lot of teams will be taking notice. If it's not meta, it's at least a relevant factor here. That is a lot of burst damage, and not to mention good utility and vision gathering with the umbrellas. Despite the fact that Myanmar had spammable abilities of their own, Vietnam were able to find great pickoffs. But when it comes to a proper on fight, especially once Chikoshi has the power spikes, it's just too much damage, man. And it's from such a farther range compared to Dinner. Dinner was just zoned away so much by all the AoE crowd control tools that she can't really walk up and be that decisive damage source that her team needs her to be.
That's why the Iesf was such a good pick, right? One of the biggest counters towards heroes like the carry that has dominated the meta for quite some time before the latest patch hit are these long-range heroes, right? The Farsa, the Iesfs, and it really showed in this game, especially with Luna Links, right? Picking up another pick there, another item for a little bit more damage as well as, you know, versatility in these team fights. It was very difficult. We did see that Sa tried to go for the assassinations onto Chikoshi. There were very valiant efforts to do so, but at the end of the day, the spacing from Chikoshi, the way that she kind of anticipated those yin-yang overturns up until that final moment, here we'll see it come to play, was just incredible as well from Chikoshi. A big round of applause to this team.
And look at Sa, that despite Myanmar just playing it well, she still finds a chance to land that yin-yang overturn on Chikoshi and on Luna Links at the same time, right? So that's testament again to the skill of these players from Vietnam. They're definitely a real threat to be reckoned with. But let's take a look at the post-game stats right here. And almost 100k once more for Sa on Kagura, man. You gotta respect the potential there for sure. But this time, Chikoshi a lot closer there when it comes to damage output, because late game Natan, man, we haven't seen it really work out as well in recent times, but it's still definitely a big factor.
So if Vietnam won, we would definitely crown that MVP for Sa, right? And the question is, who will be crowned the player of the game or the MVP from the side of Myanmar? We are going to take a look right now. Who will it be? Natan, Chikoshi was dealing a lot of damage as well. Do you have any predictions, Arashi, as to the MVP?
I think it has to be Chikoshi, man, because the way she played right here, I think it's a lot cleaner than in the previous game. I think she got used and adapted to the Kagura a lot faster than I would expect. So I think that is my prediction.
Okay, we'll see. Drum roll, please. And it is Chikoshi. KDA 920, despite being on a late game hero like the Natan who needs a little bit more time to scale to the later parts, and the fact that there was so much dive, mobility, and kill pressure from Vietnam, she was only taken down twice. Her entire damage dealt, 80k, is actually quite impressive because the amount of time, the duration after she hit her power spike as to how fast they were able to close afterwards was actually quite small. It was a small window of opportunity.
It's just the value of having a Purify. And by all means, the MVP, the player of the match is Chikoshi, but the rest of the team really played a big role. I mean, we saw, I think, Ku earlier with the Minion Fury. I thought it was going to be used with a flicker forwards, but it's a flicker backwards, right? The team recognizes that Chikoshi is farming up, that the Chikoshi can deal that damage if she gets the appropriate protection. So with the whole team effort, that's what allows her to walk up a lot more aggressively and do some damage. And of course, the timings for the Purify, the timings for the Entropy is just on point. And it's not even just that defensive maneuver. It's also the moments where she was bold enough to go for a aggressive forwards entropy in this game. And I think that's the hallmark of a Natan that really knows his limits, right? Well, in this case, her limits. But when you can use your defensive tool, your only defensive tool, and use it aggressively, that is definitely something that is something that shows her skill.
So again, right, with this win coming in from Myanmar, this should propel them further up into the standings. And I'm like taking a look at, okay, if you guys are having a little bit of, FOMO, fear of missing out, you guys can actually check the standings in the official website, isf.gg. You guys can go ahead and check out the Southeast Asia region and take a look at the results and standings for Group 1 or Group A. And you guys will see Myanmar, Philippines, Malaysia, Vietnam, and Thailand in this particular group. There's a total of 9 regions that are fighting for that top 4 position to eventually make it to playoffs. And we'll see, ongoing and upcoming, Vietnam and Myanmar. We saw that Myanmar was able to take it 2-0 earlier on. We're going to have a match between Vietnam and Philippines. That will also be a big clue as to who makes it, but our final match, I don't know if this is going to be offline or we're going to actually be able to cast over it, but there's going to be also, oh no, we're not, because it happens on the same time. They're both at 6 p.m. So Myanmar versus Malaysia, Arashi. And again, right, Malaysia and Myanmar should be tied at 6 points.
Okay, well, unfortunately, there's some things we won't be able to bring out and show to you guys. But what we can bring in is an interview, Eterna.
Oh, okay. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk to the victors. Ring, ring, ring. Are you there? Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Lunaling. How are you?
Hi.
Hang on, let me just adjust my audio real quick. All right. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Congratulations, by the way, for that 2-0. It was super clean. It was super decisive. How do you feel about your team's performance so far?
How to say about it? Yeah, I really trust my teammates. I think that's why we can win. Maybe early in the early game we are really losing and we different go like a 5K. But I trust my teammates. They really can play well. So that's why I think we win the game.
That was great, right?
Wow.
Because in game number 2, Arashi, it was so close, right? You came back with a comeback, right? Vietnam nearly closed it out, but your patience, your persistence, and of course your, dedication towards this game, your perseverance and resilience just allowed you to win it out 2-0. Arashi, do you have a question?
Well, I think there's a big question from all of us here who were watching that game. How surprised were you that the Kagura showed up? Not once, but even twice there. Because that final pick Kagura for game 2, even we were like, whoa, again? Considering this composition, are you surprised that you know about this Kagura? Did you feel like, okay, in game 1 it's good, but we can deal with it. It doesn't matter. We don't have to ban it away in game 2.
So we're not really surprised about she picked the Kagura because mostly we are suffering with them together. So sometimes how I play, she is the really, really best mid laner. So she can play really good play. And the last actual day ago, she played Kagura also. Like, she's so crazy. So in the second game, we're thinking like, should we ban Kagura? Like that. But like, just give her like she will play Kagura again like that. Yes.
What
Alright,
what
so
was the decision behind not banning it in the second game?
We're just thinking like talking to my Golei or talking to my is Kakura using the skill 1 to you just run it, okay? Like that. We're just trying to run, like trying to escape them,
I see. Okay.
All right. Well, along with that, by the way, what was the thought process of going for that Iesf in game number 2? Because I was thinking like it really works well right there for that composition. Did you think that it's a great pick, or is it something like a power pick that you have in your arsenal?
I mean, you mean about the Iesf?
Yes, the Iesf.
Yeah.
Now I think Iesf is a little buff in the game, and then Iesf's game is like a slow to the enemy. So there is a Bahasha, there is a Alo. Every time they get it the slow effect, they really, really cannot do the performance. So I just trying to poking, and maybe my Golem will be carry because she have a best damage. So I wanna play like a slow mage and poking. Yeah. So they
Alright,
really,
that's a
really
great call.
Yeah.
Very
So it
good.
was
I mean,
the
so you get the
utility,
calculation.
right? That kind of, eventually made you decide to go for the Iesf in game number 2. So very interesting. Okay, I have another question, right?
Yeah.
In your group so far, who do you think has been your main contender? Like, who has been the most difficult region to go against so far?
Our difficult region to Versa, right? So I think it's Philippines. Philippines is the really, really hard game enemy. That the other country is, I think, just at same level, and we are really, really same. I feel like the way. Just Philippines.
Right.
Philippines so strong. Yeah.
Philippines so strong. I mean, they are leading in the group, right? With 9 points at the moment.
We met with Omega yesterday. We already lost like 0-2. They are so strong. Yeah.
How confident are you to make it out of the groups? And how confident are you to make it to the playoffs?
And now we have to versus Malaysia again. If we can win the Malaysia, we will go to the playoff for tomorrow. So I think we are already ready for that also. We want to versus Malaysia also. Yeah.
That's great. Arashi, do you have a last question?
Well, there's a customary question I always ask during an interview, but do you have any statements right here for your supporters, for all the people in Myanmar that's definitely supporting your run right here, just rooting for you to really be champions?
Champion. We just trying our best, just like that. Maybe we will show our performance so best also. Yeah, just like that.
That's great. That's great. Thank you so much for this interview. Again, congratulations and good luck for your next matches. We hope to see you in the playoffs once again. Thank you so much, Luna Lin.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Arashi, when you asked about the champion thing, it didn't seem like she was confident to get it. Did you get the same familiar as the same kind of idea? Because, man,
You felt that she wasn't confident in going for it, you mean, or?
yeah, she was like, champion?
Well, it's great to be humble, right? But I think I would prefer a bit more flair, right? Of course, people know we're from the Indonesian region, and this is that spicy region, man. Of course, we lose out to Malaysia. That's something we're working on. Be patient.
Oh God.
But
I
man,
thought we don't talk about that.
I'm just saying they have us beat when it comes to that spice, man. But we prefer
Yeah.
that as much as possible. So hey, they're going with the humble route. That's definitely a way that some teams have been able to use. So we'll have to see their performance. They sure seemed confident, at least going into their next matches. They showed again that they have great understanding about the game, about the composition. Right? We were asking about the Iesf, and she's like, "Yeah, I don't have to do damage. Right? I can trust in my teammates, the trust factor as well. But I can just
Yeah.
trust in my teammates to do what they need to do, and all I have to do is just spam all these skills, man. Just slow people down. I mean, I like how everything was calculated, and it's not just like, oh, I like playing Eve, so I picked it.
Yeah, their next match is going to be with Malaysia again, right? I think she mentioned it in the interview as well. So there are a few matches that we still need to get through, but our next match of the day, the ones that we are going to be casting over, will be Vietnam again versus the Philippines. And even Luna herself mentioned, like, Philippines is one of the top contenders to be able to make it to the playoffs and top contenders to make it to WEC and Riyadh. So after that loss, let's hope that Vietnam can recollect themselves and, you know, come into this match with the best of spirits. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go on a short break. Me and Arashi will be back after the break. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere for Iesf Mlbb Women's Asian Regional Qualifiers. There you go. Bye-bye. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the Iesf Mlbb Women's final day here in the Asian Regional Qualifiers, as we are getting to the final matches in this particular group and the final match of the group stage for our second match of the day. We will be spearheading it with Vietnam once again, going head-to-head against the Titans, the championship tournament favorites here in the Philippines. Arashi, we're back again on the English broadcast, as with me, Eterna, alongside with Arashi. And here is our next match of the day.
Vietnam against Philippines, and just earlier on we were seeing how the Vietnam, they had potential. They were doing great things in their match against Myanmar, but unfortunately they were just unable to close it out when it comes down to it, right? So they know how to get an advantage. It's just maintaining it that seems a bit too difficult. So now against Philippines, a team that has been talked up to be one of the favorites, to be doing really, really well. They're a very strong team. I think Vietnam has a huge hurdle to try and get over, and they have to do so while recovering from a 2-0 sweep against Myanmar earlier. So they're definitely working against the flow of the tides here.
There was definitely glimmers of brilliance coming in from Vietnam, with them being able to lead game number 2 against Myanmar earlier on, but they weren't able to close it out, right? That discipline kind of lacked, and that's something that they do need to work on. As we took a look at their official team lineup, we have Sa, Daisy, Kao, Dinner, as well as Sheromi once again. So still the main 5. We're not going to see any changes towards the roster, and of course we're going to be expecting nightmares coming in from regions all across the world, thinking about Shaz, Kagura, and whether or not the Philippines have done their homework, and whether or not the Philippines would like to go for a respect ban towards this Kagura, especially if they get red side.
I mean, it seems like earlier on, Myanmar at least were like, okay, we can let it go, we'll be fine. But now up against their opponents here, the roster of the Philippines, right? That's where we have to figure out what is going to happen right here, right? What kind of approach are they going to do against a team that has very clearly a strong signature pick in the mid lane?
You have Amores, Perez, Vivero, Alpuerto, and Diagon. And I think one of the main things that we can see from this Filipino lineup, especially for the MLBB Women's, is that they all have the PHI, the Philippines, before that name, right? It really shows their sense of nationality towards their country and their region. And so far, they have been doing great as a main 5. If you guys aren't familiar, this is a very similar lineup towards Smart Omega Empress, who were able to get 3rd place, if I'm not mistaken. 4th place. In their previous tournament, the most recent tournament in SPS, right behind the Indonesian region. So they were strong contenders. They were great, right? They knew the fundamentals. They understood a lot of the meta that was shaping back then. But the question is whether or not they've actually adjusted towards this new meta. But I mean, taking a look at their history, they've won every single match, not losing a single game or match currently. So they are number 1 in the standings with 9 points. And if Vietnam go for a miracle play against this region, against Philippines, they will be able to tie themselves back with Myanmar and Malaysia. But Myanmar and Malaysia, they still have one more match ahead of them. So I think either way, this shouldn't really play to the results of Vietnam, Arashi. Am I calculating this correctly?
Trying to think about it myself, but I've always been bad with numbers, man. So I mean, if you're actually curious about it, you can go to iesf.gg and do some calculations on your own. But for sure, I think what the result of this match will definitely play a big significant impact on how things kind of shape up. If it's not in the standings, it's also still for the mental state of the players, right? We talked about this very much so, especially when the teams are like really close to each other in skill, right? That small 1 or 2 games can make or break the whole mental game going into it. So I think for both teams, victory is definitely something they really, really want and need, technically, if they want to keep going on strong and carry that momentum over to the next stage.
And right now, if we take a look at Group 2 or Group B in the Southeast Asia region for the MLBB Women's, it's Indonesia and Cambodia currently at number 1. So it looks like both of these teams, both of these regions should be the ones to push through into the playoffs, Indonesia and Cambodia. Meanwhile, for Group A or Group number 1, we are still waiting confirmation as to the match later on between Myanmar and Malaysia to see who will be moving forward, because I think it's a sure win for Philippines. It's a sure slot in for Philippines into the playoffs, but that second slot for Group A and Group 1 will be very telling, especially after these next few matches. So, ladies and gentlemen, are you supporters of the Philippines here in our next match, or are you behind Vietnam? You can tell what you think and who you guys are supporting in the live chat in the comments, because Arashi is reading and he will call out one person at the end of this broadcast.
What? Am I? It's my first time hearing about this, Eterna.
You said that in the break.
Man, I'm being put on the spot by Eterna as usual. But man, I think that I want to see this Kagura kind of work out, man. Because I think a lot of people will be saying, man, the Kagura was great. Sao was able to get multiple kills. But see, they keep losing, That's why the Kagura just can't work. It's just not in the meta. I want to see it work, right? So that there'll be an argument for this Kagura actually coming back into the meta. Because I think it's a fun pick. It has a lot of potential. Great moments like we saw earlier with the switch of room with the umbrella. And that's definitely not because I'm a Filipino hater. So stop typing that in chat. That is not the case.
What? Is that what's happening in chat, ladies and gentlemen? Please do update me. But, other than the Kubugura pick, what are the other things that we kind of noticed from that particular game, right? We saw the Fredrin coming back to success, but it felt like the Baxia had a little bit more control over these neutral objectives, right?
I think so. With the speed, right, with the clear speed and movement speed, we're seeing that rotations and mobility is definitely something that's so important right now. We talked about this before, even before the item changes, where a lot of the heroes right now, you just simply can't tank. Right, the Natan we saw in the previous game, the carry as well. Whoever stands there and takes that beating will get taken out, no matter what items you go for. Right, you're delaying the inevitable by at most, I guess, 2 or 3 seconds. So a lot of the solutions right there, it's all about mobility. Right, that's why the Fredrin becomes so important, because you can go in, you can tank some damage, you can get sustain even, and then you can dash out and then wait for the spells to come back up, and then that back and forth seems to be something that's so important, which is why we saw even when Myanmar was on the back foot earlier, the fact that they have that Iesf so that when they are chasing, they can catch up, and when they are moving backwards, they can also still stave off the aggression. Now it seems like the meta is really revolving around these slows and utilities, and also how far your team can kind of like dash and go in, which is why we're seeing a lot of these, especially in the gold lane, just all these high mobility heroes like the carry, like the Natan. You need some kind of dash, because the moment you're on a hero with no dashes, you're so vulnerable. But you also can't really follow up on your team when they are making that decisive play that can make or break the game.
You spoke about mobility earlier on, Arashi, and it's a fun fact that the jungler Keishi, right, Smart Omega Empress, she's been known to pick up these assassins. So earlier on in our first match of the day, we saw a lot of fighter heavy, tank heavy utility junglers, but I'm expecting the Lings, the Nolans, even the Alpha we actually saw from her back at SPS actually come through. So that's definitely something that we do still need to keep an eye out for, especially with how good the Angela has been doing, right? Imagine the Angela paired in with the Ling. It's a combination that we've known and hated and kind of loved to hate for so many seasons ago. And it's coming back to life. It's coming back to light with how this meta has really adjusted and kind of paved the way for the assassins to come back in the jungle. So Ling Angela is definitely something that Vietnam really needs to be wary of, because I'm not sure, like, does a jungler from Vietnam not like assassins? Is her style utility?
Well, going with the previous play style, at least, it doesn't seem like she's that aggressively oriented. Of course, that's just one game we're going off of here. At least I'm doing that. So we'll have to see. The Ling Angela, like you're mentioning, has been a devastating combo. And technically, there's a play in the drafting phase where you pick up the Angela and then you force your opponent into a Ling pick without the Angela. Because otherwise, you're going to be forced to deal with a Ling Angela. But if you go and pick the
Yeah.
Ling so early on, then the team that picked the Angela first, it kind of forces that Ling on you, can now adjust, can now look for these picks that can be such a nuisance to the Ling. So that is a play that's been always utilized by a lot of coaches. We'll have to see with the potential for assassins coming back if it becomes more regularly, if it shows up more regularly as far as the games go.
What do you think about blue side and red side, Arashi, so far, right? Because I think over the course of a lot of tournaments, we've always been talking about this. It's also one of the main things that have become one of the keys to success for a lot of these teams. Do you still think, coming into ISF, with everything that you've seen from these matches, that blue side and red side play a factor into the success of some of these teams and regions?
I think it does, in a sense that it's still the same idea. If you go for the first pick, then your opponents can kind of can be forced to respect ban you, but also deal with prio bans. I think the difference right now is, like, unlike previously where, let's say, the Harith is almost like a guaranteed win, right, with how strong he was. A lot of these heroes have been tuned down already, and there's a shakeup in the meta as well with the change in the items. So technically, the meta hasn't settled enough so that there is a guaranteed must ban or pick just yet. And that's what you're seeing now. A lot of these bans are just really quite different, quite flexible. And in fact, the first pick, Vietnam, is the one banning away the Harith. So I feel like now it's a bit more situational, especially if you yourself have a player that warrants such a respect. Like Vietnam with the Kagura, first pick here forces the Philippines to spend one ban already. So I think that's something that teams can use, but it's definitely no longer as one-sided as it used to be.
So we'll see how this turns out, okay, as we enter the drafts, because like you mentioned, right, these bans are definitely something that we don't see quite often. We usually see the Luo Yis, the Chips. I think earlier on, we did get an Angela. We are going to see an Angela again, Novari and Roger. So with the Minotaur being banned out here by the Philippines, what's going to be the first pick for Vietnam, right? Because they have a plethora of choices, Chip, Luo Yi, and the Roger. I think those three would be my personal priority. And they go for the Luo Yi here. So that actually leaves open a very flexible and high priority pick like the Roger for the Philippines to pick up for themselves.
Definitely a great option they can go for. Or they can try and match the global presence with the Chip. But we've seen now that global presence is no longer an all-in solution, right? When you are not used to it, it's difficult. But now you really need to be that much more crafty, that much more unexpected on these global heroes to really gain full value out of it. For the Philippines, they went straight with the Mathilda. It's definitely still a very strong roamer that is flexible too. You can pick it up early on not because it can be flexed out, but it's because you can fit it into a defensive composition, but also an aggressive composition. If they want to go for invades, the Guiding Wind and the Wisp in the early game is definitely a big problem. If you want to go defensive, same, the Guiding Wind can be used. And in fact, we saw that the Guiding Wind was used to help out, I forgot whose match it was, but we saw like a Mathilda Baxia combo where the Mathilda was used to help the Baxia move even faster across the map. That is still something that can be utilized, but Vietnam goes for this Yuzong that we haven't seen, at least in the previous match, always been banned out.
Very high priority, right? It's always just been the Terizla and the Yuzong in the EXP lane. It's always that. So the fact that the Yuzong has been left open, it does signal that it is a high priority pick to be placed in the EXP lane. Because again, right, if we're talking about the Yuzong, he also has a plethora of strategies that can be utilized within the Terizla, right? Really great for team fight, really good in lane as well. If you want to go and zone out these members in the backline, like the Novaria, it's also a great pick. And it looks like Vietnam gonna pair this up with a Florin, so even more sustain coming through. And I think the one thing that we really need to note about the Luo Yi earlier on that we kind of forgot to mention is the fact that Luo Yi had a change into her kit, right? The reason why she hasn't been picked up quite often lately is the fact that her cooldown on her ultimate has been increased by like 1 minute, right? Mm-hmm. So the way that she utilizes the diversion plays, it has to be a lot more thought in because she can't just spam that ability anymore. So that macro heavy style of the Luo Yi really depends on the decision making and really great timing with the diversion play. But right, in the
Yep.
jungle, we are gonna have a Ling. We were talking about this earlier on, and it was something that was quite surprising because for the past few matches that I've been casting for the male scene, we've been seeing a lot of these assassins, the Nolans, the Ling, really finding so much success. And now Philippines with Keishi in the jungle, her name is Al Puerto, I think, in this tournament. She's gonna be able to pick up that Ling.
The Ling with the Mathilda, I mean, we've seen it being used. That makes the Ling so much more mobile. Like you thought that the Ling was already mobile with the Finch Poise. Now with the
Yeah.
Guiding Wind, that's an extra way to escape or chase. So I think it's a great flexible style still. Right now, we still have no idea if it's going to be a full-on collision style from the Philippines or is it going to be more long distance. Vietnam, though, certainly is doubling down on the team fight angle here. The Yu Zhong, the Lo Yi is great, the Florin as well. Almost guarantees that when it comes to sustain, you will have a bit more of an advantage. So for the Philippines, with the Novaria and Mathilda, there's a chance that they can go for like a split push style here. They send the Ling off to do her thing, and then the Mathilda can kind of take away or like save any members jumped on by Vietnam to try and disengage from a lot of the big team fights that can get roped in if Vietnam tries to try and capitalize on the fact that they are a member down. And the Novaria can slow them down and spot them out as well. So it comes down again to the usage of the diversion. With the cooldown increased, it cannot be used to scout any longer. And the timing of when to use it, Eterna, like you said, it's not just when you use it, but the cooldowns to make sure that it's available for the next time you require that kind of global transference.
This is, as you were talking, Arashi, sorry, I was distracted, right? Because Philippines went in for the export ban.
Right.
But Vietnam have picked up the Yuzong. So what are they saying here? Are they saying that this Yuzong can be placed in a different lane? Jungler Yuzong? Gold lane Yuzong? Or are they afraid of a export jungle? Is what they're signifying, right? Because very interesting.
Ooh.
With the Yuzong being there, with the export being banned up by the Philippines, Vietnam, they pick this up and they go in for the Charizla ban. So it looks like this Barats is going to be placed into the EXP. This is something that they've been known to pick up in the EXP. It's not something that we've seen quite often, especially with how far the Barats has fallen off. But they do need a frontliner. They do need somebody to be able to tank in that damage, and it looks like they are going to go for the Barats. But Natan is their next solution in the gold lane. And the big question is, who is going to be in the jungle? We have the Martis still left open if they want to still go for that kind of similar style. Baxia is also still left open.
And there are a lot of options here, but they're lacking a bit of crowd control, I was thinking. But no, it's going to be a Martis. It seems like they're trying to protect their Natan by being aggressive, by being the ones that are attacking instead. Because we saw in the previous match, when they are in the driver's seat, when they're the ones that are aggressing, they do really, really well. So if they can do so, they can indirectly open up the rest of the map and secure safety for the Natan in their roster. For the Philippines, it's almost like a different approach here. Now seeing the Martis, it's still a very fighter-heavy, front-heavy style. So I think they have to just rely on that poke damage. But with the Florin in the picture, now that it becomes a bit more difficult, right? It almost kind of nullifies the poke that the Novaria can bring out. It's going to be a Roger in the gold lane to be able to just solo pressure this Natan, even if maybe the rest of the team are going to be too busy dealing with the Yuzong, with the Lo Yi as well.
There's a lot of emphasis on snowball for both of these teams, right? Like you mentioned, it looked like with the utilization of the Martis in the jungle, they are trying to buy enough time for this Natan to land into that power spike and hopefully look for a snowball, right? That's what they're going for, because the Martis in the jungle severely needs that. He needs to be able to snowball, and if they do go for a snowball, then of course this Natan will be able to get to that power spike a lot quicker. But from the Philippines, we're actually seeing a very similar story, right? I think the only late game hero that we can kind of count on for the Philippines in the late game is probably the Novaria. But other than that, Roger needs the snowball from the early game. Ling can work in towards the late game, but the idea of the Ling, I think, with this current lineup right now is that kill pressure in the early game, right? To kind of pressure in those side lanes, help out those side lanes, and have that ganking capacity with the high mobility that this Ling has. So It's going to be very interesting to see how this actually works out, right? Philippines does want to get a little bit more into the early game, but so does Vietnam.
But I think that there's a difference in how they want to take those fights. I think Vietnam are really looking for those big fights where everyone's involved. Whereas for the Philippines, if they go with the Ling and with the Warcry emblem, and they just use that mobility, if you think about it, right? The Barat is the only member here that is kind of immobile, but they have the Mathilda to try and supplement that. Everyone else, Astral Recall for Novaria, Finch Poise for Ling, and still the Lycan form for the Roger. Everyone is so fast on their feet, they can rotate around, out-rotate the members of Vietnam. And if they go with that setup, Warcry on the Ling and Roger building for burst damage, they can combo that along with a very solid Astrosphere and Star Shatter and just go for pickoffs and avoid the fights altogether. I think the level 4 will be the most deciding moment here in this game.
Let's see. Oh, wait, what? Already first blood in the under 1 minute, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into game number 1 in this best of 3 series. And right, you were talking about that level 4, but even before level 4, we do see the kind of the idea of the composition that the Philippines has brought to the table here for game number 1, with Perez already picking up a kill over onto the Tan in the gold lane.
Ooh, look at that damage coming in from Amores, man. The Philippines are out for blood. I mean, Perez showing that she is hungry, going for dinner immediately, securing that first blood. But you can see the pressure already immediately, right? They're able to shove out so much faster, and they're able to rotate even faster as well. Especially with the Novaria Mathilda combo, that's going to be such a pain for the side laners, because Novaria can just put down 2 spells and just walk off with Vivero on the Mathilda, and that'll be the end of it. And immediately look at this invade, though. They're looking for a chance to go onto Calcute, that she'll be able to still be doing quite fine right now. But the fact that now the turtle control is in the hands of the Philippines, are they going to try and oblige for a full-on fight, or are they going to maybe take it a bit slow here?
That's the big question, right? Because both of the junglers are actually at level 4, so technically the Mardus does still have a little bit more to say in the neutral objective take, especially with his anti-CC, but a diversion play.
Ooh, seems like Amores wasn't expecting the diversion to go through. She will be taken very, very low, but the guiding wind saves her. Terms of Blaze being popped by Alpuerto, and she'll be able to take one out. CC immune though from Calcute, trying desperately to try and secure something, but the Finch Poise is just too pesky, too difficult. That'll be Diagon taking out one member more. Philippines winning out on every single phase. The mobility advantage, they're using it to its full extent.
It has been insane the way that they were able to control that, right? The fact that they were able to get that neutral objective take, it was a very valiant effort once again from Sa on this Luo Yi to look for that crazy play from the bush, to perhaps look for an advantage in the bush. But at the end of the day, right, the way that the mobility card kind of worked in that particular team fight, they were able to weave in and weave out of the skills coming through from the side of Vietnam, and they were able to capitalize over that play from Vietnam that eventually propelled them to 3 kills in the first 3 minutes. Look at this in the bottom lane. It's a 2v1 situation, but Perez is still gonna go for it. He knows exactly the layer, but here comes the cavalry, here comes the backup.
Circling Eagle under the turret there, just exposing everyone. Perhaps for Amores to land a Star Shatter, but it won't really result in anything. But you saw that Perez in this lane is just doing so well. He's just a lot stronger here, almost winning out 1v2 even. And with the rest of the team close by, Calcute collides with Vivero, but Philippines will be taking it slow for now. They want to make sure that they get the right calculated play.
It looks like that's going to be the case here. Oof. Perez even really understands the limit of this Roger, right? Wants to get in that clear onto the waves before she goes in for the recalls, because she doesn't want to lose out in an already advantageous lane, already a level above of dinner in that gold lane. But it's also important to note that we actually do see one of the new emblems coming through, right, from Sheru. We have the Temporal Rain. Perhaps it will help her in the spammability of how she utilizes it, especially if you want to spam as much ultimates as possible. Here comes the Circling Eagle.
Calcute gets jumped on. Diagon trying to help out in that effort as well. But the Philippines just setting up a wall right here, putting Diagon in between them and the opposing roster. Daytona's Welcome though lands down to Calcute, but she will still be able to get out with a Moral Coil. The chase though comes down, and she will surely fall here, get taken out. That is the aggression we were talking about. Man, The Philippines, what can they not do here? They have all the control. They're just going in and out. And Vietnam were going with a very creative approach. You said it, Tuna. They had a temporal rain. They had Natan on the war cry, by the way, which might have contributed to how that lane is going right now, because it doesn't give you a lot of sustainability like the quantum charge or the other more defensive emblems like the weakness finder that a lot of Natans try and use to try and stave off aggression coming in from that Roger.
For sure. And you know, the creativity and all that aggression coming through from the Philippines as well. I mean, even the system can't handle it, Arashi. And they're forced to look at our faces. You know what, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really sorry, right? There's too much violence going on that we kind of have to go for censor. No, Arashi, violence is not okay. And that's what we're looking at, right? Because the Philippines have been so great at controlling the objectives. They've been so great at controlling and understanding the limits of their individual roles and individual heroes, that the kill pressure is there, but not so much as they're making mistakes, right? I think that's one of the main things that we saw kind of lack from Vietnam in the earlier match that they had against Myanmar, right? They had the kill pressure. They were very aggressive, but sometimes a little bit too aggressive. And so their positioning becomes off, their initiation kind of becomes off, and that eventually allows the opponent to kind of take over from then and there. But that's not what we're seeing from the Philippines at all. I mean, it's a wonder, right? Why in that interview, Myanmar Luna, she was like, yeah, one of our biggest competitors right now, one of the hardest teams to beat at the moment is Philippines. And that's not the first time that a region has mentioned Philippines. I think in the African qualifiers as well, a lot of people have actually looked forward as they answer in their interviews to go head to head against Philippines. But here we are back in the game after the violence that is coming through. But it looks like Vietnam have picked up 3 kills for themselves onto Diagon, Fifero, as well as Amores. I wonder what happened earlier on.
Maybe we'll see a replay later, but only time will tell. What is significant, though, is both teams have lost the turrets on the top and bottom side. Look at Amores, though, getting jumped on immediately. That is the Lo Yi burst damage pressure. But she'll still be sticking around here. Daisy is in the area with the Black Dragon form, but that will be the turtle picked up by Puerto immediately. Daytona's welcome, used to try and go for a pickup. That will seal the deal for Daisy once more, the frontliner. And this aggressive style for Vietnam really seems to cost them when it comes to staying power in the middle of a fight, especially because Kaukute on the Martis is also with a killing spree. They're really banking on being able to go aggressive.
Just a casual dinosaur mukbanging on a dragon, but it looks like a diversion play towards the bottom lane. I don't think they understand what's happening here. Let's see the clash come forward, but really, really great read, really great disengage. Meanwhile, in the top lane though,
Tempest of Blades, Puerto with a very easy pickup, a very vulnerable dinner, quite literally taken out by Puerto and going straight for the turrets immediately. This is that split pressure we're talking about. Vietnam has some prowess when it comes to a full-on 5v5, but 1v1, there's so many more ways for the Philippines to try and maintain this pressure.
I wonder what the itemization for the Ling is, right? Did he go straight for Sky Piercer? Or did she go for a different kind of strategy here, but diversion play once again towards his mid lane? Does Perez know that she's there?
Ooh, the passive triggers onto Perez, but that's a circling eagle used by Vivera to scout and disengage. That'll be it. That'll be the diversion play completely neutralized. And for Vietnam, they're just not having enough tools right here. Even if they do set up for a great diversion play, who is supposed to start off the sequence of events? Who is gonna lock down the members from the Philippines? If it's gonna be Shieru with the stun seed, I think it's just a bit too difficult and it doesn't really last long enough.
Now we're gonna take a look at the items earlier on. So for the Ling, okay, already ramping up in those items, right? But diversion play again.
Oh, they go into the top side right here, where Daisy still gets low, but she's flying out on the Black Dragon form. The Philippines can very easily chase her down. Amores definitely looking for a chance to try and get something more. But that'll be the Vietnamese backing away.
Whoa, Dinner.
Dinner going in with the entropy, but won't be able to find Amores at all. The cover, the sustainability. And look at the moves, right? Philippines having control over the Lord pit, immediately go for it. And Vietnam are powerless. They have the global pressure, but they're getting out-rotated.
So the question is whether or not they're going to be able to buy time for this Natan to come online, right? Because at this moment, with Alpuerto, with the Ling picking up the Sky Piercer, no deaths so far. So she's going to be able to capitalize over that item severely. But that base damage from Sa is still there and still needs to be respected. Actually forces the Novaria, forces Amores to go in for a recall as another diversion play is coming to the mix here.
Wait a minute, what a read there from Perez. She was gonna walk down too. Wait, I might have spoken too soon though. But with the diversion play, they go on Diagon instead. But that's a tanky member. Daytona's welcome. It's used onto Daisy. And she gets out with the guiding wind still. Perez kiting back away, but Sa with the aggressive flicker. Now helped out by Daisy. But the guiding wind once more becomes a thorn in their side. And in the back line, that is Alpuerto going in, taking out dinner just like that. And it's not over yet. Perez coming through to try and participate. And that's Kao Kiteka. Powerless. And with the Lord in Tao, a 6v5, they go for Daisy as the waves still push on the top side. The Philippines give nothing back to Vietnam. And they might just go for the end right here.
Wiped out, ladies and gentlemen, in the 11th minute of the game. And with no members standing, with 7 seconds left on the clock, Dinner is going to be spawning real soon. Can she defend from the inevitable? Can she defend from this siege coming in from the Philippines?
Doesn't seem like it's going to be the case. They all try and scramble to try and get the Philippines roster off their crystal, but it won't be enough. They were just too far ahead, almost at a 10k gold lead. The Philippines, man, this is why people have been hyping them up. We just saw respect given to them earlier, and you're seeing just a different level of just macro and mechanics.
It was crazy, right? Because throughout this tournament, even from the African qualifiers, Mirko as well as Naisu came into a little bit of a heated discussion because after the interview that they made, I forgot with what region, but she mentioned that one of the biggest regions that she really wanted to face was the Philippines, right? Being one of the main contenders to win Iesf this year for the Mlbb women's. And then Naisu was like smiling and stuff like that, and then Mirko's like, what?
Like
because
that?
I mean, technically so far, yeah, exactly like that. Because technically so far in the women's scene, Indonesia has been dominating, especially with Bigatron Era and now Team Vitality. But the fact of the matter is, a lot of these regions are actually anticipating and viewing the Philippines as one of the strongest regions in the Mlbb women's scene as well. And it really just goes to show how far this region has really improved with their gameplay, because that was completely a dominant win. It was a one-sided victory for the Philippines. 11 minutes, Arashi. That was the first Lord. And they were able to go for a wiped out and eventually go for the end. But we're going to take a look at the highlights now for game number 1 in this best of 3 series, with Vietnam going head to head against Philippines. And we got to see that beauty again, Arashi.
I mean, they were just solid in their game plan overall, right? The fact that they have this Barat's pick that we were kind of questioning, but using it in the XP lane is a whole different deal. The fact that they have a assassin jungler means that they can just put Diagon right there in the choke point, and that big dino will just block the access point for everyone involved. And the fact that the Daytona's welcome is used so early, so aggressively, that sometimes Daisy doesn't even get to use a Black Dragon form, that's definitely a big factor in how they want to play it. And we talked about the mobility difference. The fact that the Barats can just tank so much damage and then slide out into safety with the guiding wind. It's something we already talked about, but we have to re-mention again, because Vietnam, there were some moments right here where it seems like they were gonna get something in return, but it just gets completely denied.
We saw that time and time again, right? And there was like so many moments where they were trying to make it happen. And again, we're seeing the exact same kind of gameplay from Sa. So we know her a little bit better, right? Whether she be on the Kagura, whether she be on something like the Luo Yi, she is extremely aggressive. There are moments where she even flickered into these team fights to get that final kill over on to Perez on the Roger. It was kind of difficult for her to finally go for the execution because of maybe the lack of damage in the later stage of the game as this game progressed, but we saw moments of brilliance coming in from Sa, and she still was able to perform on a different hero on this Luo Yi. But the cover from Vivero was exceptional. The cover from Diagon was exceptional. Al Puerto coming in into the last and final moments to go in for the final HP to get into those kills was also great. The cover as well from Amores, the poke, and as well as the executions coming in from Perez. They were just so great with coalescing each other's play style. It feels like they have it in terms of synergy and chemistry, and this is a very big team and a top contender again with the gameplay that we saw. It was so clean, Arashi. We have to take a look at our MVP after this, but what's your prediction here?
Oh man, the MVP? I gotta go with Vivero, I think, because just the pure utility that she was able to provide for the team.
Okay, I think I'm going for Al Puerto on the Ling. So we're gonna
Alright.
see in 3, 2, 1, ladies and gentlemen, who is your MVP? If you guys have any predictions, please let us know in the comments.
Ooh.
And okay, 1-0 for Eterna Arashi. Al Puerto,
Okay.
603 KDA with that damage dealt as well. And I earlier was inquiring about the items, right? And it looks like she went for Endless Battle first into Berserker Fury, then she built the Sky Piercer, which is actually quite interesting, right? Because a lot of these assassins nowadays, after the patch hit, usually go for the gloves first to get that adaptive attack, and then they go for Sky Piercer straight away, and then onto the different items. But here, it's a different story. Arashi will tell you a little bit more about that.
Well, depending on how the game is going, right? The fact that there's just a lot more sustainability, I feel like maybe El Puerto was thinking that the Sky Piercer can't really be rushed. I believe it wasn't really built third. It might be moved around, but the point is, going with the Endless Battle first just makes you a lot more dynamic because you have an extra chunk of burst damage, you have an extra bit of sustainability, and you also get a bit more mana regeneration. So it's almost like you're a jack of all trades, master of none. But if in the early game, before you know the trajectory of how this game is going to go, that becomes a very valuable tool if you want to delay some of these more aggressive or defensive options that you can go for. And if you look at the stats earlier, Turna, I think the healing that was done by the Florin was like 30,000 only. You know what I mean? But usually when you see the Florin, it's just a lot of healing again and again, but it just wasn't present there due to how fast, how devastating, how much speed was in the hands of the Philippines. And if you look at the damage dealt, actually, I think the highest, correct me if I'm wrong, it was somewhere about 50k. So by all means, they were doing so much and they were fighting so little. They were just immediately demolishing whoever gets jumped on without letting them getting healed, that the damage dealt overall in this game was actually super low.
So that makes sense, right? The stats from the Ling as well. 30k damage. With everything that we saw, it felt like it was a little bit more than that, right? The main executor of these team fights, and especially with the Haas Claws built into her kit as well, she was able to sustain so much longer in these team fights when they go in for that 5v5. But again, it was such a well done game for Philippines. What can we expect? Can Vietnam really come back from that loss? 11 minutes, Arashi. That was a very short game for the comparison to the games that we've been seeing that have actually held up to the 20th minute. This is half that time. 11 minutes.
I think they have to really recognize and respect the fact that the Filipinos are just really good at this macro style. Whether or not they play it slow, when I say macro style, like the slow macro style or the fast macro style. It's not about them not really having the damage. They had damage, but again and again, they weren't allowed to output it properly. So if they really want to try and make sure that they want to go for this early game fight, they want to go for this low Yi global surprise play, they need the right tools, right? They need crowd control, like a suppression, or even if it's not a suppression, something that can last a bit longer to ensure that they don't just slide back out with the guiding wind. If that was, if they were able to do so, then maybe some of these fights can at least go a bit more even, right? Maybe the Philippines can still have the pressure and they can still have the control to go for the guaranteed retribution, but maybe they're going to be forced to sacrifice one or two members in exchange for that. But the fact that the Philippines were able to just cleanly take it again and again with zero punish, and considering the fact that like Vietnam were going for this heavy snowball style, right? We even saw the killing spree, just to remind you, in the hands of Kai on that Mardis. You want to make sure that you can get those kills, like even though you do have the aggression, because the Philippines, they understand, man. If they know they can't really go for the fight, they will let you take that objective, but they'll make you pay elsewhere, right? That is something that they have to try and understand. If they want to go and match the macro maneuverability, then get some more tools for the diversion. If not, at this point, if you really feel like the 5-man maneuvers are just not doing it for you, then screw it. At this point, there's an argument to be made to go for just strong laners to ensure that you can have that impact. And maybe even if like together you can't really win, if the lanes are winning, then at least you have a better chance at trying to find something.
And I think that's what they were going for with the Yuzong, right? Okay, sure, if we're talking about like tools and crowd control to play with in these team fights, I guess the Yuzong only has Petrify. But I think that was what they were kind of going for. And the fact that they picked up the Yuzong to try and win it in the EXP lane was also very telling as to how they wanted the game to kind of collapse in the early stage of the game, right? But I guess they didn't account for the mobility that, of course, the Philippines had with the Matilda, with the Ling as well. They're able to roam around the map very quickly. They're very quickly to go in for the ganks into those side lanes. So even if you do have a winning lane, it's very difficult to say that you can sustain with that winning lane because of the rotations and the mid-prio that the Philippines had with the Novaria, fast clear. Matilda helps with the fast clear and mobility. And then you also have the Ling with the high mobility and the high kill pressure in the early stage of the game. So this drag team phase again is going to be very interesting. And the fact that the Philippines still respected as well, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, the Kagura, it's also a great way to think about the Philippines as still respecting whoever their opponent is, right? Because Myanmar, they completely ignored it. And it was one of the main reasons as to why those games really lasted as long as it did. I think she's one of the main winning conditions, Sa from Vietnam, as compared to Dinner in the gold lane.
I think that's a fair statement, considering, again, like in the games we saw from Vietnam earlier, out of like 12 kills, like 8 or 9 were in her possession. So she is definitely on fire on that Kagura. But now with it being respected, she has to find a different way. And also, I think they require better tools and more respect towards the Philippines as well. Because we saw the Ling picked up relatively fast. And if you look at the composition, who exactly is meant to stop this Ling? Are you trying to make Dinner on the Natan 1v1 Al Puerto on the Ling? It doesn't make sense, right? How is that possible? You saw that in that final sequence in the bottom side of the map. It was like the Tempest of Blades AoE, I believe, and then one Defiant Blade into a basic attack, and Natan just went poof, right? So I think if they want to go for the same style, take note, especially when the Philippines have secured an assassin. And now, in the drafting phase, if the Philippines kind of leave their assassin pick, their jungler, for the second phase, I think that's going to put a lot of mental strain on the drafting process of Vietnam, because they have to be very careful in making sure that they have the right tools to try and stop Al Puerto if she gets her hands on yet another high mobility, high damage assassin.
So the question is, what is the answer to the Ling, right? Because I think back in the day, before the changes into the enemy jungle, you know how now under 2 minutes when you go in for the invade, you receive additional damage? Heroes like the Grok, heroes like the Franco has a very big impact to try and shut down the Ling even from the farming pattern. Masha as well, right? One of the answers towards heroes like the Ling. But with that change, what would be the answer? Do you go for suppression? Do you go for heroes like the Franco with a different kind of playstyle just to go in for the sure kill onto the Ling? Or do you go for something like the Kaja to kind of have a combination with the Luo Yi in that first game? What should have been their roamer if you could do something differently?
Something with a quick engage, I would say. Because the Florin, again, you're helping out, but maybe they were just too far behind as well, so we didn't get to see the value of it. But the Florin can help with the healing, but I feel like with their composition, they have to have something to really start fights as well. Kufra comes to mind, and we've seen it earlier
Ooh.
in today. And technically, that kind of ruins the whole combo from the Ling, right? By denying the dashes. That can be an option. But I think anything that can, if they want to go aggressive, anything that can go for a quick engage that doesn't really rely on the ultimate. I think more importantly for the engage, because if they're only engaging whenever the ultimate is up, I think with that kind of composition, with the Mardis, with the Yuzong, I feel like they would want more ways to pressure, to scare away the members from the Philippines. But ladies and gentlemen, into the drafting phase, we go with the Ling, banned away from Vietnam, and they swapped places right here, but the Kagura is still banned away.
Yeah, as you were talking, right? You were talking about one of the solutions. I mean, I asked you about the solutions towards the Ling, and then, Vietnam, they have their own solution, right? Their solution is to just ban it out, make sure that it doesn't even become a factor as we get into the game. And they also respect the Nolan presence. This was also one of the things that I found as a great alternative towards the Ling. It has done quite well so far, the Nolan in the jungler. So despite all the changes coming through, despite people thinking that maybe the Nolan does fall off a little bit after the patch, the Nolan still does considerably well. And the question is, what will they go for now that the Nolan and the Nolan and the Ling has been taken out? Do they go for something like the Lancelot? Something that we haven't seen come through? Hayabusa maybe, if they still want to play the assassins?
Well, the Hayabusa definitely comes to mind, but with the Philippines banning away the Florin, that's an interesting option there. We didn't see the Florin just be a big trouble, becoming a big issue for the Philippines, but they're banning it away straight up still. And Vietnam are the ones banning away the Lo Yi even, so that's an interesting development. But now without the usual, the Angelas and all that, the Philippines can go for the Mathilda if they want. It's still definitely a great option. They can go for the Roger or the Fredrin if they want to be a bit more elusive or a bit more straightforward with their jungle picks.
Roger, please, right? Roger. So high priority, super flex. You can still utilize it. Oh, but the Harith gets picked up. And this was actually one of my main questions from match number 1 that we saw earlier on against from Vietnam against Myanmar, right? The fact that the Harith was completely ignored. It wasn't banned nor picked up. And so we're finally seeing the Harith come back to life here for game number 2 in match number 2. And the thing is, the Harith is and should be going to the gold lane, right? So that does give Vietnam a fighting chance to pick up the Roger later on, maybe in the last part of this first phase.
Certainly a possibility, but for Vietnam, they go with the Fredrin, they go with the Mathilda. So if they do go for that Roger, there's going to be already a solid frontliner that's already shown in the jungle, so it won't be flexed any longer. The fact that they have a Mathilda, though, means that now the foot is on the other shoe, right? Now Vietnam are the ones that can really move around, but for the Philippines, they go straight for that Roger. So theoretically speaking, unless something crazy happens, it is still going to be a jungle Roger, but I feel like in the current meta, you never know, right? And I like to keep the options available, and they bring in the Faramis that, at least in the earlier match between Vietnam and Myanmar, was a ban away and respected quite evenly. So Mathilda against a Faramis right here. Philippines are the ones that are going to be doubling down.
I completely forgot that they can utilize this Roger into the jungle. And so Vietnam, I think, should have done that first, right? Roger Matilda maybe should have been the choice, but an oversight, I would believe, from their part. But now Vietnam, they have a chance to pick up the Valentina if they want to level out the playing field, right? Against the Faramis, you can still use the Nether Realm if you pick up the Valentina with the IMU that is placed in her kit. But, knowing Vietnam, they could go for something completely different. Charizla Yuzong is still available if they want to try and win it out in the EXP lane, but they go for the Claude instead. All right, very interesting.
It certainly is interesting. It's not exactly like the best of matchups against the Harith technically, and I guess they're banking on everyone clumping together for that blazing duet, but they don't really have a lot of setup to try and enable that either, right? If right now we imagine this fight breaking out and Bina just goes in with the blazing duet, Roger damage, Harith damage, Faramis damage, a lot of the heroes right here for the side of the Philippines, they can output their damage like in a snap, right? It's not like DPS. They have it, gets a Starlium proc along with the dash. The Roger as well has an execute. The Ghost Bursters is just one spell, so it's a very risky plan here for the side of Vietnam. Now they're gonna be trying to limit the frontline presence here. Even though they have the Nether Realm, they still want something big to try and stay in the front, and ideally someone that can still also lock down the members so that they do oblige the Philippines in a fight, right? So that they can get full value from that Nether Realm. The Terizla comes to mind, but for the Philippines, they ban away this Valentina, so no chance of a Nether Realm showdown.
Yeah, the fact that they went in for the Claude instead for that last pick in the first phase did give Philippines the opportunity to take away the Valentina. So this isn't going to be an even team fight, right? If they want to go for it. With the fact that the Faramis has already been picked up for the Philippines, unless they want to go for a little bit of sustainability themselves, which they can't because they already picked up the Matilda, and the Florin was also banned away. You mentioned the Terizla earlier, and it will be the ban for Vietnam. So this does give an opportunity for Vietnam to still pick up something like the Yuzong. But again, right, if they go for the Yuzong, once again, they are going to lack setup. And you mentioned that being one of the weaknesses of Vietnam in their first match. So with the Paquito being banned now for the Philippines, they still go for the Yuzong here.
I'm thinking they're planning on going for an X-Borg right here, right? With the low, quote-unquote, low amount of damage available to Vietnam. And the fact that they ban away the Paquito performs really well against the X-Borg because you don't really stick around to get hosed down by the fire. So I'm thinking the X-Borg would fit in here as well. It can slow everyone down. It's more spammable. But no, they go for this Akai actually. They're trying to match the big ultimate pressure coming in from the Yuzong. If they can go with the Black Dragon form and try and zone you away, then the Philippines now can do the same thing with the Heavy Spin. And the Arlet is the option they go for here. So it's a full-on teamfight composition though. And for Vietnam, it's just looking like something similar with less card control. So it's definitely a scary situation unless they find some way to try and get ahead in a different department.
Diggy.
Whoa.
But they can't, right? It's too tough.
Right.
Lilia is going to be their choice here for Vietnam. And by the way, this is a signature Akai for the Philippines, right? They love the Akai. Murray, or, well, in this situation, Vivero, she loves playing the Akai in the roam. I think a very similar thing that we've seen from Keyboy sometimes, right? With the Akai in the roaming position. But yeah, this is signature picks through and through for the Philippines. Meanwhile, Vietnam has a little bit of problems once again with the tools that are given to them. Sure, they do have the Circling Eagle, but it's not a sure wave fire. But maybe they can utilize it to disengage and ultimately go for a longer team fight, especially with the Claude being picked up as well. But from the drafts, what do you think? Who has the better draft?
I think the Philippines have a lot more flexibility, like in game number 1. For Vietnam, they have a good back and forth, in and out. They have mobility and burst damage tools. But considering that Sa has been one of the main the frontiers of their assault here, I think that she can have prio in the mid lane by just abusing the angry glooms. But the thing is, with the Philippines, they've been sending the roamer, right, Vivero, to just stick around in that mid lane, and it kind of denies Sa the wave clear and also the roaming potential. And if she can't really get that, later on she's susceptible to getting left behind in a fight due to the lack of mobility. The guiding wind can solve that issue. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go straight into game number 2.
Match point for the Philippines, ladies and gentlemen, in this best of 3 series. Vietnam desperately looking for a solution to look for a win here if they want to figure a way to make it up into the standings. You can see here in game number 2, okay, a lot of wave clear and a lot of pressure actually from the side of Vietnam with the Matilda and the Lilia. Very great at the early game damage, very great at the poke, and very great with wave clear. And Amores already having a very difficult time in that lane, in the mid lane.
Looking at the jungle clear difference, man, that is the Roger power in the hands of El Puerto. She'll be able to just move around a lot more aggressively. But look at the emblems, man. Sa is going with the lethal ignition instead of the impure rage. So she wants that extra bit of damage in those short trades. Look at this on the bottom side, man. The lane is pushing towards Perez, and now with Alpuerto in the region, Chiero will come in to try and allow for some space to be had. Oh, and actually, they'll be able to get that gold buff as well. So for both teams, they're still waiting around. I think the level 4 is definitely a big power spike, but Dinner and Chiero seems to be content just going in aggressively, trying to match the early game pressure.
Another thing that we can notice is the fact that with, Sa, you talked about level 4, but Sa doesn't necessarily need that level 4 to deal out that damage, right? I think that's one of the main advantages of having a Lilia on your team, and she's actually been able to utilize that pressure that she has in the mid lane towards this top side. The Yuzong has been doing a fairly better time unless this happens, right? Unless the pressure from the other lanes do push forth into the EXP lane as well, because naturally both of these teams do want to have an advantage before they go for the next neutral objective, which is this first turtle of the game. And both junglers are both at level 4, so that 50-50 is going to come through. But technically the Fredrin should have an easy time with the ultimate layering with the retribution damage as well.
Heavy spin though is available now for Vivero. Look to that to make a play. Heavy spin already initiated. And look at the pin down to Kao. Now, Philippines go for the play, but no, it's still gonna be Vietnam who secures it there, unfortunately for them. But now, on the back foot, they use the bulk of their resources to secure the turtle, and the Philippines try and look for compensation. They get 2, and they'll take that. But already a great showing from Vietnam here.
Yeah, Vietnam being able to pick up that neutral objective is definitely a different story as to what we saw from game number 1, because in game number 1, Philippines, they were able to get the neutral objective and they were able to get the better out of the team fights, and that eventually kind of helped them go for that snowball that they were able to get. But meanwhile, another clash here in the top side. Diagon gonna be able to force in that flicker from himself to get out of that situation. But again, Sa,
Pulled back, Vivero looking for the secure on the kill, but it won't be enough damage. That'll be the Philippines pushing Sa out of the lane, but she just walks straight back in. But Vivero now spots the purple buff. There's a chance that they are orchestrating some kind of invasion. But it seems like Alpuerto is still gonna be preoccupied. And the top side though, still that 1v1 situation, Daisy against Diagon. That seems like, and this is a big trade happening, there's no way for Daisy to really force Diagon into a proper all-in into a fight.
not just yet. Corrosion Sight now picked up by Alpuerto, helping him out in these particular team fights. Now sitting at a 1-0-1. Again, even though the Roger is in the jungle. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are a little bit confused, it is a Roger in the jungle. He does still need to find that snowball, right? Oh, Paris. However,
circling Eagle into the nether realm though. That's gonna be a great save from Amores, but that's a heavy spin also expended right before the neutral objective is up. Vietnam, of that play, they have wasted 2 big ultimates, or at least used up 2 big ultimates, 3 even, from the Philippines. They can go for the play right here, and you can see Daisy already setting up for it, cutting the wave, making her way down. Vietnam might win big here.
that was exceptional cover. What in the world? But Dinner,
Immediately deleted by Alpuerto and Diagon. That is an extra bit of damage. Now without the gold laner, Vietnam still going for it. The Black Dragon Storm already being used, but look at the Kai coming in. Vivero dodging everyone down, knocking them up, and that's the damage coming in from Alpuerto, looking for the turtle still, and it will fall into the hands of the Philippines. Final Slash comes through as well, and they are chasing down the members of the of Vietnam all the way under the turret as well. And all that while in the top side, Perez is able to secure the turret.
it's been insane how the Philippines have been playing it all the way from game number 1 in this match, right, against Vietnam. The way that they are able to focus on a certain aspect, but also use that to collapse onto something else. Like, they're very quick. You mentioned about that macro play, and we're seeing it come through yet again here. Under 5 minutes, Philippines has been able to amass a 4K gold lead. Ladies and gentlemen, they're picking up turrets left, right, and center. They're picking up neutral objectives left, right, and center. And they're also picking up the kills left, right, and center. 5 minutes in, 6 minutes in, 6-0. Vietnam has not been able to find a single loophole to what has been given over by Philippines.
basically almost 1 kill per minute for the side of the Philippines. And now they're going on to Sa once more. Diagon with a huge amount of damage. But now the Black Shoes into her doom though. That will be Perez picking that kill up. The Philippines, again, they're just more united and they're more synergized. For Vietnam, they're trying to do their own thing, but they are getting punished slowly but surely as Diagon comes in, forcing out the Purify from dinner actually.
And that's going to be a 60-second cooldown, ladies and gentlemen. Not going to be there for the next neutral objective for sure, unless, of course, Vietnam find a way to... Oh no, Daisy is actually receiving heaps of damage, and she's going to walk straight into El Puerto.
Ooh, there's a lot of burst damage though. It won't be enough. The Black Dragon gets shot out of the sky by Perez. Vivere though is the trade that they want to look for from Vietnam, but it won't be available. Netherrealm and Heavy Spin. No way you're taking down the Panda. Look at Diagon just still waiting around in the wings, looking for a chance. But look at the threat. Vietnam are forced to respect the potential, the possibility itself for the Philippines to strike back.
And now El Puerto is 3 levels above of Kao right now, and she's actually already utilized her retribution, so there shouldn't be any contest in that neutral objective sense. But what happened there? A clash again in the top side. Luckily that Guiding Wind still is going to be able to go in for the cover. But again, Dinner just picking up the DHS. She needs a little bit more time to get to the items, but look at how aggressive Diagon is playing on the Arlet as well. Such good zoning coming through. And again, the collapse coming through from the Philippines. 1 tower in the top side and another tower at the bottom.
All while El Puerto was still able to steal away the orange buff from Kao Kute. So they're just winning on every single front. And look at this heavy spin though. They're going for Kao Kute. 1v4. No chance, man. Mathilda just nowhere in the vicinity to try and go for the save. Now without the Fredrin, without one of their main frontliners, the Philippines are going to try and go for the turret, and Vietnam, they're going to try and defend, but you can see how carefully they're playing. They don't want to get jumped on, and the Circling Eagle will not be used aggressively there.
Are they trying to beat their own record? Right? 8 minutes has elapsed, ladies and gentlemen, and this is how dominant the Philippines already are. What is that gold lead, Arashi? I can't count. 8, 9, 10. 10k? 10k gold lead now for the Philippines, and now it's looking like they are looking for more. All 3 lanes are still crashing, top, mid, and bot. And it looks like they are going to capitalize over this. 30 seconds left for the Lord though. Let's see the decision that they're going to make.
There's definitely still a healthy amount of wave clear coming out of Sa on that Lilia. That is the advantage that Vietnam has when they're trying to defend. But of course, with the Lord, the sieging tool that the game has generously allowed for the players to use, it might be a different story. Perez takes away the purple as well from Vietnam. So even when they're backing away, they're still making sure that they get full value. With Diagon picking up the blade armor, we saw earlier that she was fully content just standing there 1v3, knowing that she has a tankiness, she has the regeneration as well. If they want to try and focus her down, they'll have to do so with expensive cost. The Philippines making the first move onto the Lord right here, and Vietnam, I don't even think they know that it's being taken. It's just taken just like that, stolen from under their noses, as the Philippines might be looking for another pickoff, but seems like they'll be slowing down, waiting for the Lord play.
The final moment, ladies and gentlemen. The Philippines at match point. Vietnam earlier on with that 0-2 loss against Myanmar. They're looking to make a name for themselves. They're looking to repair what they formerly lost in their previous match here against the Philippines. But they are looking at one of the largest battles that they have faced here at Iesf, as the Lord is marching down in the mid side, and it looks like Philippines want to go for the close.
Diagon tries to threaten away, but he's getting bursted down immediately. That's Sa picking up the kill. Netherrealm finally comes through, but they're already 1 man down. They're sitting there trying to battle it out with the help of the Lord, but Sa is just angry, glooming all over the place, forcing a flicker out of Vivero, as Shieru tries to help out, enabling the chase, but it won't be enough. Vietnam, they've pushed the Philippines away. They lost only a base turret, and technically, they've secured somewhat of a win there.
For sure, right? They were able to, trade in for Diagon. They were able to defend it, reduce the damage to as minimal as possible, and they lose the mid-tier turret. The mid base turret, which is one of the best case scenarios that you can have with how far ahead the Philippines is. As we take a look at this instant replay, ladies and gentlemen, of what occurred earlier on in that siege, the Blazing Duet did help and was able to spark in and out of the Netherrealm that came through. But Sa, man, she's an angry beast at this moment. She wants to try and look for a comeback. She's trying to look for opportunities, and she was one of the main reasons that Philippines couldn't close it then and there.
They're going for round 2. The final slash onto Sa with the black shoes with the Purify. Gets her out. Circling Eagle to try and deter, but the heavy spin pushes Daisy back. Now with the man advantage, the Philippines are trying to go for it. No big dragon to try and deny them. They're going to try and go for the crystal as well, but the DPS from Sa is a bit too much. Might be a bit too risky for them to risk it. So they are still holding on though, staying in the base.
Oh!
Slash, will be another pickoff by Perez, immediately shutting down Shieru. And from there, no minion waves available just yet. And Vietnam, they're just still waiting. The Philippines are sticking around.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be waiting though for that mid-tier turret to go in and crash into the base. But that's the thing, right? Even in the later stage of the game, as we enter the mid-game here, ladies and gentlemen, 12 minutes in, the Lilia does still have a lot of advantage, right? Really great wave clear, very quick as well. And when these players from the Philippines with a heavier level of HP, and as they're clumping up with one another, that's when the Glooms really find its value, right? She already has the Ice Queen one as well as the glowing one, so it will help them in these sort of engages, especially when they go for the defense.
Sa is basically serving as like the main DPS tool for the team, man. Dinner is just a bit more utility, just going with the Blazing Duet, but we don't see her being relied on to really shred someone down. Sa seems to be the one doing that as much as possible. But look at Vivero, man. Always active, always looking for chances to find more information, to spot someone out. Because with the heavy spin, that's a easy escape for free card.
For sure. But now look at that, Alberto with the Haas Claws. So I guess that's what they're trying to go for, right? A little bit more sustaining these team fights despite being poked in by the DPS. Oh, wait a second. That's a big moment.
Final slash of the Calcute, and now look at heavy spin attempt. It gets cancelled out though, but with another realm, it doesn't even matter. The members of the Philippines go in under the base, no minions, no problem. Now with a wave in the center, they're going straight for the crystal, but Vietnam are trying to stop it. The Lord isn't even in the picture yet. The Blazing Duet gets used, but to no avail. The Philippines with a dominant end to this match.
They reign supreme here once again in their group stage as well, not losing a single game and not losing a single match to all the other teams and regions that have participated here at Iesf. It has been an exceptional run for them. So dominant, so clean as well. You can tell that they have put in the practice, they have put in just everything, the persistence, everything, resilience as well, to form that much of chemistry, knowledge, and discipline of the game. Exceptional plays from the Philippines.
You can't help but just praise everything, man. The synergy, the decision making, even in the midst of all that chaos. It seems like they're all on the same page, right? Who are they going for? Are they continuing the assault? Are they falling back? We didn't see a single moment here from the Philippines where it seems like there's a disconnect, right? We never saw like one person go forwards and everyone going back. Everyone, including Diagon, who's essentially on an Arlet that's so confusing, right? She's dashing in and out. She can still keep track of what the team is trying to achieve. And that synergy is lethal, man. It's dangerous.
Let's take a look at that synergy again as we go into the highlights, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 2 in that best of 3. Where again, right, Philippines were so dominant. We're gonna get a sneak peek into the highlights real quick, and here it is.
All begins in the early game for sure, but that heavy spin, despite the fact that they had it at their disposal, the Philippines were actually they actually lost that first neutral objective. But at least afterwards, they made sure that Vietnam paid for stealing that away from them. And all along the game, you do see moments like this where, with the better playmaking tools, Vietnam did try and go for those pickoffs, but Amores with the Netherrealm just comes in clutch again and again. And if you look at how these fights are shaping up, Vietnam definitely look a bit more scattered. And for the Philippines, even though they are at threat of being AoE to death by Sa, by Dinner as well, they're just very confident staying close to each other, knowing that they have the tools available to cancel out big ultimates and to give them like a second chance right here, either through a heavy spin or through the nether realm.
It was already a very different and a very difficult draft to kind of execute though, right, Arashi? Because you were talking so heavily about tools and things that they can utilize in these team fights to kind of stave off that pressure and that aggression coming through from the Philippines, and they didn't really answer that in this game as well, right? With them opting for the Yuzong again with Shieru on the Matilda. It's not as great and as promising as something like the Akai or the Arlet in terms of that tool utility, and we saw that actually happening in a lot of these team fights. There was nothing that Vietnam could actually do with how much damage was already put on towards them in these skirmishes and in these team fights and in this final siege. There was a moment that Sa was able to carry a little bit in this 10th minute of the game to go in for a clean defense, but ultimately with El Puerto racking up with the items, with as well Amores, by the way, also dishing out that magic damage that you don't necessarily see but is coming through, and of course Perez with the burst on the Harith. It was very difficult for Vietnam to look for a proper way to prolong the series, to wait until Dinner gets that power spike.
And this is a big situation that we talked about a lot of. Whenever you have a Faramis or you have a hero that can go for a big combo kind of style of gameplay, having burst damage available to deter and to corral your opponents to group together is definitely something that the Philippines were using here. The fact that if anyone steps out of position, you can expect Vivero to come in with a heavy spin to pick him off. You can expect Diagon to just go at him, and of course, once you're out of position for just a little bit, Perez and El Puerto has so much damage available to just melt someone down completely. So the fact that that was a factor forces everyone to clump up together, and that means more Ghost Bursters damage, and more ways for Diagon to get a big combo with the final slash.
So let's see, ladies and gentlemen, who will be crowned as the player of the match and the player of the game for game number 2, our MVP from the side of the Philippines. Earlier on, we had El Puerto, but for game number 2, drumroll please, Arashi, what are your thoughts? What are your predictions for this time's MVP?
I mean, man, I gotta go with Vivero again. The fact that she can get so much information, play defensive and aggressive throughout the course of this game, I feel like that was what allowed them those big moments. But of course, if it falls to anyone else, I wouldn't be surprised, man. Everyone just performed really well.
Okay, so let's see. Our MVP. Ladies and gentlemen, drum roll, please. Is that a drum roll? Can you hear the drum roll? I hope you can hear the drum roll. But it's El Puerto again. 2 times in a row, back to back. Our MVP, our player of the match, a KDA of 608. So again, she was not picked off again. She was untouched again with a higher damage dealt and a very, very aggressive, by the way, item build. But Arashi, it looks like the Sky Piercer, she sold it. She sold the Sky Piercer for this Brute Force breastplate.
I think she transitioned from more burst damage or being a bit more concerned about Sa and the damage output, right? Because they can get pickoffs already with the Ghost Bursters, with the damage coming in from Diagon as well. But when it comes to DPS, that was what is usually a bit of a concern, especially when you do have a Roger in the mix, right? So going with this build, it's a great mix of the same things that makes Roger so good. Good damage, good sustainability, good tankiness, and good movement speed. So going with this DPS build technically with a highest clause, and then going with the Brute Force Breastplate, you can do almost the same thing, and you're still relatively durable compared to any other marksman. So you can see that the way she played was also just all in. Even in the base, if you saw it in the highlights, everyone was going on to, what was that? It might be the Yuzong, pinned against the wall by Vivero, and you can see El Puerto just running in, just solo killing someone. So it definitely works, but it depends on the composition and the fact that they're able to adjust not just the playstyle but also the itemization shows again that there are levels to this game and that the Philippines are definitely up there.
For sure. So that actually brings them up to 12 points, Arashi, in the groups. And I think in that earlier match that was happening at the same time as Philippines versus Vietnam, Malaysia versus Myanmar, I think of Malaysia, according to what I'm seeing from the standings on isf.gg on their official website, Malaysia's at 9 points. So I think it was a 2-0 for Malaysia.
Wow. Malaysia,
so
man.
Exactly. So despite how strong we saw Myanmar earlier on against Vietnam, Malaysia was still able to win out that best of 3 match. And so they are now top 2 in Group A. So it's Philippines with 12 points and it's Malaysia with 9 points. Meanwhile, if we take a little skip into Group B or Group 2, we have Indonesia at 9 points and Cambodia at 6 points. So those are the top 2. So we have Indonesia, Cambodia, Malaysia, as well as the Philippines.
I mean, it's very exciting stuff. A lot of people just have been counting Malaysia out for the longest time, but I'm really enjoying the fact that they're stepping up. I mean, just 2 days ago, we saw that even in the men's the men's match, Indonesia got defeated by Malaysia, and for a lot of people, they were scoffing at Malaysia, like, oh, what can they do, dude? We got one of the best rosters here for Indonesia. But hey, there you go, man. It's never over till it's over, and we always keep reminding you guys of this. It's not about, it's harder to stay on top rather than like get on top. So there's definitely a lot of ways that some of these teams who hasn't really been as dominant to really get a leg up over the quote-unquote tournament favorites.
By the way, Arashi, as you were talking about what happened between Indonesia and Malaysia earlier on, if I'm not mistaken, right, this match is the match that we saw earlier was the last match of the group stage. If I'm not mistaken, if I'm wrong, production, please do let me know. Chat me up. But this should mean that for our playoffs, which is what we're gonna be getting at for their next match, A1 versus B2, I think that means Philippines will be going against Cambodia, and our final match will be Indonesia versus Malaysia for the MLBB Women's. I'm waiting on confirmation right now. Oh, yeah, it's right. The first match will be the Philippines versus Cambodia, followed by the second match, which will be Indonesia versus Malaysia. And both of the winners from each match will straight away qualify for WEC.
Interesting. This
Here
is the time for Malaysia to go big, man. I'm really happy for them as a region, for sure. They have already beat us when it comes to entertainment so far, so I feel like if they can step up as well in performance, man, it's threatening for us for sure as the Indonesians. But at the same time, when your rivals are performing well, that kind of forces you to get even better as well. That's the whole idea of these international events, right? For you guys to go up against each other and sharpen each other into even more like impressive levels, because steel sharpens steel, but people sharpen people.
Yeah. Oh, it's gonna be so interesting. And we've been casting for a few days. Arashi, you've actually been hopping in a few of these matches, and we're finally to this point, right? The group stage done and dusted for the MLBB Women's. I think earlier on, it's also the playoffs currently that's going down for the MLBB men's scene as well. So it's the final day of the Asian regional qualifiers, and we're finally getting to see who will be representing into WEC at Riyadh, because it's either going to be Indo or Malaysia, and Philippines or Cambodia.
Definitely intense.
So, Arashi, I love doing this, but can we get your predictions to the next two matches? Philippines and Cambodia. They're all going to be a best of 3, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. So it's still a similar format as to what we've been accustomed to in the group stage. But moving on to the playoffs, Arashi. Philippines and Cambodia.
I think, people, come at me for it, but I gotta say, I'm an analyst, right? I go with numbers, I go with stats, and to me, sometimes tactical. Boring is good. It's a saying we often hear, right? When things are boring, it's good. It's predictable. I have to say that my professional opinion would be the Philippines when it comes to that matchup, and when it comes to Malaysia and Indonesia, I think Indonesia still got it for sure. And I have sometimes I get a bit of a leak of info coming in from the coaches as well. I happen to know them coincidentally, so I gotta go with that. But if at any moment that expectation is shattered by Cambodia, shattered by Malaysia, I'll be the first person to congratulate them and say that This is what we've been waiting for, right? A huge switch up, a huge underdog story. Because come on, it gets boring after a while when it just is the same people again and again. So I think whichever way this goes, I'll be a happy person. But my prediction will be for the Philippines and Indonesia, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree with you, right? If we're looking at history, if we're looking at data, if we're looking at statistics, it does seem that the Philippines and the Indonesia should be the ones moving forward to WEC. But hey, we have been surprised by a lot of these regions in the past. And who's to say that this is not going to be something similar of a pattern that we've been seeing on certain times, right? We've been seeing the first of some things, and maybe it's a first upset that we will be seeing today with Cambodia moving forward instead of the Philippines, or even Malaysia moving forward in comparison to Indonesia. Because I think even in the MLBB's men's match, people were already like, this has got to be a sure win for Indonesia, right? With the Onyx roster, around an Onyx roster that has been so dominant. Granted, it's not Kyrie in the jungle, it's Albert in the jungle for that full Indonesian roster. But people are still thinking like, no way would they lose. But I guess, I mean, Malaysia with the SRG lineup, if I'm not mistaken, right? The fact that they have also gone completely undefeated in their run as well, with how dominant they have also been back in MPL MY. It was a big moment that they were able to win it out in a very dominant fashion as well against Indonesia. And it just, again, reflects how much of these regions have progressed, and it's no longer the typical Indo versus PH kind of storyline that we've been so used to seeing over years and years and years and years. So before we get into that though, as preparation to our first playoff match, we are going to take to an interview, Arashi, with the Philippines. I do believe it's Diagon. I think she's the EXP laner, so we're gonna get a chance to actually talk to her. So let's ring her up. Hello? Are you there?
Hi. You hear me?
Hi, wait a second. Arashi, if you can start the interview, I need to adjust my audio first.
All right, hello. So congratulations on the great performance, man. I think you in particular, Diagon, you're doing great. I mean, as the main front line and also as a utility player. But I gotta ask, in game 1, you went with the Barats. In game 2, you went with the Arlet. Which is your preferred playstyle? Do you want to be aggressive, getting in there, or are you content just being a big dino, just stomping around the place?
Personally, I prefer the Arlot. I want to be in the going there, going in the clashes and doing damage. But I can also play Barats and any other heroes. I mean, it really depends on the team lineup. I can play both. I think I can play well in both play styles.
Okay. I mean, they were definitely a big factor in how your team were able to just get so much control around the place. When you play, do you coordinate how you move forward? Because sometimes it seems like your friends aren't really near to try and back you up, and you just move forward 1v3. What's the story behind that? Do you just feel like at that point you're strong enough and 1v3 won't even matter?
Yeah, at some point I do think that in 1v3 I can sustain it. I mean, not really gonna overextend to the part that I'll die, but I mean in 1v3 I think I
Of
can
course.
sustain it to the part that they can come and support me. It also depends on the gold lead. My item, if it can do a lot in a 1v3 situation.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, Eterna, do you have any another question right here, maybe from your side?
Of course. Hi, Diagon. Congratulations on that victory, by the way. You guys have been doing so great in your groups, right? If I'm not mistaken, you haven't lost a single match in your ISF run. How does it feel to be number 1 in your group right now?
It feels nice, but I think as well that we shouldn't feel compliant. I mean, we shouldn't feel compliant that we're on top 1 right now, because I know it's not yet the real fight that we need to fight.
Okay, you were talking about the real fight. What is the real fight? If you could tell us.
I mean, it's a fight, but I think there are more. There are more obstacles that we need to face, and even though we're performing good now, I really hope that will still perform good into the next fights that we will have.
I actually want to follow up on that question.
Oh my.
Okay.
Oh.
You mentioned obstacles in the future, right? So what do you think is going to be your biggest obstacle? Is it a particular team maybe that you guys can mention, or even a particular region that you think is going to be your main competition at Iesf?
Well, the main competition would be the typical answer, it's Indo from the stats and all, but I also think that our next matchup is gonna be, I mean, we're not familiar with them that much yet, so we don't know their playstyle that much, or maybe they're still also one of the obstacles that we need to face. Yeah, aside from the typical answer that you all know already.
For sure. All right. Well, along with that, by the way, Vietnam, they were putting out some really very niche picks, very specific pocket picks, like the Kagura, for instance. Is this something that you guys have been like picking up on? Did you decide from the beginning, okay, we're up against Vietnam, no Kagura?
Yeah, I respected it. She was good. She was good at it. We respected that.
Okay.
Yep. We saw it was actually great to see that respect coming through. Sorry, we're thinking because like we're having nightmares about the Kagura, and it was great to finally see that the Philippines, a region that has been so dominant in the group stage, still wanted to go for the respect towards that. But now you do still have one match ahead of you, right? You're going head to head against Cambodia. I think you talked a little bit about that matchup, the fact that you don't know much about them, but how confident are you guys at winning that match to secure your spot at WEC Riyadh?
How confident? I guess I'd say 70-30. As the confidence I can give. If our gameplay is if we stay consistent in what we do and no one makes big mistakes, then that's what I can say. 70-30.
That's great. I mean, the fans are loving that, right? They need that layer of confidence. And, other than that, maybe do you have a message to all your supporters from the Philippines? I mean, I'm seeing a lot of them in the live chat, and they have been loving what you guys have brought in Iesf so far. So maybe the final message to your fans and your supporters.
I hope thank you first for all the support that you give us and for always watching our games, and I hope that no matter what happens, you'll still support us. No matter the outcome, is. That's all. And watch more. we're still not done. You gotta watch more.
All right. Thank you so much. How do you pronounce your name, by the way? Diagon?
Yeah, I'm actually confused as well. It can be Diagon, like diagonally, or Diagon or Jagon. I mean, if you watch Harry Potter, diagonally, you know that?
Oh, it comes from that.
We own that. Just kidding.
Oh, I was like, man, you caught me there for a second. But okay, thank you so much and congratulations. Thank you so much for your time to, have an interview with us. We'll hope to see you, and good luck for your next match against Cambodia. Hope we get to see you at WEC. Bye-bye. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Good luck. She a troll. I got trolled there.
Diagon Alley.
I was like, really? Like, oh, okay. But again, congratulations to the Philippines for being able to win that match. I mean, they didn't even really need it, right, to secure their next position. Actually, no, they did. Oh, no. They still would have been, because even if they were tied with Malaysia, the fact that they went undefeated in terms of games, that should have also given them that slot to go to the playoffs. But again, Arashi, did you expect this? Wow.
2-0. I thought that the confusing nature from Vietnam might give them a bit of an edge, maybe make it a bit closer. But, I've heard the rumors here about how good the Philippines has been, and they definitely showed it today. And looking at the interview even, you can just feel the confidence, right? After such a performance, sometimes you can see that they're kind of still like, okay, still kind of intense. It was kind of a close game, and we gotta stay focused. But you're saying that, they were able to troll you, Eterna. So I mean, gotcha, man.
Got me, bruh. Got me, bruh.
Diagon Alley.
Dang, that was intense, but that was only the group stage, Arashi. We haven't
Right.
even moved on to our main part. We haven't even moved on to the playoffs. But by the way, congratulations and nice try to all the regions that didn't make it to the playoffs. We had a total of 9 regions participating. Hang on. I'm gonna bring that up. We had 9, right? So
Getting him a shout
we
out.
had Thailand, Vietnam, Myanmar, Malaysia, Philippines, Brunei, Indonesia, Cambodia, and Laos. So for those regions, those teams that didn't qualify to make it to the playoffs, you guys are on the right track. With every L, it's not a loss, but it's a learn. And we hope to see more from your region in the coming future, because we've seen a lot of promise, we've seen a lot of potential from these regions, and hope we get to see more and hear more about your region in the upcoming tournaments. So, keep your chin up and your head high. Like that. Thank you, Arashi.
That's
But this
literal.
does point to our next match of the day, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to go to a short break before we head into the playoffs. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned with me and Arashi. We'll see you after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to now the playoffs of the Mlbb Women's Asian Regional Qualifiers 2024 here at Iesf, as we are going to go to our semi-final matches, all in a best of 3. We are going to be starting with the Philippines going head-to-head against Cambodia, and our last match of the day, it will be Indonesia versus Malaysia. So after everything we've seen from the Philippines, Arashi, you're back here on the caster desk to, give us a little bit of an insight as to your predictions. I think you mentioned earlier on you're going for the Philippines, but what do you think about Cambodia coming into this matchup?
Right, to be completely honest, I'm not fully well-versed on the track record of Cambodia. I think overall, they've had great moments. And as a region, right, Cambodia, I think, is one of those regions where they're very low key with like what they're doing, because sometimes it really feels like they can't be that good, but then they're just glimpses of moments where you're like, hang on, they might be onto something. So I definitely won't count them out, right? They're here for a reason after all. But judging with the again with as an analyst, you usually kind of end up going with the general consensus, and I must say that right now for the Philippines, that roster
Definitely, right? Still with the main 5 here. Amores, Perez, Vivero, Alpuerto, and Diagon. We got a little bit of a, interview with Diagon earlier on, and she says that she's 70% confident that the Philippines will win the semifinals and make it to the grand finals here at ISF and, get that ticket, that slot, the 2 slots that are available into WEC over at Riyadh. So we started with 9 teams and 9 regions. We're now down to 4, and eventually we will have to say congratulations to 2 of these teams that will be stepping forward. And by the way, Arashi, we finally saw a Bane in the jungle, by the way. It was played in by Lucas in ISF as well, the series that is currently going on, I think from Cambodia, if I'm not mistaken. But we did see with, I think it was Quantum Charge, Bane in the jungle popping up.
Interesting. I mean, I was catching a glimpse of that match myself during the break right there. Can't help but be curious to what our great friends Mirko and Naisu are doing. So took a glance over, and like you said, Eterna, definitely interesting developments. So we'll have to see if that also gets mirrored here in the lady scene and see if there's any kind of influence, because I believe Cambodia was actually still playing over there as well.
For our ladies Cambodian team, we have Moshi, Tegami, Nabi, Ue, as well as Yui Fendi.
Okay. Interesting. I'll have to see how they match up right here. I'm curious to see what kind of strategy, right? What kind of approach. Because I always say this, but against a team that's so solid, generally you have 2 options. You can either fight fire with fire or try and go the exact other route, because that's usually how it plays out, one of 2 ways. So I'm curious for Cambodia, are they going to try and match that high mobility back and forth style coming in from the Philippines, or are they going to try and force the Philippines to kind of oblige them into this kind of fist fight technically, where it's just back and forth again and again?
If I'm not mistaken, like if we saw the male scene, and if that's telling to the kind of the play style is what we're going to be expecting from the female team, Cambodians are very aggressive as well. And I think, again, we've been talking about this time and time again with the fact that a lot of these Southeast Asian regions, they love to go in for the fights, they love to go in for the brawls, they love the dives, and so that's kind of portrayed into the drafts that we usually see them come through with. But with the fact that the Philippines have an additional layer to that, right? Sure, they do have the aggression. If you want to fight fire, they definitely can. But one of the other things that they can play around with is, again, the macro-centric play style that we've seen them being able to succeed on time and time again. You'll see them going in for these fights. You'll see them going in for the brawls, but only so they can capitalize that and collapse that onto an objective that is lined up for them properly. So coming into this, it's going to be very curious as to how both of these teams will actually draft against one another, because first and foremost, we do see a Fanny being banned out straight. And if there's anything that we've learned from the Philippines so far, especially through their interviews, the fact that they are very, very respectful to their opponents. So maybe they understand that Cambodia likes to go with assassins. So the Ling has also been taken away. I think the only assassin left up that has big potential and has a really good win rate so far is the Nolan. We've seen the Hayabusa pop in, we've seen the Lancelot pop in, but not to success just yet. So that's definitely still a pick that can be utilized in from Cambodia.
I think it comes down to farming speed, right? It's not just about how much damage you can output, how much output potential you have on the assassin. Right now, in this transition of a meta, you need to be able to keep up and farm as well. And that's what Nolan is just so good at doing. It's not just the one-shots, it's also the fact that you can keep up in clearing speed, even compared to the best of the utility tank junglers. We'll see if the Philippines let that go for now. For Cambodia, Lo Yi and Harith, so a lot more default, a lot less targeted compared to the Philippines. But if that's their signature style, we'll have to see, right? I think the Angela becomes a question here with all the assassins already showing up so early on from the side of the Philippines. Are they still going to try and secure that Angela? Are they going to try and maybe even expect Cambodia to go for that instead? Their final ban, though, is going to be the Fredrin. So not an assassin, but it is 3 bans towards the jungler. So that kind of says something about Cambodia.
Definitely, right? I don't think we expected this coming through, but you're right. 3 respect bans towards the jungler from Cambodia. And meanwhile, this actually does leave a lot up in the air, right? Because technically the chip, we haven't really seen it being played just yet. So I'm wondering whether or not they're going to pick it up. We've seen it let slide as well if it doesn't get banned out. The Angela is going to be the choice of ban. And now, do they go in for the Roger? The Roger has been finding so much success still, even after the patch here, especially in the Mlbb women's scene. So that's definitely a hero that the Philippines can go for. A lot of flexibility in that, and a card, an ace card that they can utilize in the drafting phase to kind of bring up the question.
Whoa.
But with the Edith being opened up, they actually go for the Edith pick first, because technically the Edith is also a flex pick, right? We've seen the Edith in the XP lane, but mostly we've seen it in the roam. So that's going to be the strategy that they've utilized. And by the way, Rashi, Edith has been one of the most priority picks in the roam for the MLBB men's. So we're seeing that flavor, that side of the Edith coming through now for the Philippines.
I think with the fights is devolving. You know, I casted several of the men's games myself, and all these games just ends up being a huge, just big fight where it's all about durability and damage output. In that sense, the Edith kind of brings both to the table. So great to see her show up here today. But for that Cambodia, they immediately show up with the Roger and the Minotaur. So if this is a jungle Roger, it's going to be focusing on the fast clear, but also on the neutral objectives. The Minotaur, as we all know, is best when you don't have to move towards your opponent, when you're playing it in a more defensive style. And it seems like they're going to be defensive indeed against a Hayabusa and a Valentina, man.
Yeah, it gets picked up here. Hayabusa, not the best win rate so far at Iesf, but there's definitely a first time for everything. There's definitely a chance for the Philippines to prove that this Hayabusa is a good pick, especially with the changes towards the Hayabusa, as well as how the meta has just kind of shifted over, and as well as the Valentina. So it's a good pick here. A lot of flexibility in her kit. The fact that she can utilize the penalty zone as well as the Minion's Fury is also a good layer towards this pick, as well as a great deny pick for the Faramis that has done so well so far. Because usually when we see the Valentina being banned out, we do see the Faramis being popped in and taken for grabs to utilize. But as we enter the second phase of the drafts here, Claude is a choice of ban from the side of Cambodia.
So with that ban, you can kind of figure they're trying to mitigate the team fight prowess, right? The AoE that Blazing Duet will bring. And to the same tone, the X-Work being banned away as well. They are going all in on trying to just group together and staying united here against what is potentially a more mobile, a more dangerous composition if you're alone, right? By all means, with the Valentina locked in as well, there won't be a stolen Primal Wrath available to the side of Cambodia. So even if they want to go for a full-on brawl, so far it's looking like they have the advantage. They'll ban away the Faramis as well. Even though they have the Valentina, they would rather have that IMU for different tools, and along with the Vexana. So they are completely expecting here to just head on for a collision. That's where the penalty zone and the Minions Fury will be very impactful though. So I feel like there's more to this, right? There's no way that for the Philippines, this is what they're trying to use, these 3 picks, to try and win out in an AoE battle, an AoE 5v5 team fight.
It's also really putting the mid laner to the test right now, right? Because with the Valentina being picked up, the Luoyi banned out, the Angela taken away, Faramis as well as the Vexana also banned out. Okay! And I guess that answers the question, right? Because as a mid laner, I think one of the other heroes that have found so much success is the Novaria, but going against something like the Hayabusa, an assassin, right? It's not the most wisest of decisions to go for. And so their decision right now is actually to go for Nana. So there's crowd control in her kit. There's also magic defense shred. There's a lot of AoE as well coming through from the Molina Blitz. So another layer of CC that they can utilize. So there's a lot of tools that Cambodia has. They have the penalty zone, they have the Minions Fury, and now they also have the Molina's Blitz.
Definitely a lot more AoE and a lot of crowd control tools available. But for the Philippines, they are undeterred. They go with a carry pick. So this is a ton of damage output, but not a lot of tankiness. I must say, the Edith, from the looks of it, will be, for the most part, solo tanking, as the Yuzong, in theory, will be the one going in aggressively instead of protecting the back line. So either they are expecting to be able to sidestep the bulk of this crowd control, or they're going to try and bait it out somehow, and then they're intending on going full-on frontal, right? But now with that Lancelot pick, that might just throw a screw in their plans.
I mentioned it, right? Arashi, earlier on, I was like, I guess the options are just the Nolan, right? The Nolan is the only assassin that has been finding success alongside with the Ling. We haven't seen much of the Fanny, but the Hayabusa and the Lancelot have not been finding as many wins here at ISF, and they're like, you know what, Eterna, we're just gonna prove to you that it actually does work. So they pick up the Lancelot for Cambodia, and they also pick up the Hayabusa. Now, how do you think these drafts that they've already locked in here actually fare against one another, with both of them opting to go for an assassin in the jungle?
So when it comes to overall pressure, I feel like the Philippines can match Cambodia and maybe even do better, right, with the faster clearing, the better laning. My concern is when it comes to the neutral objective contest, because of course it's an assassin against an assassin. The Hayabusa has the shadow kill, so you can be immune and you're kind of more reliably able to just go for the retribution. The Lancelot, not so much. But against a Minion Fury and a penalty zone, there are a lot of ways here for Cambodia to really start to meddle with your calculations, try and get you in a crowd control right as the neutral objective gets low. And I think that's the problem that the Philippines have to try and circumvent. If they can do that, if they can make the fight maybe less centered around the neutral objective, I think they have a great chance of just taking over here.
Let's see if they do, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into our first semi-finals match of the playoffs here at ISF. We have our Asian regional qualifiers for the Mlbb Women's. We're starting off with the Philippines going head-to-head against Cambodia in this first best of 3. And right off the bat here, we can have a little, peek into the choices of emblems here for Cambodia. We have 2 war cries, Arashi. So this tells us they're gonna be extremely aggressive with that additional damage that they will be receiving, right? And an additional damage dealt of 8% for 6 seconds that they can definitely capitalize over. And maybe that's exactly the plan, right? They might be lacking in certain aspects with their drafts, but aggression and damage is definitely something that they surely have.
And looking at both teams and how they've been rotating in the early game, Vivero has been just making a play though with a flicker on the bottom side there. A bit of a dive. Fendi will fall there. Al Puerto strikes first, claiming that first blood. A more active beginning with the roamer babysitting the jungle in order to get that rotational advantage.
That's interesting, right? Because again, this seems like a pattern that we've seen from the Philippines. The fact that they like to really go in for those early kills, and it looks like they're looking for more here in the bottom lane. But you can see that Alpuerto is rotating once again to the top side of the map. I think she should be focusing on her purple buff before she goes in for the neutral objective take. But meanwhile, Cambodia already with the setup, looking for a kill over onto the CC. By the way, that's not a Yuzong, so that was a CC, Arashi.
All right, we've seen that be the case, that one Yuzong asset turns out to be the CC very, very often. But look at this, man. Cambodia taking control, but Vivero walking in unfazed, going in, but then he'll be countered, and that will still be Tengami able to secure the neutral objective with all the CC. And Diagon running for the hills, but she might not be able to make it out. Unless I've spoken too soon here, the Vengeance allows her to sustain a bit more. She's trying to make it out, but that will be it. That is Tegami picking up 2, picking up the neutral objective, and Cambodia, against everyone's expectations, strike first.
Sky Piercer, first item for Yui Fendi on the Roger. No boots, no nothing. Instantly goes in for the Sky Piercer. So that just shows, right? I think the Roger understands his value, her value, against the lane, against the carry, a carry that needs a little bit more time to scale. And meanwhile, for her items, she's actually opted for a little bit more defense with a leather jerkin. We do see some, wait a second, the Edith.
Oh, that's a massive combo, the onwards into the Earth Shatter, and that is Yui Fendi taken out. The lack of boots might have contributed to her getting taken out right there, but Vivero, as always, very active around the map, man. If you don't expect where she's gonna be there before you know it. Fortunately for Cambodia, no neutral objective is available just yet, but look at that, setting up for traps already. Once again, Vivero going in with the whole combo. The Minions Fury, though, does land on the 3 members, but it won't be enough. It is an equal trade so far, but the passive gets triggered for Nabi on the Nana, and it will be Vivero taking very low. Alpuerto, though, with the jukes there. Tegami, blindsided.
Oh, are they gonna go in for the kill, though? It's not enough to save Alpuerto's life, so that's gonna be a 2-for-3 trade or 1-for-2 trade in favor of Cambodia once again. The fact that they've been able to really prolong these brawls and actually get the advantage in these brawls has been immense to their success, and now they are holding more onto the space as Alpuerto, after recalling, needs to go in for her purple buff before she goes in for the neutral objective taken. It looks like Tegami is actually looking for a similar route. There are rotations from the side of the Philippines to go in towards the bottom side, perhaps looking a kill onto Yui Fendi. Valentina is in position here. Amores already in that bush. Are they going to go for the dive? Are they going to go for the counter play? As it looks like Cambodia are starting the next neutral objective.
Ooh, I think they move onto Yui Fendi though, but she is able to survive still. The Philippines will get a lot of damage and maybe even take out the turret in the bottom side. But on the other side, Alpuerto comes in to try and go for a steal play, but she gets absolutely zoned out. Cambodia getting the neutral objective, but the Philippines with a very intelligent decision right here, knowing that they can't really match up to all the AoE, they just make the play on the other side of the map while it's still somewhat guaranteed.
Definitely. That's also a gold crab being picked up, and right, that's interesting because they go in for the counterplay. We saw that the Philippines, they weren't looking for the setup whatsoever. They wanted to get a kill over to Yui Fendi, but the fact that the Yui Fendi was just zoned away, they opted to go for the turret instead, realizing, like you mentioned, their lack of prowess in these 5v5 team fights up until this 5th minute of the game. Technically, right now, they are still waiting for the power spikes from Perez, but seeing as she's at 101, it's going to be curious to see her items. But Yui Fendi, meanwhile, Alpuerto has been doing great, right? We don't necessarily see as much kill pressure, but the fact that she's always active on the map is also putting Cambodia in a position where they always have to predict what will be happening next.
I think it's a great situation to be in when you can kind of farm out but still be active. But look at Moshi going in for the penalty zone onto 3. He'll be countered though, but she will still be standing there strong as Cambodia and the rest of the team shows up to back up their EXP laner. Moshi winning out in the lane so far, and even there just defiantly going up against 3 members unfazed.
We'll see what they're going to be able to do about that as well, because both these teams are actually still hovering here in the top lane. Does Cambodia want to go in for a dive, or will zoning be enough as their main target is the turret. But it looks like they're not going to overcommit onto that just yet. With Amores now picking up the glowing wand as the Valentina. That's actually her first item. She doesn't go for Enchanted Talisman. She doesn't go for a different item. She just goes straight for the glowing wand. So much value in one item because of the changes towards the glowing wand. There is the, NOD being factored into the glowing wand now. So that's additional passive that can be capitalized over Amores going head-to-head against the Minotaur. But that's going to be a turtle. Stolen, actually, by El Puerto. Arashi, what happened?
Just dashed in there and stole it, man. The smooth criminal El Puerto. And on the other side, Diagon is still going for the turrets as well. An all-out loss for Cambodia. They weren't expecting that at all, man. The sneaky, literal ninja play from El Puerto kind of turned the tides, and now they go for Moshi in the middle. 1v2 as a shadow kill gets popped in. But Moshi is just way too tanky, though, surviving. But that's a swing in momentum for sure. Primal Wrath being popped on the top side as Perez goes in with a slip of HP. Too low, though, too aggressive. Yui Fendi will pick up that kill. And even there now in the purple buff of Cambodia, El Puerto, man, non-stop denying the purple buff from Tegami as well.
It's insane. It's insane what both of these teams have actually been able to throw at each other here in the 8th minute of the game. El Puerto, again, so clean with that. Because, technically Lancelot, right? Tegami is also on the same level. So if we're talking about retribution battles, the fact that El Puerto was able to get that was insane, but look at this.
Big chunk of damage, but look at the Phantom Execution to the back line though. Now Amores is the next target as Fendi comes in, flickers out, but there comes El Puerto for the retribution, coming in with the shadow kill, but it won't be enough. Cambodia picking up 2 for 2, but it's not over yet. For the side of the Philippines, they're still trying to find extra value, but they won't be able to do so. As El Puerto and Tegami just lock eyes there, potentially going for a duel though. El Puerto going for a bit of a dive, but that's the maneuverability from the quad shadow. She will get out. And the Philippines, they got to trade evenly, but they get more presence around the map with that play.
But Tegami was forced to use that retribution, so I thought that maybe Daigon wanted to go in for the contest for the orange buff, but it looks like she saw that it was too much of a risky play, so they go and decide against it. But for the most part, again, both these teams have been trading back and forth. Philippines is leading with a 2k gold lead, and Perez picked up that DHS. And look at Vivero looking for a play.
They're gonna onward to try and deny motion coming in, but that's a penalty zone coming in a bit too late. The Minions Fury stolen by Amores will be zoning away the members of Cambodia for just a bit longer. But look at this. They're going in afterwards with the Lord taken. The Philippines are trying to back off away, but they lose 2 in the process. They'll be trying to just do damage control, making sure they don't lose the turrets. And look at this dive coming in from Cambodia. Vivero makes it out alive, and Philippines will not be able to find
whoa!
Look at that, Tegami! Almost going for it, but the flicker from Perez seals her fate. What a play from Vivero to stay alive. But Dagon gets taken out under the turret as well. Both teams just going toe-to-toe. But with the Lord pushing in favor of the Philippines, the fact that they were able to trade somewhat evenly means that they can now take control and go for these turrets.
That was a 3-for-1 trade. If we take a look at that replay, Perez actually flickered in to get that kill over. But meanwhile, with the distraction happening, Perez was unable to save that turret in the mid lane, as well as save her fellow teammate in the mid lane as well. But Diagon gonna be able to get back into the Land of Dawn, respawn ASAP. But I don't think it will be in time for this first Lord push that is happening. We do see a little bit of pressure from the top side from El Puerto. But other than that, I don't think they can touch the inhibitor turrets with how fast Cambodia are clearing out these waves.
In fact, they gather on the mid turret right here, not wanting to let anything go for free. You can see the Philippines waiting around. But look at the damage, the shred coming in from Perez, dashing out, but still getting hit by the Minions Fury and the Phantom Execution. That is her deleted almost immediately. Look at the Shadow Kill in the back, though. El Puerto still being active, going for the execute, getting 2 in the midst of this engagement. But Yui Fendi will still be able to make it out. Overall, 2 for 3 for the Philippines. They were able to come out on top there, despite Perez getting deleted in the beginning of the fight.
I think Paris is wondering, like, man, why didn't I go for Purify? If I knew that this would be happening over and over, I mean, 2 times is not over and over, but a few times to really stave off how much pressure I should be having in these team fights, maybe a Purify would have been more valuable against so many tools coming from Cambodia. But look at Alpuerto with her fast hands, gonna be able to zone these members away and gonna be able to get in to that turret in the top lane. And luckily for the Philippines, that turret falls, that base turret falls on the far lane of the next Lord that is going to push. And if we know the Philippines, we know that they love these Lord dances. We know they love the macro style. We know they love to go head to head, toe to toe with that brain kind of strategy against Cambodia, who has been doing much better in these team fights, by the way.
Kigami now with the Sky Piercer as well. There's so many execute tools available for the side of Cambodia. And now with the photo, the team fighting is going to get even more difficult. But with the wave pushing on the top side, with the base tower taken from the Philippines, this means that, whoa, hang on, onward play with the conceal. Onto Moshi though, she will get shredded down immediately. No response from Cambodia. They're forced to back away, losing 1 member. And look at the response. An immediate jump towards the Lord as Diagon is able to just zone everyone away, be a complete nuisance. What a play from the Philippines. A clean Lord take, without even a Lord dance that we're talking about.
Not wasting a single second, not wasting a single moment. They saw the opportunity and they were able to capitalize over that. And again, this just reflects the chemistry and the synergy that all these players have. They've been playing together for so long, even actually representing the Philippines in the SEA Games as well. So that chemistry is definitely there, because that split-second moment where one of them goes in for that play, the rest follows so well, by the way. They're just so familiar with one another. They're so familiar and their calls are so great that they've been actually able to push Cambodia in a very tough position in this 13-minute game that initially Cambodia were actually leading.
It's a big team fight potential that the Philippines are completely negating. Again, with the macro play, with the fact that the Lord was there, that the wave was pushing as well. Now, it's going to be cleared by Cambodia though, but the Philippines, they're trying to make sure that they try and get something in exchange. It's a slow clearing process from the side of Cambodia, but it seems like it's inevitable as an Earthshadow lands onto Uwe, along with the onward. It's a Primal Wrath popped in by Vivero to try and do some damage, but Moshi comes in with the penalty zone. Dominion's Fury on top for good measure. Seems like they're going for the back line, but oh man, Tegami immediately deleted in the back. And now with the Philippines having a full roster still, they're gonna go for the base tower. 5v3. Cambodia trying their best to clear. They do have carries available. In goes Yui Fendi without any response, but Nabi becomes the next target, getting popped with the passive, and Moshi pushing still to try and do something, but the Philippines are going straight for the crystal. It's gonna be the end in the hands of Alpuerto, going in for an amazing comeback performance here against Cambodia for Game 1.
A decisive game at number 1 here from the Philippines, leading this best-of-3 series in our first semifinals in the playoffs, and that was an exquisite example of Mlbb gameplay, right? I mean, like you mentioned in the game, Arashi, it was a really good point. The fact that they understood that they lost in terms of composition, if we're talking about team fight, with how many tools that Cambodia had, right? They were like, fine, so we don't go for team fights. We go for the split pushes. We go for the macro-centric style. We go for the pickoffs instead, right? They don't even allow Cambodia to think of a proper setup before they go in and pull the trigger. And we're going to see that in the highlights, ladies and gentlemen, from that game, game number 1. Again, I want to see all the way from the beginning, because earlier on, we were talking about this, right? Sure, the Philippines, they were trading quite okay, but Cambodia, for the first few moments of the game, they were the ones showing what the tempo is all about. In these team fights, in these particular, turtle dances, they've been able to get the advantage. They were able to pick up the first turtle, but something went wrong after that, Arashi. What do you think that is?
I think it's the pick-off gameplay here, the traps that were set up by the Philippines. Like even here, in this moment, this is Cambodia walking into it. And even though you have a better composition, a better synergy technically, it doesn't matter when you are the ones walking unprepared for a fight, right? It's almost like the Philippines have a sucker punch advantage. And when they tested the waters and they felt like the fights were still not really going their way as much as they would like it, they just immediately go for this split route, right? To just send someone to try and quote-unquote split push. And this was the steal, man. Al Puerto, out of nowhere, just coming in. The range on that shadow kill is just so deceptive technically. And even when Cambodia are trying to go and trade it in for a dive for some more damage, the Philippines are doing a great job of playing it defensively. And of course, when they get caught in a combo, when everyone gets hit together, it's a whole different story. But Perez knows exactly what kind of calculations she's having, right? When someone else gets nuked down and she has some window of time to go for the damage, she would just go in immediately and just tank all the crowd control and damage coming her way.
And finally, we get to see something different, right, in the EXP lane. Diagon on the CC. We usually see the Yuzongs and the Terizlas happening, the expert being banned out naturally to go and eliminate the counter towards the Terizla. But with the CC coming through, Caster Curse, right? We mentioned her and then she gets immediately taken out in the highlights. But for the most part, Diagon has been a game changer, right? Being able to win the lane was important for the neutral objective setups. But also in the later stage of the game, as soon as she was able to get her items, she was able to zone so many times and buy so much time for her team and go in for the split pushes that were also very detrimental to how quickly the Philippines were able to turn the game around after that point. And here you go, see Diagon just completely zoning even Tegami on the Lancelot away from that team fight.
And afterwards, just the difference in damage output, like that really is what it was. Perez can just shred everyone down so much faster than Yui Fendi can, and with the Wind of Nature already available, she can have even bolder time just standing right there doing damage. And Vivero, man, landing the Earth Shatter on Tegami as she comes in with the Phantom Execution. That's just great timing that she's displayed all the way in several games today. But Al Puerto as well, knowing the limits of that Hayabusa. You're seeing here, for the most part, they understand, they notice the window of opportunity to try and end the game, and they immediately, without hesitation, just walk up straight to the crystal and just start focusing it down.
I don't think you noticed that, but it was a 14-minute match, right? I thought it was a lot. Wait, how do I feel about it? Did it feel longer or did it feel shorter? But I didn't think it was the 14th minute, right? The Philippines, they were so decisive with how they played that 14-minute match. I don't know, maybe I expected it to be a little quicker.
Oh, quicker, huh? I was thinking that with so many setups being made by the Philippines and Cambodia both, right? The movements around the map, I thought that for sure this has to be a late game, you know, with everyone just setting up, waiting for the right opportunities, already waiting in the bushes to try and spring up a trap for their opponent. I thought for sure this was a later game. The fact that it was 14 minutes and 30 seconds more or less actually is quite surprising to me. But there has been a lot of action so far in the game for sure, so that certainly skews your perception of time a bit.
Yeah, it also is a trap, right, with the Yuzong CC. You know, even we got trapped into thinking it was the Yuzong when it was actually the CC. My God, Philippines, do your strategies know no bounds. But anyway, we are gonna crown our MVP, our player of the game, up soon. I think Vivero was a monster as well on the Edith. The fact that she was able to, you know, utilize her kit so well. But Al Puerto was really good on the Hayabusa. That steal on the Lord was immaculate. Amores, so dependable. Diagon, we talked about her already on Perez, just also a very reliable source of damage for her team. Who would you crown the MVP for this?
For me, it's Vivero, like hands down.
Again.
Yeah, she was the one making the moments happen for her team here, despite the fact that they were supposedly on the back foot. So she has my vote.
Okay, I think I'm gonna go for El Puerto again. So production team, let's see it. Our MVP for game number 1. I mean, it's a Arashi 0, Eterna 1.
Boom!
And it's Eterna 2, Arashi 0. It's okay. Better luck next time, buddy. But here are the items that Al Puerto went for.
I mean, surely it is what it is, but man, the Hayabusa, the fact that your damage comes out in small chunks, just makes the Sky Piercer that much more fearsome, right? Because even if you're on a low amount of HP, you're just concerned about like a shuriken or one cut from the shadow kill just nicking you, and then you're just deleted. So I think that's a great item to have in the inventory. But that aside, the despite the fact that she has the Hypnosis and she's supposedly going for big chunks of burst, she was actually playing it a lot scarier, man. She just stays in the bush, goes for basic attacks with skills, and then she just gets out of there, right? She wasn't doing a lot of fancy entrances into the big team fights. It's almost like the contrast compared to Tegami, because Tegami was coming in with the dashes and then the Phantom Execution right into the center of the fight. Whereas for El Puerto, it seems like she's just skirting around the outsides, being a distraction. And then when she goes in with a Shadow Kill, it's just to do damage, and then she'll get back out into safety. That in and out is definitely something that Hayabusa has over that Lancelot.
It's a really good tool to trigger resources, right? Because if you have a stun, if you have damage abilities that you want to utilize against a Hayabusa, you would definitely pop that up, but a little bit too late. I think that's one of the reasons why I personally hate the Hayabusa, especially as a mid laner, right? The fact that they're able to weave in and weave out like that just causes so many miscalculations that El Puerto was able to capitalize over. And that steal, again, was brilliant. And she shows us, just because the Hayabusa hasn't been doing well in some of these matches that we've seen at ISF, we see the potential of the Hayabusa and why it was, marked up to be one of the stronger assassins in the meta after the patch hit.
I think that's definitely the case. The immunity in particular, just
the speed.
Even though, exactly, even when you're fighting, right, and you know that, okay, it's not me that's getting hit with the Shadow Kill. You know that in the back of your head, you're seeing, the cuts showing up, and you're fighting, but it's almost like you're looking backwards, like, is everything good behind? Because if the backline is gone, what am I doing here, right? I'm in the midst of all the chaos. I'm gonna get taken out. That kind of extra risk factor definitely plays into that mental mind game.
And a lot of the members from the side of Cambodia, I think they went in for Warcry, and we didn't really see... Well, I guess we did, right? Because we were talking about that match, and there were moments where the Roger was completely dominating in these skirmishes, right? Being able to get the kills left and right, here and there. I think if I had to choose like an MVP from the losing team for game number 1, it would have been the Roger for me. What do you think?
I think that's fair. For sure, UEFND was still doing a lot of damage. She was still outputting the pressure. Unfortunately, it's almost like the Philippines used that against her, right? She was the victim of several ganks coming in from Vivero. But she was still doing a great deal of damage. There were some outplays there where she comes in with the pounce, the Lycan pounce, gets the execute, but then just jumps out into safety, kind of baiting some resources as well. I think it's fair to give them the edge. I just found it very unfortunate that they were having all the control, but it's all limited to when a neutral objective is on the table, right? They had to wait for the Philippines to be forced to come into the minion fury, the penalty zone, when it's just a waiting game, when everyone's on standby. That's where the Philippines immediately sprang into action. You saw that conceal into onward Earth Shadow combo, and you're also seeing the fact that the Philippines had a carry. It's kind of interesting to see now, because a big issue now with the Lord dances with the macro game is the fact that you can't really clear that Lord as fast anymore, right? It's more difficult now. It does more damage, but with a carry, you kind of can, right? And you saw that in one of those engagements. Of course, Cambodia eventually checked for the Lord, but at that point, it's a bit too late. So having that extra bit of max HP damage coming in from the carry seems to be another tool that's kind of rising in importance just because of the changes to the Lord.
Definitely overlooked. Because coming after the patch, I think a lot of people have said that if we're talking about gold laners, sure, it's still very experimental, but the gold laners that we've seen in ISF in particular are the Clint, Brody, Roger for sure, number 1 priority, Harith, and that's about it, right? The rest are kind of, well, I guess Moskov. We can put Moskov there, right? But Claude, Carry, these are the heroes that are a little bit more conditional. What do you think? Because I was expecting, coming to ISF, especially for the female scene, that we would be seeing a lot more Brodies, a lot more Clints. But those are the 2 heroes that we've actually haven't seen at all so far.
I kind of recall seeing a Clint game, maybe. I don't quite remember which one it was. But yeah, that's true. We haven't seen too many Brodies either. And the one time I remember seeing it was from CW from Indonesia, and he got completely demolished in that game. So I'm not sure if that counts. all right? But with the Skypiercer, I really thought these more aggressive, burst-heavy heroes would really have an importance. But I guess this is the unforeseen consequences of the patch, right? Now some of these heroes haven't been buffed or nerfed, but just gains a lot more potential. And in this game in particular, up against the Terizla, I guess there's additional value to picking up the carry. And you saw that there was a moment where the Teresa walked up and Perez was like, sure, I might get taken out for this, but I'm going to melt down this main front line so that my team can really threaten and engage towards Cambodia. So there's layers and layers of strategy being displayed here in the Land of Dawn.
So let's jump into the drafts, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 2, match point in for the Philippines. And it looks like both of these teams have actually swapped sides, with the Luo Yi now being picked up as a ban for Cambodia. And I'm wondering if there are going to be any changes towards the drafts, right? Because if we take a look last time around, the Edith was a huge takeaway. The fact that they were able to pick it up for the Philippines, that was a game changer, I do believe. Do they want to let that go, or do they want to go for the bans instead for game number 2?
The Edith, I feel like it's not just the Edith. Of course, we saw great engagements, but we didn't see a lot of, for instance, big moments with the Primal Wrath swinging the balance in the favor of the Philippines. I guess some of the fights were that close with HP bars being really, really low, but all things considered, I think the engage part was what's more important. So I don't think it's something that can be solved purely by going for a ban to the Edith. But if they want to go for it, banning away the Grok right here, one of the heroes that can walk up in relative safely with the power of nature, that is definitely something that Cambodia can put to good use.
Other than that, right, I think one of the beauties of the Grok is the fact that there's just so much control that you possess when you want to go in for like team fights around the neutral objectives, right? With the pit being placed the way that it is, and with the utility and the kit that the Grok has to offer, there's a lot of control that has been taken away with the ban coming in from Cambodia. But again, they go for the respect. The Ling gets eliminated as well as the Angela. Last time, I think we saw the Fanny being banned out. That's definitely an option that we saw. Fredrin has been left open. Harith as well. So now it begins the chess match, the chess game. Honestly, so far the chip completely ignored, so that's not something that we're looking at right now, right? But the Harith versus the Roger, what do you think has more value?
The Harith versus the Roger, I feel like if you want to have this chess match going on, the Roger has a bit more value due to the flex potential. I don't think we've seen a Harith flexed anywhere else aside from the gold lane, but having the Harith itself as a pick, technically it's not a guaranteed win anymore. So I would personally say now it's going to be the Roger. The Harith still has power, definitely, but now it's been a while, and some teams have it seems like a lot of teams already felt like, hey, this Harith can you can kind of mitigate the Harith's impact depending on how you want to play this. Especially for the Philippines, if they want to play this mobile style, just kite away from the Zaman Force, and this Harith becomes almost half as mobile as he usually is. So that could be a solution if they want to go for it.
Also very weak to CC, right? Not the Yuzong CC, but like C. It's like crowd control. Okay,
Crowd control.
That was an easier way to put it. But again, okay, so first pick still the Edith, but this time it's Cambodia that picks it up first. Philippines now, they have the chance to pick up. Do they go for carry again? I guess Harith, definitely. Okay. But what's the second pick, right? Do they go for Terizla? Do they look for that strong lane that they have? Or do they wait for that? What's the strategy?
Usually we see the Fredrin show up. Considering the Youth Song has been so important for a lot of teams, they can try and go for that as well if they want to make sure that Diagon once again can just have so much impact in the lane. This is the flexibility we're talking about as well, by the way. A lot of them has performed not only on one or two heroes, right? They have multiple heroes available in their arsenal, and they go for the Valentina to deter most likely any kind of big ultimates from the side of Cambodia. And this is a great pick because, again, we talked about it in the previous drafting phase, but that Primal Wrath, if it gets stolen by the IMU, that's a lot of damage, man. It might even be it might even make the Edith pick more detrimental to the side of Cambodia.
They love this Valentina pick. They love it, right? Time and time again, Philippines have picked up the Valentina. And we're going to see the response now from Cambodia. Do they go for an assassin once again? Do they pick up the Hayabusa themselves this time? Look to have more say in the early stage of the game. By the way, the Matilda has also been ignored. So no pickup on the Matilda just yet, but they go for the Fredrin and the Claude. So I'm pretty sure that this Fredrin is not a flex Fredrin, especially with the Edith here. Edith is still flex. Technically can be placed in the EXP lane or in the roam. But the Fredrin definitely in the jungle. So that does give us a little bit of information as to the strategy and the idea of what Cambodia wants to do. In the second phase of the drafts, now that the Philippines have also picked up the Turisla, they can definitely just eliminate. Make sure that Turisla gets a good lane, right? You can go in for the X-Borg ban, you can go in for the CC ban or the Yuzong CC ban, right? That's definitely an option. But they go for the Faramis.
Well, the Faramis is a
still
pretty good choice if you're considering just the overall team fight. But I gotta agree, man, the X-Borg ban is something I would go for myself. It's just a very annoying situation when there's a X-Borg just spouting out all the flames again and again. And especially with your gold laner being a Harith, right? It's very low range. You're gonna be forced to tank up a bunch of the flames. So I think that is something that would be good for them to deny from the side of Cambodia. But for Cambodia themselves, it seems like it's a proper drawn-out fight. They have crowd control tools available right here, so I'm trying to figure out what's the idea for them, because they've banned the Minotaur as well. It's almost like they're the ones that don't want to be punished now for clumping up together, but it's going to be a Cho.
It is going to be a Cho. And the Cho is... I think the last time I saw the Cho was yesterday in the roam, still using Concussive Blast. So despite the changes towards his kit, I think it was his passive that changed, right? That a lot of people are speculating that maybe we're going to see more of Cho junglers. But in the roam even, it still had a lot of value, right? Great pickoff, really great moments for this Cho. And so they're eliminating a lot of these roamers from the side of Cambodia, right? Really respecting your favorite hero, by the way, Fifero. The Cho and the Ruby has been banned out, and we mentioned the X-Borg earlier on, and the X-Borg does get banned. We saw that the Turisla was kind of suffering in the lane against the CC. Do you think that they will go for the flex Edith into roam, CC into EXP? Not that they do have the chance.
The CC is definitely an option, but we'll have to see, right? At least in Cambodia, they're thinking that the engage potential is something they don't want to deal with. So if that's the case, right, then an Edith also, aside from being a great engager, is also a great counter engager, right? You see someone jumping straight at you, you onward, you earth shatter, and they are forced to kind of react, trying to dodge away from it. So as a result, for the Philippines, it's gonna be a Martis with the Mortal Coil available. Now Cambodia have to start thinking, right? How do we protect the backline? Fast crowd control won't be enough. They need multiple amounts of crowd control. And if they can get crowd control that kind of gets channeled for a long period of time, that can be good against the Martis, right? To try and make sure that he has to force to use the full-on duration of the Mortal Coil for crowd control immunity instead of gap closing or damage.
So what's the choice here? Yuzong? This is the real Yuzong, I think, by the way, right?
Yeah.
The real Yuzong in the lane against the Turisla, and now they have yet to pick up their roamer. Unless, no, Edith roam mid laner, Lilia. So fast clear still with the Lilia still has value, and it's a lot more safer as compared to some of the other mid laners, like the Farsa perhaps, right? Or Xavier that's been popping up a lot recently in the mid lane, or even the Vexanas of the world. So they're trying to contest that mid lane pressure and the mid lane prio, especially going against a hero as dominant in the early game as something like the Martis. But what will accompany this Martis, right? We're lacking a roamer now. Minotaur's been banned out. Matilda is still open, and technically additional movement speed as well. A lot more wave clear for the Valentina. So yeah, that does get locked in. Matilda,
it makes
last
sense.
pick for the Philippines.
I was thinking that maybe they want something a bit more beefy because generally the rule of thumb is if you have one guy in utility, you have one guy for frontline. That's a requirement because otherwise your CC guy, your crowd control guy, will get deleted before you can output that crowd control, right? So they need some other person. But I guess with the Terizla, the Philippines are confident enough that Diagon will be able to actually tank up all that damage, survive long enough. And maybe the idea is to get her out of there with the guiding win afterwards. Alberto, though, on the Martis, we've seen that she can be very, very aggressive. But now, with the lack of mobility on the from the Martis, right? I guess Vivero can kind of supplement that with a guiding win as well. But I'm curious to see how the early game plays out because I think that when it comes to push power and crowd control setup, I think Cambodia actually has a better chance here.
Yeah, I'm a big bias. I'm a big bias towards this Lilia. Because again, right, the Lilia has such good wave clear. She's so maneuverable. She has high mobility. She's also very independent in her lane as well. If you're talking about DPS, she does have that, especially in the later stage of the game when she gets her items going. And now she can actually go in for the glowing wand and get ultimate value from that item. So ladies and gentlemen, we are at match point. One more game away for Cambodia to have to say goodbye to the hopes of going to WEC, of going to Riyadh, of representing their region in the international stage. And Philippines are only a game away. So let's get down into the land of dawn for game number 2.
All right, game number 2, and really seeing a bit of a difference when it comes to emblem preferences. Diagon going with the Impure Rage here, not going for the Warcry like we saw earlier. That might allow for better laning, but look at this, Moshi getting jumped on. The dive is orchestrated by the side of the Philippines. Vivero, very, very low there was Moshi, but Vivero will be able to pick it up with that Mathilda pick, orchestrating the dive so early on. That's part of what makes this Mathilda so annoying to deal with.
In true Filipino women fashion, right? Always first blood under minute number 1, under minute number 2. And we're seeing that yet again here in their second game against Cambodia. And that does put Cambodia under a little bit of pressure, right? Because to lose control like that, despite it only being a kill, is very telling to how the tempo will move forward. And hopefully Cambodia can turn this around and push this to a third game of the series. But with heroes like the Martis, with heroes like the Harith, you definitely don't want them to snowball out of control from that early portion of the game.
Looking at the top side already, Alberto waiting for a chance to make a move, but won't be starting off just yet. There's a numbers advantage on the side of Cambodia on this top side, but the Philippines are undeterred. They just stand by here, waiting for the neutral objective to spawn out, and they'll just be dancing around here, waiting around. And the longer this goes, the more chance there is for Vivero to actually do some harassment, do some poke damage. No Circling Eagle is available just yet though, so there won't be any chance for a scouting maneuver there coming in from this Mathilda. But Amores waiting for the right time, going in, dodging away from the Earth Shatter. But now here comes in the big engage, the Black Dragon form coming in from Moshi towards the back line as a DPS from the Angry Glooms of Navi comes through. You jump now to Alberto with the Mortal Coil trying to get out of the situation, but it might be too much to handle. Vivero will be able to get Amores out of the situation, but Cambodia once again showing a very strong early game.
1-for-2 trade, and you can even say it's a 1-for-3 trade if Cambodia is going to be able to pick up this turtle, and they do that without any contest whatsoever after the Philippines had to lose 2 members of the main 5. And that's just it, right? Again, a very similar pattern, like you mentioned earlier on, Arashi, to game number 1. Cambodia holding on to the early game, holding on to these neutral objective fights. They're so good with these team fights in the early stage of the game, but let's hope that they don't lose control again, right? Because that's what is so great about the Philippines. They understand their heroes. They understand when their power spikes hit. So they are able to be that type of team to withstand the chaos and the aggression of the early game, to wait for that power spike and then go in for something more. But it looks like Edith in the bottom lane.
That's Perez bringing a Purify there to try and counter the gank. But now Amores and Alpuerto are trying to maybe counter back with a bit. But like you said, Eterna, they're very good at just taking it slow, knowing their strengths. But look at that penalty zone, though. It lands straight onto Yui Fendi, who bursts the Purify, but she's taken very, very low. Not low enough, though, unfortunately, as Ue looks for a chance to try and get something more. Both teams will be backing out. And Perez, the initial target here, actually gets a lot of value by pushing out this bottom side, escorted by Vivero as well.
Oh, looks like Ue is looking for a moment here. Earth Shatter perhaps with a combination. But the damage, the burst coming through from Perez does deny that away. Can actually force a recall from her and buying them a little bit more time in this bottom lane to get over a kill perhaps onto Yui Fendi later on. Meanwhile, Alpuerto and Amores are gonna go on to Moshi. Will it succeed?
They're walking straight under the turret that Moshi dashes away with the Furious Dive, kind of denying the pursuit as well. That will be her taking a lot of some kind of damage significantly enough. And look at this trap set up by Ue and Nabi. They go for the play, but the onward does not connect. Earth Shatter lands on the Vivero, but won't be enough to trigger any kind of big fight. As the Philippines wait around, they have utility tools available. Watch for a big penalty zone as Vivero makes a very aggressive move. But look at Amores getting hit by the Earth Shatter. But Black Shoes out of the situation. Now with that penalty zone coming on in the middle, Moshi tries to deter the rest of the team, but it won't be available. He dives into the back as Diagon finally gets taken out by the collective effort of Cambodia. And they are still maintaining control here.
1-for-1 trade. The Philippines, Alpuerto is still and was still able to get that retribution, that clean retribution over the neutral objective. So it's a 1-for-1 now for both of these regions. There's control in these team fights. Again, like, I don't understand why, because technically the Philippines, they have a lot of tools that they can utilize as well, right? In this 5v5 team fight, they have Amores, they have Vivero with the Matilda and the Circling Eagle. They also have Diagon with as well the penalty zone, and yet somehow, some way, Cambodia always comes out on top in these early game neutral objective fights. And it looks like they're looking for more here in the bottom side. That's a lot of damage onto Perez. By the way, what's...
Exactly, they just way too much damage for Perez to just shrug off. But fortunately, she'll still be able to survive as the backup comes in. And you can see Cambodia really respecting any kind of moment where the Philippines are rotating. Now Vivero gets taunted up. Seems to be a 4-man play towards the turret, but Vivero comes in with a Circling Eagle, going defensively backwards, and now looking for a chance to maybe take Ue out. Alpuerto comes in, going in with a Mortal Coil, trying to get a Decimate, but in the backline, Yui Fendi with the Blazing Duet shuts down Vivero, and the Black Dragon Form comes in. Moshi takes out Perez. And just like that, the Philippines are once again on the back foot, fighting under the turret as Ue lands an Earth Shatter, but they might have been a bit too aggressive right here. Diagon is coming in, swinging that hammer. That will be a relatively equal trade for the Philippines, but considering the situation, it's a bit of a win.
2-for-2 trade, but Perez was the one that was taken out, right? So, yeah, I would understand that notion, but losing something like the Harith, who generally needs to acquire a snowball to get to that item power spike as quick as possible, is definitely not something that is perfect in the ideals of Philippines. But it looks like Vivero are going to be able to zone out Tagami, and they're going to be able to get in that turtle, the last turtle, really quickly and fairly uncontested from Cambodia. So if we're talking about power, it looks like the Philippines have it under control. But if we're talking about a gold lead, it looks like Cambodia is still holding on to that.
Cambodia definitely is holding on to a gold lead, but they gotta be careful not to trade evenly against the Philippines right here. The longer the game goes, even though the Philippines technically on paper aren't really having the best late game, doesn't mean that they can't really do anything, especially if the gold difference does get equalized. Now for the Philippines, trying to secure the purple buff, but Ue goes with the onward, doesn't connect. It's gonna still be Alpuerto able to secure her purple. So Cambodia, they're looking for chances here to push their advantage even more, but the response from the Philippines, the threat of a counter engage is kind of keeping them at bay.
It's definitely there. And for the most part, Cambodia now have already picked up 2 turrets, right? They have a turret in the top side. They also have a turret in the bottom lane. And they're looking to capitalize over this mid lane as well. So it's been very interesting as to how this game has progressed. We saw a little bit of a similar story from game number 1, right? The fact that you can't really say it was a landslide. You can't really say that it was one-sided for the Philippines. There are so many moments that the Cambodians were able to trade back really well, especially in the early stage of the game. And hopefully from game number 1, they've actually adjusted with the mind games and the brain play that the Philippines were able to utilize in game number 1 into game number 2, because technically Cambodia is holding more control over the map, right? They have the objectives, they have the gold lead, and they also have the towers to boot. So more in their kit and more under their belt against the Philippines as we jump back into the game. And oh, wait a second, Earth Shatter.
Diagon getting jumped on, but on the other side, Vivero going in to try and take out Moshi along with the help from Perez, but now she gets caught in. But that penalty zone from Diagon might have shifted the attention just far enough as Amores is trying her best to try and output that damage, but it's not going to be enough. Of course, his wrath doesn't land onto multiple members, but both teams walk out without a casualty. But for the Philippines, they're making a statement here that they are still able to hold their own in a fight given the right circumstances. Like you said, Eterna, that brain play is something that they can use. The longer the game goes, the more important the waves and lords are, they can try and do something. But with UEFND so far away from safety, the Philippines seems to be eyeing her out as a target, but it won't be available just yet.
Nope. Oh.
Ooh, look at the play though on the bottom side. There's gonna be Diagon getting taken out off camera. Unfortunately, I think Uwe was able to find her in the middle of the fight. And now without the main front line, the Philippines are going to be forced to contest here for a Lord. They have no idea where everyone is. That's a great dodge though to avoid the onward, but now Tegami comes in with the taunt. Won't be enough. The Black Dragon form will be popped up and it's zoning everyone away. The Philippines are deciding to stay right here, but Al Puerto is going to be taking a lot of damage, a lot of attention, but that's going to be a kill picked up by Amores in the midst of the chaos. Vivero will be falling, but Al Puerto still running for the hills. What is going on right here? The Lord gets taken off by Uwe, but at the same time, UEFND picks up a shutdown, fighting on multiple fronts as Perez tries to survive, but the onward gets purified out. She survives here as Diagon zones Moshi away. The Philippines came out on top right there.
How does that happen? Right? Cambodia did everything right with that setup. The fact that they were able to pick off Diagon right before that 50-50 Lord take. They were a member down and they were still able to get that many advantages. Okay, sure, they lost the Lord, but it is still the first Lord of the series. The clapback from the Philippines has been insane. And look now, El Puerto already utilizing that retribution to get a little more time for her to weave out of that teamfight to go up and clear out that Lord. But this isn't gonna be a perfect Lord push for Cambodia after the results of that fight.
They were actually unable to capitalize as much onto that Lord just because the Philippines have that wave pushing on the bottom side. Like you said, Eterna, that brain play, but the Black Dragon form comes in for a massive flank. All chaos breaks loose, but that's going to be a penalty. Was pushed up towards the turret of Cambodia, but now it has bounced back. So now if Cambodia just plays the waiting game, waits for the right situation, that wave will eventually build up, and it's going to be threatening directly a base turret. For the Philippines, they don't want to show their cards, hiding their engaged tools in the bushes. They might have noticed a chance that there's someone in the bushes. Vivero spots them out, and Perez goes for a bit of poke damage. It's back to the waiting game, and I think Diagon is just eyeing an opportunity, eyeing for a chance to land that massive penalty zone. But with the wave pushing back on the top side, like I mentioned, it's going to be a race against the clock, and it seems like Vivero will assist Perez in maneuvering to try and clear that wave out.
Oh, that's a big signal. It's a big signal for Cambodia to go in for the push, and it looks like they see it. With two members on the top side, they have the man advantage, and the Black Dragon form gets opened up.
Gonna be going in with the crown though. That's a blazing duet from UEFND doing a lot of damage, but here comes the rest of the roster from the Philippines. They're making a play for the Lord still as Perez picks up a kill, but Tegami will be the one to secure that Lord, and that will be 4 members down, 1 more left for the side of the Philippines, most likely going down right here, and that will be it. Double kill to seal the deal, and with the Lord and with the minion wave on the bottom, Cambodia, they can go for the end.
This is it. We're going to game number 3. No way they go for the defense. Ladies and gentlemen, Cambodia have fought back. They understand the risks. They understand the importance of this match, and they are not going to go down without a fight, pushing this to a 3rd game of the series as they are looking for that slot to go to WEC in the world stage, on the international stage, over to Riyadh. What a game by Cambodia. That comeback, I don't think anyone expected that from happening. It was just the setup for the Lord from the side of the Philippines. It was so messy, right? It's not something that we've seen too much from this team, but it was messy. You were talking about the far lane, you were talking about the waves that were building up in favor of Cambodia, and the Philippines, they went in for the decision to go in and clear with 2 members, and Cambodia completely capitalized over that. They saw that as a signal. They saw that as just the perfect moment to go in. We have to take a look at the highlights of what happened in that game, because for the most part, everything was so equal. Everything was so back and forth. It could have swayed either way. But you know, thinking about the history of the strategy of the playstyle that we're so used to the Philippines having, we expected that the Philippines would outsmart Cambodia in game number 2, but it seems like it was the exact opposite. Cambodia came back, outsmarted the Philippines, and went in for a wiped out. That was crazy, Arashi.
I mean, we were saying that the Philippines, they're all about that big brain play to try and find other ways to win the game without really just banking it all on a big fight. But Cambodia, they've been out for blood since the beginning of the game, man. And with the tools available to them, the DPS available in their composition, it's definitely nothing that the Philippines can kind of ignore. Fendi on the Claude, bringing it into the late game. The Lilia as well with a lot of DPS. We can see that once they go in and the backline doesn't really have the tools to really stop the channeling of some of these abilities, they just get shredded down immediately. So the only time we see that the Philippines were able to get a dominant fight is when they were fighting on their terms, when Cambodia were jumping into their safe zone under the turrets, for instance, and that's where they were able to actually get so much more value. Aside from that, they were setting up for that big brain play, but Cambodia just found an opportunity and they put the Philippines in a tough situation between a rock and a hard place, and that just allows them to, for once, dictate what is going to happen and when it's going to happen.
This is great. This is perfect. And you know, afterwards, they timed everything so well. That spacing was so great as well. I think this was where one of the moments where the Philippines were able to go for a successful defense. So not the best of examples, but it again shows you an example of how the trades were so back and forth. Here they sent actually 2 members running. This was also a big moment with that double kill from Amores that turned the game around. But Moshi, man, 1 kill, 2 kills. A shutdown to boot, just pushing in the gold lead, right? Because that was only 13 minutes of the game. Moshi was still holding on to the items, the fact that she needed to go in for a little bit more as well to complete her kit, and ultimately this was the big moment play, right? Perez was the only one left standing, the only one left to defend. Eventually she got taken out, and Cambodia saw that as a huge opportunity to go in for the end there and then in the 15th, almost 16-minute mark. And can you imagine the storyline that they have behind them if they win this match against the Philippines? Cambodia, they granted they were number 2 in group number 2 behind Indonesia with 6 points, but they weren't nearly as oppressive as a force as the Philippines in group A. So the fact that if they actually move forward in replacement of the Philippines, one of the tournament favorites here at Iesf, that would make for a huge storyline for this region.
Definitely, man. It's a true underdog story, technically. And looking at the post-game stats, you can see the amount of damage that was available to Cambodia. I mean, Nabi on the Lilia, we thought would be one of the biggest damage dealers, but Moshi even out-damaged her. And even Ue on the Edith with the Primal Wrath, still getting out-damaged by Moshi there. Moshi and Fendi, definitely the duo that just dove in the backline. And in contrast to the previous games we've seen the Philippines play, they just did not have the tools available to save both the backliners and to still have enough to stop some of these big spells. We talked about how they were so good at layering the crowd control, and now with only the penalty zone and maybe the circling eagle as a crowd control tool, it just really wasn't enough to secure a favorable situation in the fights, and they can't really force Cambodia into fights as well, which is why they were stuck just waiting, playing responsive, even though they have aggressive picks like the Harith, like the Martis. So you do wonder what the idea was, but the MVP, Turna, what's your pick?
MVP for Cambodia. I mean that's kind of tough. Moshi definitely had a lot of moments for her on the Yuzong. We saw the outplays that she was able to make, the impact that she had in the team fights, being able to zone out the backline members, the zoning of the core members, right? Technically, Philippines doesn't really have a backline, right? With everybody so keen on going in for the dive, but the core members from the Philippines, that first kill, second kill, shutdown, double kill play was also a big factor as to Philippines losing control. So the MVP, however, the player of the match is Yui Fendi Arashi, our gold laner, right? With the Golden Staff, Mythic Road, DHS, Windtalker, as well as Corrosion Scythe.
I believe the Windtalker might be swapped out. That's a very common strategy, especially if they are trying to rush for an end. But that aside, even if that was part of the arsenal, there was just so many things to pay attention from the side of the Philippines that Yui Fendi, by all means, has been left relatively alone, right? They're busy dealing with the Black Dragon form. They're busy dealing with the Primal Wrath. So when the Blazing Duet comes in, again and again, Yui Fendi was able to actually get a full-on channel and just shred the whole team, the whole roster from the side of the Philippines. And like we said, when the games are that chaotic, when it's a back and forth, it kind of favors the late game team, the team with the late game composition. And for this particular game, it is definitely Cambodia with the Claude, with the Lilia, with the Edith. And for the Philippines, it might just be a bit of an oversight. And they're definitely back to the drawing board right here, thinking about, whether or not that synergy was good enough for them to go with to try and get that early game snowball. And if they don't want to, they can just default back to their mid to late game strat, right? Where that clean, calculated gameplay has led them to great results.
Dude, Edith. Hear me out, man. The Edith was a big problem. Edith in game number 1 fell into the hands of the Philippines and they were able to win it, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Edith at the moment just has so much going for her, right? Because you mentioned about the counter engage that is also possible to be utilized. There's just so much flex into how you want to utilize her, right? You want to be aggressive on the Edith, that's definitely possible. Flicker, Earth Shatter in, and then you go in for your combo, right? Or if you want to go in for the defense, you want to go for a counter engage, that's definitely still possible. Still, you can utilize that Earth Shatter really, really well. And that's not even mentioning the damage output that the Edith has, especially when they're going in for the defense, right? Counter engage play with the Earth Shatter, and then she goes into her Primal Wrath, and then she does the kiting. And there are just so many moments where I saw in these team fights where a lot of the members from the side of the Philippines, they were forced to go back. They were forced to not commit onto these team fights because of how much poke they were receiving, how much magic damage they were receiving from this Edith. So with the next match, I don't really know who's going to be first pick and who's going to be second pick. But if they go in for the swap again, I do believe, once again, this Edith is going to be a hot priority pick for both of these regions.
Or one of them will decide, like, we're done team fighting, right? And go for the exact opposite approach. But if they still want to go, if they're still willing to go for these big team fights, I do think that this Edith is definitely a big player in the roaming business, because it's like a good mix of everything, right? You got damage, you got tankiness, and like you mentioned, Eterna, there's counter engage, but also aggressive engage potential. The fact that the Earth Shatter, right? It's not compared to the Minotaur. Let's compare, right? The Minotaur has like AOE around him, but for Edith, it's a bit more one-directional. But what that allows her to do is kind of use it as a very obvious threat, and technically, that's where you see these massive Earth Shatter Flicker combos being used when you least expect it. So that is something that can still be used in the same way, even though you're not fully committing to something like a like a minotaur that just has to go for team fights. You can also transition into a damage dealer, and you can transition into an actual like pick-off hero, the way the Philippines were using her in the first game. So that flexibility, once again, is definitely something that will be prioritized.
For sure. For sure. Oh man, I didn't expect this to go a full best of 3.
Whoa.
Did you expect this? No, because in my head, it was either one team picks up the momentum from game number 1 and goes straight for 2-0, right? Because honestly, I haven't casted a third game, Arashi. Fun fact. Since
Wow.
the African qualifiers, up until this point now, as we're shifting to a different region, as we're shifting over to Southeast Asia, I have not casted a third game. So I've been expecting always a 2-0, 2-0. Not to say that it's been like a one-sided game that's been happening, but more so that it looks like tempo and momentum is so important for these teams and so important in these regions that once you are able to get that first game, usually game number 2 is also given towards you. But I'm finally casting a third game in this series, and this is not something that I'm used to. So huge props once again to Cambodia and their mentality, right, coming into this, not losing it, not like, oh no, we lost game number 1. Because honestly, those kinds of situations and those kind of predicaments do have a playing field as to the mentality of some of these players, that they're not able to come back in a best of 3. But the fact that we're going all the way now to a best of 3 is super great. I'm loving it, and I'm having so much fun.
It's like a new milestone here for Eterna, for sure. So we'll have to see. It's gonna get even more intense for sure. I think the adjustments, though, is what we have to really keep an eye out on. Because for the Philippines, I think there's definitely some synergies that can be thought through a bit more. The fact that the Mardis here was picked was supposed to be such a big menace, but considering all the crowd control, all the team fighting tools available for the side of the Cambodians, you saw that even in the first turtle fight, they didn't really get that advantage, right? That lead that we were expecting them to really have going into the game. So if they really want to try and, like you said, Eterna, use that momentum, try and snowball technically into a victory, then it's not enough to just get aggressive picks, but maybe source of damage like the Lilia needs to be thought out a bit more, because that definitely was a big factor in those big fights, right? The angry glooms just landing all over the place, especially for that first fight. The pre-level 4 advantage for the Lilia is almost comparable to the Lo Yi. So something along those lines need to be kind of amended a bit more. I personally would like to see Vivero on something a bit more aggressive, because she did great on the Mathilda, but Mathilda is a lot more reactive. Whereas we saw that for the Philippines, they did their best work when they were the ones being active, right? And your roamer kind of ties in directly to that mentality. So I fully expect something of that nature to come out of the Philippines.
So what heroes would you like recommend here? Like if you're talking about more active heroes, what are you referring to? Are you referring to more of like the Grox? Oh, you know what? I've been wondering, why hasn't the Atlas come back?
The Atlas? Oh man, I feel like the Atlas is a bit too all in, right? And we've seen several times before that the Atlas does show up on occasion when people were still experimenting with the meta. But with the Purify being so important right now, with all, like, even we saw in some of these games, two or even 3 Purifies on one team, it's just a very easy way to counter that big, obvious slow engage. And the issue is, it's a ultimate base engage, right? We're talking about how beneficial that is, especially for like an Edith, because your engages are just your default skills. You don't need your ultimate to be available to try and get a pick off. So automatically, it's more spammable, it's more dangerous, and whenever you're moving forward, your opponents doesn't have that security, knowing that you wouldn't use the ultimate on one person. But if it's just 2 spells, right, then there's no issue with the Edithist committing onto that play. So the fact that is the main problem, and also the fact that teams have been just adapting to this mobile style, right, going back and forth. Even in this game, you saw one of those fights kind of spread out from the top lane all the way to the mid lane, I believe, and that got really confusing for a bit. The fact that you want to do that on an Atlas is just a lot more difficult, right? Because now you just all in, and if you don't really get value, you're done, and you can get punished very easily. So I think that's like the main reasons.
But like with that logic, then heroes like the Tigreal wouldn't also find popularity, right? But the Tigreal is still used from time and time again. But why Atlas, right? Because technically the Tigreal is also very reliant on his implosion. So,
but he's got the push, which is like an extra bit of value.
Displacement.
It's almost like it's a great point, Eterna, but it's almost as if, why pick the Atlas when you can just pick a Tigreal, right? The Tigreal now has a more spammable displacement tool, and technically, if you just combine all the skills and see what they do, they group everyone together and then they push them in one direction for a combo. Atlas and Tigreal kind of does the exact same thing.
Yeah.
And that really became true and apparent once the Tigreal got kind of buffed, right? Once that animation for the implosion was kind of improved, so it just comes out even faster than the Fatal Links. So I think that kind of took over the role of the Atlas, unfortunately. So we'll have to see how teams, maybe if they want to bring out the Atlas, how they want to try and find value out of it, right? They have to try and find value from the other aspects, the other parts of the Atlas's kit, because the Engage is no longer as value or as unique.
So with that being said, and you were talking about the mid laner. No, you're talking about the roamer, right? You were talking about her real name's Marai, but in this, what's her IGN for the Philippines? Vivero, right? A more active roamer, and she does still have Arlet as one of her, secret picks, comfort picks that she has hidden, and she has performed crazy stuff on the Arlet. So maybe that's the direction that we might be seeing her go, hopefully, for game number 3, if we're looking to get a little bit more aggressive with the Filipino style.
Well, the Arlet flex into the EXP or roam was a very meta a while back. Now with how strong that hero is with the all new improved War Axe, there's definitely a route that they can try and go for if they really want to try and at least put some doubt in the minds of the Cambodians. Because for Cambodia, I really feel like whatever the Philippines brings out, they're in it for a brawl, right? We've seen that happen so far. It doesn't matter what picks they have. They are in it to really be the last man standing, or last woman standing, technically. So I am interested in seeing the adjustments from Cambodia, considering that we're expecting them to maintain this very aggressive, very chaotic style.
I love it though, right? Every time we go into these team fights, they've been doing so well, and I think it's gonna start with the drafts, ladies and gentlemen. We are moments away of heading to draft 3, game number 3, our final game in this best of 3 series between both of these regions. And here it is, right? Cambodia still with first pick. All right. So Philippines on the second pick. Last time they had to lose the Edith because of this. I want to see if there are any changes towards the bans, because so far it's the same, right? Luo Yi, Angela still banned out. We're looking at another potential Ling ban, maybe, to respect Cambodia from the side of the Philippines. Last time, and I think it was the first game, we saw Fanny being banned out. Grok again from Cambodia, Arashi.
Yeah, I think part of the reason why it was so easy for Cambodia to get some of those fights is because there isn't something like a Grok that can just stand there and be immune. In fact, that might be something that drove the decision to go for the Martis, because with the Mortal Coil, right, you have more ways to really escape from those sticky situations. So now banning it away again does hint at their aggressive style once more. But the Philippines, knowing that, do they want to go for the Edith, right? That comes into mind. And if that's the case, if they're really expecting to walk into danger again and again, I feel like this time they might really prioritize the X-Borg. That's always been the go-to, right? When you need someone to technically take several deaths and still not get taken down.
A Minotaur, again, gonna be the choice here. So absolutely no changes whatsoever here, Arashi. If the Philippines don't adjust, this should be a Roger being banned out in that final space. And again, it is still going to be the Roger. So are we gonna see a similar story? What's the adjustment here? Cambodia can go ahead and, play to that strength, right? Pick up the Edith, first pick like they did in game number 2. Find the momentum, find the flexibility of the Edith that can still be flexed as well into several different lanes. We can have Edith in the roam, we can have Edith in the EXP lane. And again, same story, Arashi. Philippines last time went in for the Harriet and the Valentina.
Yeah, if they want to go for the same thing here, I think it's a bit too, I don't know, too repetitive, I would say, right? They want to have some kind of variety here. And if they're trying to go for brawls, the Phrygian has always been a solid pick, right? Very multifunctional, crowd control, tankiness, damage, and sustain technically. So they're still going with the Harriet, and that's what I'm concerned about. We saw that they had the Harriet for game number 2, but Perez was unable to really go for some very aggressive plays and shut down that gold lane. So they need help there for sure. But now for the side of Cambodia, Baksha and the Moscow, so they are the ones trying to go fast around the map.
Honestly, I like it, right? There's a lot of mobility towards it. There's a lot of snowballing potential from the Moscow in the lane as well. I guess earlier on, what do you think about the Moscow versus the Harith in the gold lane? Who do you think wins that lane?
The Moscow and the Harith?
Yeah.
I think the Harith still wins when it comes to just laning. Just because of how fast the Synchro Fission shows up and, swings traits in their favor. And technically the Harith can also disengage if the Moscow kind of makes an aggressive play. So I feel like it's going to be a bit of a skill matchup. Depending on how and when the skills are used, it can swing the balance. But I think what's more important is the intervention coming in from the rest of the team, right? We've seen that roaming around the map has been a very key win condition. And you can see that Cambodia, they're still hiding their mid pick. And for the Philippines, they ban away Terizla for now. And I think that they're just trying to make sure that, I'm guessing this is the CC. It's like a Yuzong, but with more red in the drip. That usually means it's a CC. So they're trying to make sure that they don't allow Cambodia to really have that tank frontline member to just take a lot of that damage.
Yeah, but even then, right, they still respect the playmaking potential of the Terizla and actually ban that out. So there are still options for, of course, them to go. But very interesting, a chip ban here. So maybe they don't want to be matched in the global presence. Maybe that's what they're saying here with the chip being banned out, because they do have the Moskov. The Moskov should want to go in for the far lanes in these skirmishes, in these team fights, in these neutral objective takes. But with the presence of the chip, the Moskov can't do that. They can't capitalize over the global presence. So that's why the chip gets banned here. But what's the option here? Yuzong can still be picked up for Cambodia if they want to go head to head. But a Yuzong against the CC doesn't naturally do well as well. But still, the Philippines are shutting down the EXP laner here, Arashi. I guess Arlet is one of the other viable choices that he can go for.
Well, consider that Moshi on the Yuzong has a case to be made to claim the MVP from the previous game.
Agreed.
With the chase potential, with the chaos in the backline. I feel like it's a wise decision to respect that. But for the side of Cambodia, they banned with the Mathilda this time. So they were really expecting that the Mathilda is going to be a tool that the Philippines can use to maybe make that CC even more elusive than she already is. Now with the first pick, now I do wonder what it's going to be, because the EXP lane is already filled in. They might want to hide their mid lane for the final moment though, because that could be a way for them to deal with that mid roam pressure.
So who's a roamer, right? With the Matilda being banned out, Chip, Minotaur, Grok. We also don't have the Angela.
Ruby?
Arlet Ruby is an option. Edith has been picked up already. I think we saw Kufra last time, but I don't really see the value of the Kufra here.
Okay.
Tigreal, okay. I mean, you wanted something a lot more aggressive with the kit and utility. We were talking about the Atlas, and the Tigreal shows up. A lot more worth it, right? With the spam ability of the Tigreal and the kit. So the last two picks, Arashi, predictions.
They can go for a Faramis here if they really want to really augment their fighting prowess, because they do have a lot of solid DPS already, ready from the Edith, from the Moskov as well. But if they want to go straight,
though.
Exactly, they might want to just go for something like a Lilia that can work as well. I think it's definitely something that has a bit more utility, because if they're only relying on the Edith right now, it's going to be different. It's going to be difficult. They go for the Vexana here, and oh man, that X-Borg, that's just so annoying, falls into their hands.
Yeah, it's gonna be a Vexana pickup. You're talking about the fact that they need a little bit more utility to work with, because technically their setup at the moment relies solely on Edith, right, with the Earth Shatter. But sometimes the Edith is great as a second layer, I would say. Right, so with the fact that they have a little bit more tools in their kit with the Vexana now, I think it does make sense, right? I think it's a good way to wrap up that lineup. But for the Philippines, prediction. Oh man, it's too quick.
I wasn't allowed.
No,
it's gonna be the Lilia, and I kind of like that. If they want to try and play this kiting style, if you notice, not a single one of these heroes are gonna be required to just go in all in at the first sign of danger. So if they kite back, the Harith can kite back with the Synchro Vision, kind of deter, force your opponents to walk into that sweet spot. The Angry Glooms can be used for resets, and the CC can just kite back and forth as well. All things considered, they are kind of geared up well to deal with an X-Borg, but I worry for Vivero, because personally, when I play a Vexana against a Tigreal, I love going Purify, baiting out the Implosion, then I just Purify and Terrify the Tigreal. And just like that, everything just, gets canceled. And if they go for someone else, I just cancel it with like an Eternal Guard. So there are ways for Cambodia to counter-engage in a more decisive manner compared to the Philippines. Unless they just reserve all the implosions and the sacred hammers just for like a counter-engage potential.
Because not only does the Vexana do really great with counter-engage, but the Edith does too. So if you're talking about tools, they have extra tools here. But the question is, with a team as aggressive as Cambodia, with a team that loves those brawls so much, do you think they're going to be using it for counter-engage, or are they going to be more on the offense? But that question will be answered right now, ladies and gentlemen, as we get to the final game in this best of 3 series. One of the final slots for WEC Riyadh, between both of these regions, as they are vying for that first spot in the playoffs. So let's head over to the Land of Dawn, and let's head over to game number 3.
Well, that's a crafty move from Vivero, by the way. They already burned out UEFND's Purify by just setting up an ambush in that bush. But now look at Uwe taking a lot of damage as the Lilia power. On the other side though, Daigon and Moshi, the Xbox CC matchup is just so skill-based and so almost luck-based, I guess, depending on how the CC plays. But the mid-pressure now will definitely be in favor of the Philippines. That will be one of their main tools, main weapons. But look at that steal, though. Tegami taking away the purple buff from El Puerto.
Very sneaky, very cheeky as well. And, Nabi on the Vexana has actually opted to go for Lethal Ignition. So sometimes we've seen different sorts of emblems for the Vexana. We've seen Lethal Ignition, we've seen Impure Rage for a little bit more utilization into the Impure Rage, but very aggressive stuff with the Lethal Ignition choice for this Vexana. So expect that from happening. And of course, what else are we expecting from Cambodia, right? Definitely one of their main highlights has got to be how they play these brawls.
Now El Puerto is going to be so under-leveled here going into the next possible neutral objective contest. But she's trying to even out some way, but Tegami wants to go aggressive here, pops the ultimate as well. The Turtle's Prison's taking down, forcing El Puerto to back away. And that'll be Cambodia using that ultimate before the Turtle is even in the picture though. So now for the Philippines, they have a chance to use this Lilia and poke out the members of Cambodia. But look at the first blood on top though. Vivero won't be able to save El Puerto. 2v2 actually, along with Perez. Uwe tries to get out on the other side though. The Turtle does get taken, and Cambodia, they're the ones dictating the pace for sure.
Are the Philippines struggling right now? Because they're losing absolute control here in game number 3. But the fact that perhaps Cambodia picking up game number 2, maybe it was a shift in gear of momentum for this team, because Tegami is steamrolling over Al Puerto, who has been doing so well from that first game that we've seen in this best of 3 series. Tegami now level 7 as compared to Al Puerto still at level 4, so that's a 3-level gap between both of these junglers, as it looks like they're gonna go for another play on to Vivero.
Vivero 1v2, Al Puerto is in the area, but she's also extremely under-leveled. Cambodia making aggressive plays, and even on the top side, Yuli Fendi making sure that she is the one that means business in the lane. Even though the Harith is somewhat prioritized for the side of the Philippines, it really hasn't been as impactful as they really require for them to have that kind of pressure. And to make things worse, it seems like the only real lane where the Philippines have some kind of pressure is going to be that mid lane, right? Everywhere else, the X-War can push and harass so much more reliably. So can the Moskov, and the ganks just haven't been working out for Vivero here on the Tigreal. Oh, see that Moshi though? This is burning down Al Puerto. Oh, Uwe though flickers, but does not land the Earth Shatter. Al Puerto will be able to survive with her life for now. But Cambodia, with this maneuvers, with the steals, they are just increasing the gold gap ever so slightly.
It looks like it, but the Philippines are trying to find in something that they can take over the board, looking for a contest somewhere on the map. But even in a 3v1 situation against the Moskov, against Yui Fendi in the gold lane, they don't even find a little bit of that gold shield turret for the Harith. And this is looking like it's going super south now for the Philippines, as Tegami has all the XP levels in the world to go in. But look at that implosion!
Hits the back line, but it gets stopped though with the Eternal Guard drop down as well. That's going to be the turtle secured by Tegami to nobody's surprise. But Yui Fendi is in the area, joins in, gets a kill for her troubles. That's the global presence from the Moskov. That's still a win for Cambodia though. They were able to get that turtle quite handily.
For sure, and she gets a kill over onto Vivero. So now, it looks like Cambodia are trying to, propel that lead a lot further, going in for this turret in the EXP lane, as Dagon gonna be forced to retreat after that zoning and that potential coming in from Cambodia. They are picking up the gas, and Moshi still has the flicker to get out of that situation, as Vivero wanted to go in for a pick onto her.
Well, we can see that the Harith damage is still very much there, but actually, hang on, it's Alcaraz. So it's not Perez any longer here. All right, so a bit of a different approach. We'll see how it goes so far. Alcaraz on this on the Harith though has been able to show a lot more damage potential on the Harith. If they can take down Moshi, especially the Firaga armor before the big fights, that could be something that the Philippines can take advantage of later on. But for now, it's the Cambodia with the pressure on every single lane, and also still the Moskov threat with the Spear of Destruction.
You're right, so they went in for a roster swap, a player swap? Wasn't even aware of that. Oh, wait a second.
The Chain CC coming in with the vengeance still. Diagon won't be able to survive as Tegami comes in and steals away the purple yet again. Just a straight up drive-by from Tegami, and Al Puerto is just not allowed to get anything. And while that is all happening, the Moskov push, as always, is just such a big problem. One more turret for free for Cambodia.
Yeah, the global presence of this Moskov has been insane. The map pressure has been insane, and it looks like that export, it looks like Moshi is going to be able to pick up another turret in that top side. And with this lead that Cambodia has, almost a 6k gold lead up until this point against the Philippines in 6 minutes, by the way. It's only been 6 minutes. Has actually denied them away from a lot of their own jungle, so they're falling far behind, and Cambodia are picking up the pace where they left off. That's going to be a perfect turtle now for Cambodia as they get that last turtle in the 7th minute of the game. The Philippines, 0 kills, 0 towers, 0 neutral objective takes. Just everything on the board for Cambodia right now.
They're just completely dominating right here, and they're playing a lot more careful. We saw that earlier, it's all about brawls, but now, knowing that they don't necessarily have a one-sided late game composition, they're playing it safer and they want to make sure that they do get the better trades, the more value trades every single time. And look at the trap they're setting up for Diagon here. It's going to be a shield unity towards her, but everyone else not really following up on it just about yet. The fact that Amores is on the Lilia, though, is definitely a beacon of hope for the Philippines if they want to bring this to the late game.
Let's hope that it's enough, right? Because so far, her alone has not been able to change the course of the game. You do see a Thunderbelt being built up for El Puerto that will help her later on as much as this game progresses because of the change of the passives and the attributes of the Thunderbelt, more physical defense and as the game progresses, right? But look at the damage from Uefendi actually onto the CC. What is going on?
So now dive that tries to be responded to, but Alberto gets hit by the Eternal Guard. And look at Navi getting out of the sticker situation. And look at the Spear of Destruction from Uefendi coming in. It's a pincer maneuver as the Philippines are taken out right below their own turret. The Cambodians are ruthless.
The second wiped out we've seen from this region, from Cambodia, and they are sparing no expense. Earlier on in the interview, when we asked Philippines who and how confident they are of winning this game, they said 70%. But it looks like Cambodia now have 70% of the control in this third game as they look to pick up another objective. That turret is falling down in mid lane.
Even with only a single cannon minion, just walking up with it and zoning away the response, the clearing attempt from the Philippines. With the Lord up already, look at Uefendi so far ahead, 3 levels ahead from Alcaraz right here. 1v2, 1v3 even might not go in the favor of the Philippines.
So take a look at this instant replay of what happened earlier on, right? Uefendi, man. She jumped into the back line, was able to go for a pincer move, a sandwich play, but Uefendi gets taken out. Arashi! This is a big moment for the Philippines if they hope to go in, because that was a huge shutdown given over now for Philippines to perhaps look for that comeback in this 10th minute of the game.
The fact that it was picked up by Alcaraz as well, that's a very value shutdown in the hands of the right person. At 10 minutes though, that will be the Philippines finally being on the board. They have a chance if they want to drag it out to the late game, the same way Cambodia did in the previous game. But Cambodia for sure needs to start respecting the damage potential. Now with the curtain call, Diagon tries to try and do as much damage as possible. But for the Philippines, they have to try and play it calm here. They need to prepare for the Lord sieging potential that Cambodia will definitely try and use to its max potential.
They also don't want to overextend, right? Because Uefendi getting caught out like that, that's definitely not something that you want to give over to the Philippines, because time and time again, all these minor mistakes, minor missteps can definitely be taken over by the Philippines for them to look for an advantage themselves. We do see penetrations coming through and coming built for the gold laners. Alcaraz picking up the Divine Glaive. Meanwhile, Uefendi picking up the Malefic Roar. Look at that damage coming through. Definitely dealing that damage to the front lines. Arashi, but this Lord is going to go down. As that should be a successful defense from the side of the Philippines.
Great defense utilizing the Lilia. Ue might try and go for a pickup here, but no, it's actually Tegami rolling in under the base. We've seen this before, but the Cambodians, they don't care. They're going with the last insanity, even though the Tegami is taken out. Now without minions though, Ue still in the front, taken out finally by Alcaraz. That was a very bold play by the Cambodians, but the Philippines, I think, come out on top there.
Yeah, 2 traded in. They do lose an inhibitor turret, but lucky for them, it's going to be on the same side that this next Lord spawns. So technically, it's not much for the Cambodians to actually play with. They should be able to kind of dish out that damage and of course cover in those lanes a lot easier. But remember, it's not as easy, especially with a Moskov in the vicinity. But here is the instant replay, ladies and gentlemen, of what happened earlier. We do see the last insanity being popped in, but luckily there still was a Black Shoes to kind of outplay that damage. I think Ue went in a little bit too aggressive in the final moments, and actually her life was traded in for the price of none. So the Philippines do pick up a little bit of the scraps that were left in by Cambodia, and this is one of the things that we were talking about before that Lord push, right? You were talking about the Philippines need to play this calm, but so do the Cambodians. Like, they already have the lead on so many different avenues. They don't want to overcommit, and they don't want to make too many glaring mistakes for the Philippines to eventually capitalize over and take over the game. in this third game of the series, but this Lord is going to be spawning real soon. And it looks like Cambodia have actually opted to go for a full commit onto the Lord. They don't go for the, play with Uefendi in the bottom lane to try and outmaneuver and outplay Philippines in this Lord dance.
Definitely a dangerous option as Tigami gets chunked down. That's that new all-improved Lord damage. But look at Uefendi. Aggressive moves with the Abyss Walker forward. Lord gets low though, but that's going to be the engage from Ue. And look at Amoras. Forced back, pulled back into the fight. The last Insanity demolishes the backline. Alcaraz trying to kite away from the bulk of it. Having the shield available here to try and outplay, but it won't be enough. The Philippines lost 3 members in that engagement, and Cambodia can still go for the Lord. Uefendi going in, pinning Dagon to the wall, and she'll be taken out as well. The Lord might not even be necessary. Alcaraz against the world. Can she defend this? As the Cambodians, they go for a mid lane. Look at Alcaraz trying to go for the kills, trying to clear the waves at the same time, but eventually she will fall. Cambodia coming out on top against all odds against the Philippines.
The underdog story reigns true, ladies and gentlemen, at Iesf in our first match in the playoffs, in our semi-finals, as the Philippines have been eliminated out of their Iesf run. And this means that it's official. Cambodia have successfully secured that first ticket over to Riyadh at WEC, where they will be able to represent their nation against the worldwide's best. What an outcome, what a result. We have to take a look at that again because definitely a lot of people weren't expecting that. So let's get into the highlights, ladies and gentlemen, for that final game in this best of 3 series. The way that they played that was so clean. What was it from the Philippines? Did they lose gas? Did they lose momentum? Did they lose that strength and mentality after Cambodia won game number 2? Because all the way from the early stage, Cambodia completely gained control over everything that was given, right? Team fights, kills, neutral objectives, rotations, you name it.
I feel like for the Philippines, they're trying to be a bit more flexible, right? They want to have the CC as a way to distract the same way they've been able to do when they're able to just split apart a strong team fighting composition. But unfortunately for them, they're losing out in mobility, they're losing out in engage potential as well. So even though on paper at least, they should be able to really kite back in and out of fights, they just weren't allowed to because Cambodia, they can just shield Unity for the chase. They can go for, they can let Uefendi just go in aggressively. And of course, sometimes she gets punished when she overextends. But everything else considered, for the most part, Cambodia, they want to go for a fight. They know that they're good at team fighting, and they have ways to force the Philippines to stay there in the middle of a big fight. Like we saw there, the combo with the shield Unity into an eternal guard to just make sure that they can't get away.
It was insane. It was insane. It goes to pose the question, right? Was it worth it, right, to leave Ue once again back onto the Edith? How many things that she was able to do up until the very end, going for the Earth Shatter. She used it very aggressively, by the way. Rarely do we see that she goes in for the counter engage. Because again, that's how Cambodia plays. And apparently that aggression was a little bit too much for the Philippines to handle. Arashi, can you imagine? One of the tournament favorites. One of the teams that everyone around the world are anticipating making it to WEC gets eliminated here in the playoffs, our first semifinal match of the day. And again, right, in the interviews from the African region, a lot of people are saying we're anticipating going against the Philippines in WEC, but they're not even going to be there in that 13-minute clean game by Cambodia. It's a huge upset, but we live to see it.
Like we said, we like going with the data, but when things just don't go as planned, that's what life is about. That's where the excitement really lies. Man, for Cambodia, they were successful in just forcing the Philippines to play their style. And the fact that Tegami kind of really caught El Puerto off guard completely, just completely shutting her down in the early game. I think that was also a big factor here in ensuring that from the jungle, that advantage bleeds over to the other lanes as well. Cambodia, man, they have everything you would really want to need. They have the global presence with the Spear of Destruction. They have utility. They have AoE as well. It's almost like they just have better experience team fighting, and so they want to use that against the Philippines.
And they did it to success. Again, 2-1, a big reverse sweep from Cambodia as we're going to crown our MVP for that match. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, pick your price, pick your poison, name your price as well, right? Is it Uefendi? Is it Tegami? Is it Ue? Is it Nabi? Is it Moshi? Because at this point, everyone was playing so well. But I think one of the main highlights for me personally is Uefendi. What about you, Rashi?
I would go with Tegami actually, considering the early game and even that final engage near the base. I feel like she just was a lot more active. But of course, Yue Fendi, insane plays coming out of her as well, and being the damage dealer, of course she is going to be one of the key members in winning out this game.
So let's see, ladies and gentlemen, our MVP, our player of the match. It's gonna be Yue Fendi, 618 KDA, a 50k amount of total damage. And in terms of itemization, it's nothing too crazy, right, Arashi? On the Moskov, we have the Malefic Roar, the Golden Staff, the Corrosion Scythe, we have the DHS, definitely as one of the first 3 items being popped in, and the Rose Gold Meteor to really respect that damage output given towards her, because it's a lot difficult, right? If you want to go for Wind of Nature, there's a lot of magic damage being built in as well in the composition that the Philippines have brought. So the Rose Gold Meteor does make a lot of sense, but she still even has the shoes. If she wanted to go for Wind of Nature later on, it was still a big possibility.
That is definitely still another option, but I guess against the Harith, right? Against the Harith and a Lilia, she was just really concerned about that magical damage, especially because she'll be forced to walk forwards, right, into some of that damage. And that's something that Uefendi was doing really well. Sometimes it seems like it's a danger zone that as a marksman, you don't want to walk into, but you'll just jump in knowing that all things considered, it is going to be a lot more beneficial for her team. So that kind of selfless mindset in the right moments, I think, shows again the skill and the understanding of Yue Fendi on the gold lane.
Again, congratulations once again to Cambodia. I guess all of the supporters, all of the fans around the world are going to be, you know, just cheering wherever they're watching from. Amazing stuff. It's the best storyline. I think we were talking about that as soon as we saw the end to game number 2. I was like, imagine the storyline that we'd be getting for Cambodia. Especially, it's a region, especially in the Mlbb women's scene, that we don't really hear too often. And it's finally great to see a new contender really filing up into the ranks. And we'll see what happens. Because, you know, again, right, the Philippines, they were so dominant in the standings, not dropping a single match in Group 1. Meanwhile, if we, you know, skip forward to Group 2, that you guys can actually see for yourselves at iesf.gg on their official website, Cambodia was number 2. So it was a number 2 coming in, definitely not as the favorites. I mean, data statistically, it should have favored Philippines and Cambodia. Wow, I'm still so impressed. I'm a huge fan of Cambodia now, Arashi.
So you can say that it's a bit of luck that, okay, now we're finally getting like a bit more exciting of a storyline, but you can also say that it's a bit of a caster curse, man. Oh, we were just hyping up the Philippines so much, and out of nowhere now, we just are completely caught off guard, you know, to our pleasure. But man, that is definitely a surprising thing for everyone involved, you know. So I do feel for the Filipino team, though. I mean, they were doing really well, and even that first game, you were thinking that, oh, that's business as usual, right? Great performance from the Philippines, but that adjustment from Cambodia, and you are saying it again and again, Eterna, that Edith, was that just like the main key here for victory? Whoever gets it just wins out?
Yeah, I think that was one of the glaring reasons that we saw, but obviously the way that the Cambodians really came through, it was so much more of a clean gameplay, and we're actually gonna get a chance to talk to them as we head over to the interview. So ring, I do believe it's Tegami and Nabi on the other side of the phone, so let's jump in to the interview. Hi guys, how are you? How are you guys feeling? That was an intense game and match as a whole. Did you guys expect that you would win it against the Philippines?
We didn't expect it to win. Like, we try our best. Like, we I don't know how to say this. Like, I'm so happy to win this match. Like, it's so hard to play against them, you know.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a lot of these teams around the world, a lot of these regions have said that Philippines is one of the titans here at Iesf, and a lot of teams have actually been anticipating meeting them. But you're like, nah, I'd win, and you guys actually do move forward over. Congratulations! Like, how are you guys feeling? You guys are gonna be the first team to win that slot to go to Riyadh at WEC.
So happy. Happy and excited.
That's great to hear. Arashi, do you have any questions?
All right, so we were talking again about the Edith, right? It looks like it's so important to the game plan. So do you think that Edith was one of the main things that really, was so important for you guys to actually get an advantage against the Philippines?
គេសួរថា edit ហ្នឹងជា hero សំខាន់មែន
Yes. Like edit it's strong hero. We easy play with them. Like we can catch them and like fight them easy.
All right.
Okay, so they do agree.
And also it's
Like
our room comfort hero.
like it's our comfort hero,
Oh.
and we play it a lot.
Yeah.
We have a lot of play style with it.
All right.
You hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, we do hear you.
I think that
Thank
makes
you
a lot
for
of
that.
sense. I mean, we can really see the difference once you do get your hands on the Edith. So, I think, congratulations on the victory for sure. Do you have any statement right here to all the supporters, right? To all the people who believed in you to create this moment?
First of all, I want to say thank you to my to our supporter that always support me and my team. Like we're so excited to win this match.
We're excited to see you guys win as well. It looks like Arashi has a little bit of, fans coming here. But again, congratulations, Cambodia. It was a great match that you had against Philippines. We're so excited to see you at Riyadh later on. So rest well. You guys deserve that. And we'll see you over at WEC. Congratulations once again. Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah, thank you. Bye bye.
They were giggling over you, Arashi. Wow.
Yeah.
So much
They're giggling over
riz.
you, Eterna. What
No
do you
way.
mean?
They were like, oh my god, it's Arashi. It's cute boy Arashi. Is this real life?
I don't know about all of that, Eterna. But
Oh,
yes,
come on.
Cambodia.
Like as soon as
Man.
you did the heart thing, they were like giggling and stuff. Yeah, no way.
See, Eterna has a reputation for, seeing through the lines when there is no gap between the lines at all. She's just seeing through solid objects. So, forgive me for being a bit more pessimistic about
I'm
it.
Superman.
Well, that was a great match, but that's not the final match of the day, Eterna.
It's not? Are you serious? We have another match? What match, Arashi?
I believe it is our very own Indonesia against Malaysia.
No.
There you
way.
go.
We
We've been
cursed
hyping
the
this one up too.
Philippines? Dude, no. Guys. It's your fault.
Oh, what? My fault. What?
It's your fault. You cursed the Philippines. And then you're gonna curse your own country. Oh, what in the world, Arashi? I remember
Such
this
is
is
life.
again a standby. What am I saying? A standby towards a rematch of the Mlbb scene as well, Arashi. Indonesia versus Malaysia. Last time around, it was Malaysia being able to win it 2-0. I think
Oh.
Malaysia and Indonesia played again in a best of 1, but I don't know the results yet. I haven't seen the results. So if you guys can, let us know in the comments, we'll be very grateful.
Oh, yeah, Indonesia and Malaysia, man. Wow. We were also hyping up Malaysia earlier on, by the way, saying that, okay, Malaysia rise up moment. It's time for them to really make a statement. So who exactly are we cursing Eternal? Because in my predictions, I went for Indonesia. If we go with that pattern, I'm sweating a little bit, just a bit concerned. But what about you, Eternal? What do you think?
I'm anticipating this match, right? I'm anticipating this match because if we take a look at like the standings and how it has been shaping up, it was Malaysia at number 2 in Group A under the Philippines. So you could even say that they have been able to create success as well, right? Being able to make it all the way to the playoffs. I think they lost 1 match as compared to the 4 matches that they played in their group because there are 5 regions in their group, so it's a little bit different to the group that Indonesia is in with only 4 regions. So there's definitely a fighting chance, and if like stats don't mean anything after the match that we saw earlier on, right? It should have been a free win for Philippines not being able to drop a single match whatsoever up until this point, but still Cambodia won it. So is this going to be a trend of underdogs? Is that the story that's being built in now at ISF? Because if that's the case, then Malaysia definitely can go for it. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a look at the official team lineup here for Indonesia. We have Sini, Vivian, Shell, Fumi, as well as Vival. So this is the Team Vitality roster that just won at SPS. If they win ISF, this will be their 21st championship since 2021. Them not dropping a single trophy in any particular tournament. So it could be like an A-tier tournament, S-tier, local, international, all the tournaments that they've been participating in, they always get that number 1 position.
And in their figurative MCU Thanos Gauntlet, this will be the only title I believe that they have not claimed yet, if I'm not mistaken. So if they really get this, then they are literally gonna earn the whole completionist achievement and just gather everything and kind of complete the game that is Mobile Legends, right? Just go for the end game scenario immediately. So definitely a lot of people believe that they are gonna win, but a lot of people are also a bit nervous now because this is where it really matters, right? They've been so dominant. They've been winning again and again. So the wins so far are kind of like just another day in the office. But this particular one, there's more stakes to be talked about. So I think that is where this team has a chance to try and turn it around.
We have Rosemary, we have Fafao, Annabelle, Ecstatic, and R. All going in, all R. Well, what was that R, Arashi? That caught me off guard. Don't make me giggle too. God, rein it in. But again, still the main 5 here for Malaysia as well against Indonesia to look for that final slot to get to Riyadh, to get to WEC, and to make it to represent their country as well. You talk a little bit because I really want to know what happened. Because I'm pretty sure Indonesia and Malaysia went in for another BO1 in the male scene for the grand finals in the playoffs. But I have to double check Arashi real quick on the website, on my trusty website.
Right, it's funny you brought that up because I'm not particularly I do show up on occasion here, so I didn't really follow through all the way. There are a lot of details I definitely missed out on, which is why I've been visiting iesf.gg, just checking on it again and again, because I just wasn't sure about what the happenings are, what the stakes are right here. So we'll have to see. But for now, there's definitely some rivalry here. We always talk about Indonesia and Malaysia. Oh, serumpun, right? We're on the same team, same gang, kind of. But at the end of the day, we're still rivals, man. And whichever scene you're watching, there is that feel of like, okay, we're similar, but am I better than you are? Right? That's the question that has to be the back of any kind of person who is in the competitive scene. It's not just the players, man, even the coaches. You bet when they're eating lunch or something, they're like, do we win against the Malaysians? Do we win against the Philippines? Like, that's the kind of thoughts that come into your mind as a competitive person in general.
Is that an insider in? Oh, Malaysia won 1-0, Rashi. Oh my lord. Okay, so in the group stage, it was a 2-0 for Malaysia, and then they met again in the grand finals. And Malaysia won it against Indo 1-0.
Yikes. Well, That's definitely terrifying news for us over in Indonesia. But on the flip side, man, for you Malaysians, congrats so far. Let's take a look at the drafting phase though for game number 1, and we're going straight into it, man. No time at all, no break at all. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here for you all the way. For the side of Malaysia though, Yuzong and the Chip. Definitely pressure in the lane, but that global presence, we haven't seen the Chip really prioritized as much as the Lo Yi or even the Moskov actually, or the Angela when you're talking about the global look. So that's an interesting option that Malaysia has opted for. It might be a some kind of info they have over Indonesia here. But for Indonesia, Arlet and the X-Borg, they definitely have their eyes set on that EXP lane. And with the Vexana banned early on, we just saw that Cambodia was able to use it to great effect whenever there's any attempt for some kind of all-in team fight. So that could be hinting at Indonesia going for something a bit more aggressive, a bit more death ball oriented. But with the Angela ban away, that leaves that maneuver, the Angela pick forcing into a Link pick. It won't be available, but for Indonesia, it doesn't even matter, bro. It doesn't even matter, bro. It's the Ling, just immediately picked up. We have to see for Malaysia, what is the response? We've seen the Ling pop off again and again, and it's not really the easiest hero to really try and counter. On a prio basis, the Moskov could be an option here, right? Good crowd control for an assassin, good burst damage technically with the attack speed buff of the Abyss Walker. And who can complain about that global presence? Without the Angela available, they can go for the Lo Yi as well actually. But they've shown the Fredrin for now. So it's going to be a classic utility jungle against assassin battle as the Harith. This was the strategy that was utilized by the Filipino team, I believe. The Harith and the Fredrin here. So for Indonesia, seeing the beefy jungle, and a strong gold laner here. Can they go for the Roger? They can't flex it any longer, but it can still be a solid pick for their composition.
I mean, technically they can kind of wait, right? Wait, no, they can't. I was thinking with the Harriet and the Frederick already being picked up, that they can kind of wait, but this is their final pick here in the first phase that can definitely be banned out by Malaysia as they enter the second phase of the drafts. But it looks like absolutely no, they're not going to go for the Roger at all. They're going to go for the Terizla and the Claude instead. So the final pick in now for Malaysia. Remember, the Luoyi is still open and available if they want to utilize that to get a little bit more map pressure across the map. It is a little bit vulnerable towards the Ling, but it really depends on the strategy, right? What kind of style that they want to be going for, unless they want to pick up maybe an EXP laner here, right? Before it gets banned out. We've seen the Yuzong do great against Terizla. We've also seen that, oh wait, but the Yuzong has been banned out. They have the CC as an option, but they go for the Paquito. So Paquito and Terizla in that EXP lane. What do you think about this matchup, Arashi?
Terizla Paquito? I think it's whenever a Paquito is in the conversation, it's always a skill matchup, right? It depends on where, how, and when you land your skills, right? Because depending on how it's set up, if there's any minions around you as well, then it can give you a ton of HP when you're trying to go for those turns, for those trades. But now, against the Terizla, we have to see, of course, to begin with, what emblem is going to be used by both these EXP laners. And for now, we're going to move straight to the second phase. Whereas for Malaysia, it's a lot of burst damage. And if that's the case, I feel like they're gonna want some crowd control. The Fredrin can provide some, and so can the Paquito, but it's not very reliable, right? And of course, they do not want to get dove on. They don't want to get counter engaged massively as well, so they will ban away the Minotaur.
You know, should they go for the Roger ban here, Arashi, away from Indonesia? Because Shell has been doing so well. Oh wait, but the Claude's been picked up, so they don't even need the Roger. Because I was thinking about the Roger earlier on, because, you know, okay, forgive that mistake, because Shell has been picking up Maniacs left and right with the Roger. So it's like scarred into my memory, and I'm pretty sure it's been scarred in a lot of these regions that have gone up against the Roger that Shell has brought up. But with the Claude, we've also seen her find so much success Honestly, Malaysia, they need to be aware of the split pushing pressure that this Claude can have in the later stage of the game, especially after we get into the Lord dances. And maybe that's why they picked up something like the Paquito, right? Very fast clear, can kind of control those far lanes as well. And in a 1v1 against the Claude, the Paquito can do good in that 1v1. So there's a lot of reasons as to why this Paquito has been picked up, other than the fact that you mentioned about that skill matchup with the Terizla in the EXP lane. But it looks like the Grok is going to be eliminated away as well. We've seen Vivian do so much on the Grok as well. So the Matilda also gets eliminated, as does the Faramis. So that's 2 bans, the Vexana and the Faramis. And Malaysia go ahead and pick up the Valentina. So what do Indonesia pick up in the mid lane? Are we going to see a Lilia? That's something that we've seen quite a bit so far. But the Luo Yi, as it has been opened up alongside with the Kufra, that is going to be detrimental in stopping this Harith if he does get to that point where he does deal damage. One of the main weaknesses of this Harith, despite him being able to go for Purify, is that crowd control, right? That constant crowd control coming through, not just from the Tyrant's Rage and Revenge, but also the bouncing ball that the Kufra can utilize as his kit.
Yeah, the bouncing ball will definitely be a problem for the Paquito, Valentina, the Harriet, and technically the Fredrin as well. So it's definitely a value pick right here. But that Luo Yi is where I'm quite interested. We haven't seen the Luo Yi is really being put to as good of or as effective as a hero as it used to be before the changes. But now they have options here. They can send the Ling away just to boost that roaming speed. They can use the diversion into better mirror image, clear the wave, and come back strat of that the Claude can be comboed with. And for the side of Malaysia, it's gonna be a Baxia. And considering the game we just watched earlier, wait a minute. There's a Baxia and a Fredrin.
Who's going where?
Baxia Roam? Baxia Roam hasn't been a thing for a long time, but there's always been an argument to, more ganks, more crowd control, and the passive that's always available, even without a lot of items. I'm guessing that's where it's gonna go, but
what about
at this point, who knows?
Jungle? Fredrin EXP Paquito Jungle. Do you think that's a possibility?
I think it sure is. It's a possibility, right? It can be done, but I can't say for sure if it should be done, right? Sometimes people are too preoccupied thinking about whether they could. They don't stop and think about whether they should, right? So we have to wait and see, man.
We've seen the Paquito actually being flexed into the jungle, and they actually won. No, did they win that game? I don't think they won that game, but we saw the impact that it had. So if we're looking at this lineup right now with the Baxia, the Fredrin, and the Paquito, it's still definitely up in the air as we are moments away of coming into the game. A little bit of a, salvation game, a little bit of an avenging game from Indonesia here, as of course their fellow brethren in the Mlbb male scene has actually fallen prey to Malaysia. Will it be the same story once again, ladies and gentlemen, as we enter the semi-finals, our second semi-finals of the day? But there you go. It looks like it is going to be a little bit more standard with the picks, despite it not being quite standard, right? Rosemary on the Fredrin in the jungle. We have Annabelle on the Baxia in the roaming position, and it will be Bea with the Paquito in the EXP lane going for Quantum Charge, actually.
Okay, so Annabelle on the Baxia will be just leashing, just focusing down that the orange buff for Rosemary on the Fredrin, just increasing the farming speed by that much. We've seen this being a new trend here. The roamers kind of assisting in clear in one way or another. But look at the mid lane here. That's going to be the 3-man army walking down from Malaysia, wrestling away the Litho away from Indonesia. And despite having the Luo Yi, Indonesia seems to be still playing a bit more hesitant, just waiting for the right opportunity.
Yeah, it looks like it is. And if we take a look at the gold lane, it does look like Shell is going to be able to... Wait a second, Vival. She's actually going to be caught quite low here from the damage coming through from Annabelle. We do see a charge here. Is this the moment?
There'll be a lot of damage coming from Cine though, as Vivian procs the bouncing ball. Won't be enough damage for now. Ecstatic though, trying to throw back some damage, make it competitive. But the fact that the roamer is a Baxia, that really stops this Ling from being able to be free when it comes to the farming patterns. the Bakshan can kind of match the mobility with the shield unity, and at least for now, until some sustain and some more damage is built up by the Ling, there's gonna be a lot of times where the Baksha can kind of bully the Ling away.
But technically right now, Vival on the Ling has been doing a great job of actually interfering with the jungle of the enemies. But wait a second, in the top lane, that's a lot of damage being traded in right before this turtle. Arashi Bea should be forced to go in for the recalls.
She's still waiting to try and maybe set up for an outplay, but Rosemary goes straight for the neutral objective for the turtle. In comes Vival with the Ling, going for it. It will be stolen though. Tempest of Blades as well to secure the first blood. Indonesia picking up some steam, going still for a bit more aggression, but showing again that when it comes to neutral objectives, you can't count them out.
That's a Warcry Ling for you, ladies and gentlemen. That early game damage and that early game objective control is something to respect. Sure, in this 1v1 against Bea, it might be a different story because naturally the Paquito with that burst damage does put Vival in quite an awkward position, especially her being on such a squishy hero like the Ling. But Vival on the Ling earlier on, is she going straight for Sky Piercer is the question here. I guess we'll get a little, peek into the items later on as this game progresses. But for the most part, in the first 3 minutes of the game, it looks like Indonesia are still holding on to control in terms of that objective play, as well as, a diversion play too up top.
That's a great read from Bea to really back away from the situation though. But for Indonesia, they're still doing pretty well when it comes to the maneuvers around the map. For Malaysia, whoa, hang on, Shell, taken very, very low, but here comes Annabelle, rolling down to the bottom side, going for the play actually. 1v1 behind the turret with the vengeance as well. The roamer will take out the gold laner. Shell taken out, but look at Vival coming in to try and collect that gold, and the rest of the roster comes in through as well. Annabelle now gonna be taken out, taken down, as Rosemary tries to trade in still, trying to brawl it out against the assassin, but it won't be enough. R procs the Zaman Force, and Vivian stays on top of him. She can't really go around, but the penalty zone can't really lock her in with the Purify, but it doesn't matter. The damage is too much, and that's one extra turret shot for Vivian, and she still makes it out of that engagement alive though.
That was a valiant effort though from Ecstatic on the Valentina with the IMU Tyrant's Rage Revenge, right? She nearly was able to kind of turn things around and get a favorable trade on her end, but unfortunately Indonesia were just a little bit too slick with it and were able to get out of that position, especially that happened under the turret. So that damage taken was, increasing over and over, but a 2-for-1 in the top side, and that's gonna be Fumi Echo taken out right before this neutral objective take. This is a proper setup now for Malaysia.
Ooh, in comes Vivian though, jumping in towards Annabelle. These are very beefy members. Vival can go for a steal here, but look out for Bea. Oh man, unfortunately the retribution was just not close enough. For such a small margin of error, and now Vivian pays the price. But look at the response immediately. Vival going in for the steal. Unfortunately, the buff will not be available. Wow, Malaysia, man, they're keeping up with this.
Yeah, she was a little bit too early with her retribution earlier on, and so there was a sliver of HP that eventually Malaysia could have capitalized over, but here's a dive.
1v3 for R. Tempest of Blades though will allow Vival to actually kite back away from the damage. The tower falls, but so will Vival though. Malaysia with the response. No global presence, no problem. Annabelle just rolls into the rescue.
1-for-1 trade now. Vival for R. Technically, it's kind of good for Indonesia to try and stop the snowballing from the Harith, but it looks like the Luo Yi, Cine here, gonna get caught really low, forcing a recall as Malaysia look for more opportunities on the map. It looks like this mid-side turret is something that they've been keeping an eye on so far. But let's take a little bit of a skip back to the junglers, right? Vival, level 9 right now. But Rosemary has also reached that same level. Wait a second, Vivian!
Getting pounded on right now with the bouncing ball to try and survive. It won't be enough though. Malaysia, man, they identified the chance. Oh, City even taking the Appraiser's Wrath. Slain by Rosemary. Malaysia now immediately making plays across the map, but look at Shell trying to equalize 1v1 against R. The Zaman Force is used up, but it won't be enough. Shell backs away from it, and still Malaysia taking the better trades all across the board. That mobility, the crowd control, is allowing them so much more opportunities.
2-for-0 trade, and it looks like Vival is going to go on to Bea here, looking to defend this turret. She successfully does that, and this is a 1v1. Arashi Tempest of Blades have been utilized as well.
Oh,
What?
the outplay though. Bea says no, I'd win. Vival gets immediately nuked out. That is just not the way that was supposed to happen, man. The flicker out of the Tempest of Blades into the burst damage, and now Malaysia collapse, converge onto the turtle. No retribution for Indonesia. It won't be available. And even on the bottom side, Fumi Echo locked in a duel, locked in a 1v1 as Rosemary goes for some sort of dive right here. But Shell already made her way down to the bottom. It's going to be a 2v1 for Indonesia, but Ecstatic and Annabelle.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Look at that burst damage. That's going to be Fumi Echo falling down soon as well. 2-for-0. And even the turret on the top side, Malaysia.
3K gold lead now for Malaysia, ladies and gentlemen, as we enter the 8th minute of the game. What initially was Indonesia with the full control has now been taken otherwise, and we're going to take a look at that instant replay earlier on. In a 2-for-1, that backup coming from Malaysia was superb. And then top it off with the burst damage coming through from Bea on the quantum charge, by the way, has been insane. Right, 402 at the moment. I'm actually curious to see the itemization of this Paquito as Vivian misses.
That's the Tyrant's revenge combo. It won't really work out. Bea though going aggressively under the turret. Vival will try her best to try and secure, but will it be a repeat? Bea survives the engagement, and Indonesia are forced to just take the loss as Malaysia continues with their domination. What is going on here?
What is going on, right? This is a team that has not dropped a single game in their previous tournament, and that was quite recent. That was only like a few weeks ago, right? Not even the Philippines could actually go for the counter towards this team. Imagine not dropping a single game, and here it is, Malaysia taking complete control, gonna open it up and take in that turret, that burst damage coming through. Luckily, Fumi is still gonna be able to defend that, but look at Rosemary.
Vivian getting jumped on right here, but the damage coming in from Cine is definitely something not to be trifled with. Penalty zone from Fumi Echo to try and turn the tides around, but Vival does not land the Tempest of Blades onto anyone. And here comes Bea, the raid boss, with her eyes on Shell. Won't be able to find it just yet. As once again, Malaysia losing only the roamer for roamer, not taking any disadvantageous trades so far.
5K gold lead for Malaysia and counting. Rosemary, despite the lead, is still on the same level as Vival. So Vival has still been keeping up in the jungle, in the way that she's been able to rotate around the map. She's actually picked up the Malefic Roar as well, in the hopes to deal some more damage onto the members of Malaysia, because so far she's been the one that's been bursted out every time she goes in, either with the Tempest of Blades or the King's Poise. There's no chance for her with the damage that she's been, you know, failing to give out. But here it is, Tempest of Blades and everything in the board. Arashi!
Bea is just focused down. Tempest of Blades not really down yet, but here it comes. Rival going in, but it doesn't matter. She's going to be forced to get away from the engagement zone. Bea still surviving despite the penalty zone and the Tyrant's Rage, Tyrant's Revenge combo used onto her. This is some unreal stuff. And in the middle, Fumi Echo taking damage from R, but it might be a bit too much that she can handle. It's going to be Simi picking up the kill. The Lord is still up, and now Indonesia has the man advantage. Shell trying to get the mid turret, sneaking it out, knowing that there is a moment of respite in the middle of the fight. But look at this, Malaysia immediately contests grounds once more.
And now it looks like Indonesia are utilizing the mobility in the lane to go in for the far lane, right? To push into the far lane, and Bea is going to be too slow to capitalize on that. But meanwhile, what?
Annabelle taken out. Bea now trying her best to try and turn this around, but she's just a bit too low. Forced out, still alive though. Vivian finally avoids the Prince's Wrath. This is a double kill for Fumi Echo, and Indonesia will take it. What happened right there? It's like a switch was just flipped, and now Indonesia are just getting the better of Malaysia in this fight, but they are all below half HP except for R. Can they go for it? Will they risk a steal? Vivian kills it up, goes for the play, but no! Malaysia takes it away! Indonesia though tries to get retribution for that. Rosemary will fall, R will fall as well, but the Lord falls into the hands of Malaysia.
The retribution fails again for Vival here, ladies and gentlemen, as it is 3 members taken off the board in favor of Indonesia, but they had to lose control over that Lord. We're gonna take a look at a quick replay earlier on. We do see that Vivian was charging, had an eye over, but again, right, the Fredra being able to collapse it over with her ultimate was eventually able to get in that retribution with the combo in, with the damage. And Malaysia was able to get the better out of it. Meanwhile, Shell caught in a bad position here. Annabelle gonna be able to give her a little bit of CC there. There is backup coming from a static, but they're not gonna commit over onto it. I guess that's the main difference, right? Claude pre and after she gets her power spike, because before that team fight, before Shell was able to deal out the damage and become the main factor in these team fights, she was able to pick up that golden staff, and now she's reached that point. We're gonna see the next item later on should be the DHS, but again, right, Shell has been so dependable in a position where Malaysia has been picking up the scraps from Indonesia.
We're taking a ton of damage right here though. Rosemary positioning aggressively and spies a chance to try and do something, but these are turrets falling down all across the map for Malaysia, as it's supposed to. But later on, Annabelle is going to be stuck in a tough situation because her mobility tool is also the engaged tool, and they jump onto Bea though. That's going to be an amazing pickoff. Rosemary tries to turn this around, but Shell is left in the back, avoiding the vengeance damage from Annabelle, just hiding back, and they're still under the turret though. This is a chance for Vivian to go in for the chase. Vivian lands the Tyrant's Rage, Tyrant's Revenge combo, but Vival has a chance to chase it down. That's going to be a diversion for Cine, but she won't be able to spot anyone just yet.
Ooh, she's got really low. She needs to be careful here. But it looks like there is backup coming in from Cine as well as Vival in order for Rosemary to be zoned away. And it looks like that is going to be a purple buff stolen for Indonesia away from Rosemary. And that's also a turret taken in. The Blazing Duet earlier on was also quite spectacular. As we take a look into the item, so she actually already has a Corrosion Scythe, DHS, as well as a Malefic Roar, so that is where the damage is coming from. And Malaysia finally, up until this point, are gonna start struggling, right? It looks like the Paquito has a little bit of a, you know, hybrid itemization, Arashi, with the Dominance Ice. We have the Hunter Strike, we have the War Axe, but also the Oracle.
That's for more healing with the Festival of Blood and getting the extra shielding as well if she goes for that combo. Vivian now walking into Bea once more. The Paquito at this point, with Indonesia catching up in gold, actually taking the gold lead outright. She's just a bit too vulnerable because she's not a pure tank. So Bea needs to be a bit more careful because she is a lot more punishable now. As the diversion is prepared, you're going to push the bottom side and diversion out. That seems to be the idea here for the side of Indonesia, but Annabelle spots it.
Looks like they're looking for a catch, right? Or even a bait, just for some information as to the whereabouts of Team Malaysia. Rosemary at level 15, Vival at level 15 as well, so it's back to a 50-50. Rosemary, for the most part, have been able to get the retributions over Vival. So we'll see if that's something that will happen once again. Will that be the same story once again? Or will Indonesia find a way to just really dislocate Rosemary in her tracks?
Oh, that's good play from Malaysia. The deleting Shell immediately. Bea once again. Now she's going for the backline, but Tumi Echo, the slow lumbering Teresa, will be taken out. Rival is looking for a chance to try and do something here, waiting in the wings. All she can do is cut the wave though. Without any damage sources left, Cine is the only one with Vivian, but that might be enough for Vival to get some prio. She's trying to make plays happen, pushing the wave on the bottom side as well, but Malaysia make their move. It's a diversion to the top side of the Lord right here. It can catch the members of Malaysia off guard, but to what avail? There is a retribution available, but Malaysia are taking it slow. They don't have a lot of DPS tools available, but look at Annabelle actually spotting down.
That's so risky. That's so risky, and that's a big pick over to Annabelle, but it was all just to buy time for Malaysia to pick up the Lord once again. Indonesia have failed in this regard. It looks like Viva wants to go into the commit.
Ooh.
Even the flicker play from Vivian actually misses. Bea going to be able to outmaneuver and outplay Indonesia yet again in the 16th minute of the game as Malaysia are coming back from that deficit. And at this point, these items are going to be ramping up as we are entering the 16th minute of the game, ladies and gentlemen. Will it be up to a very risky diversion play? Is that what we're going to look forward to, as it looks like Malaysia going to be pushing down the tempo down under.
All right, we're slowing down a bit more right here as Malaysia are just trying to set the waves up for that perfect push. For Indonesia, they do have spammable abilities in the hands of Cine, and they do have a late game claw to try and make plays around with. Look at that, Rosemary just taking a couple of basic attacks, already forced to back away, but the turret will fall. A duel happens on the top side, though. Vival up against Bea, who will come out on top this time. It turns out it's going to be Bea. Once again, just a dominant force when it comes to the 1v1. No split push potential available for the side of Indonesia. If they try and defend, they lose their topside base turret as well. And Malaysia seems like they're not quite satisfied. They want some more. They won't be able to. But they have shut down everything that Indonesia can throw at them.
Very disciplined from Malaysia, right? They understand the limits of their push and they don't want to move forward. They don't want to give a fighting chance back to Indonesia. And now with both side lanes being pushed in, with both side lanes being exposed, either way, wherever this Lord is going to be spawning in the next few seconds of this game, Malaysia will be able to capitalize over it. Especially seeing now how much damage this Paquito still has as we take a look into the replay. So it looks like Indonesia were still able to clear in the bottom lane, and Malaysia still were able to get a push. It looks like they were utilizing the mid lane as a distraction. Meanwhile, are very quickly going to be able to make work of the turret and expose that for them to utilize in their next play. But look at the standoff coming through from both of these teams, right? Vivian in this bush, Cine over there as well. They're opening up, finding information. I don't think they know that Rosemary's there, but they spot Bea, and it looks like they're going in for the kill here. Malaysia.
Vivian cut off from the rest of the team, taking a lot of damage. The immortality is still available, but Indonesia won't be able to respond. They try their best to get their comrade out, but that will be 45 seconds on the death timer for Vivian as the Lord spawns in 13.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. The moment that we've been waiting for. Will Malaysia be able to close this game here and now? But look at that!
Penalty zone and Tempest of Blades, that's a lot of damage, but still, Vival falls. But fortunately for the side of Indonesia, that's a mega kill picked up. And look at that blazing duet though. Shell trying her best to do out the damage. Rosemary gets out. The immortality is still available. Look at the diversion though, to try and zone R away and possibly catch her off as well. Rosemary now alone, potentially cut off by the team. Cine goes for it, spots her out. It's gonna be Rosemary taken down for sure. Running into the base of Indonesia, just trying to buy time as much as possible. This is valuable time not being used by Indonesia to go for the Lord. It's still paying off just well. But finally she
Arashi, Claude.
In the mid lane, Shell, she doesn't even care about the Lord. She's going straight for the crystal. Indonesia with an amazing comeback. What was that?
What are we seeing, ladies and gentlemen, for our first game in this series, in this final best of 3, in the final semi-finals of that game? It was so close for it to become Malaysia, but Indonesia found that opportunity, that small window of opportunity, and they were able to capitalize over that. You were talking about how the Fredwin was able to buy some time that Indonesia weren't utilizing, but as you were saying that, I was watching Shell literally push through in the mid lane, go in straight into the base, and eventually win that game for themselves. That was a huge setback to Malaysia's already winning formula, to Malaysia's already winning condition, that Indonesia were able to punish and look for a loophole over. So that's going to be, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia picking up game number 1, leading this best of 3 series, and now at match point as we take a look at the highlights of what happened there, if you guys just tuned in and perhaps even missed it, right? Because you would think that with how it was going in the early game that Indonesia had a little bit more say, but at some point of the game, Malaysia just really came back. There were so many moments that, like this, right? Annabelle gonna be able to, they were able to stop Shell in her tracks, prevent her from getting to her power spike quicker than ever. And then there were moments here again, Malaysia picking up the effort. There were so many 1v1s between Vival as well as Bea that eventually led to Bea winning it out. Ecstatic, great defense here, preventing them to go for that push into the gold gold shield turret. And initially, right, most of these objectives were actually taken by Malaysia. It was only the first neutral objective that Vival was able to take.
And afterwards, it's just Malaysia finding the way to be just a bit more aggressive, to find the right fights. And the fact that the Ling threat was nullified so hard right here by Bea. I mean, shout out to Bea for making this game so difficult for Indonesia, man. 1v1s, it doesn't matter. 1v2 even, she can still hold her own. And when she is the one sent out for the split push, this was that amazing outplay, man. I thought, okay, this is about a done deal. But Bea, with the happy feet, with the deletion of Vival, that was what they were using, right? They were using Bea to do damage, but also to sustain and bait out all this aggression. And as a result, just come in and seal the deal. I really like the way Malaysia was able to actually make this Baksha roam just look so much more viable. But unfortunately, towards the end, it just became a bit too chaotic. And for Indonesia, that kind of worked out in their favor. It was looking quite rough, especially moments like this where you can see Vival just confused on what to do. But afterwards, they found some opportunities to try and come back.
By the way, I just want to give an honorable mention now that we're looking at the highlights for Ecstatic, right, on the Valentina. She's on a Valentina that is utilizing Purify, Arashi. So for playmaking, it's not that easy, especially without the flicker, because she opted for the Purify. But there are so many moments that she's able to make these plays with the Tyrant's Rage Revenge combination without the flicker. So that was something that, you know, hands down, high mechanics as well from this Valentina.
Definitely, man. That was a big problem as well, adding to the layers of crowd control. And it's not always the same crowd control every time coming out from Ecstatic. That is part of the issue. But this was that one big moment that was so good from Vivian, man. Taking out Bea before she can even cast any of her spells, any of her skills. And with Malaysia chasing down under the turret of Indonesia, that was a key moment in Indonesia spotting a chance to go in aggressively. And with the diversion, they can just catch up so well. But look at this, man. Even after that setback, Bea is undeterred, going in and deleting Shell. The Purify won't even matter.
Definitely. Here she gets even Fumi as well, just to, you know, cause more chaos and drama to already a very offensive and aggressive Malaysia. And they were able to actually utilize that push to eventually pick up that top and as well as that bottom mid lane turret, the base turret as well. And yet Indonesia, that was fine for them, right? They still were able to find that opportunity later on that we should be seeing very soon. And I do believe that this is leading towards that team fight.
I mean, it started off with Vivian getting picked off already, so we were thinking that there's no way this works out well for them. But that penalty zone into the funneling from Malaysia to be in a choke point for everything from Indonesia to be like put on top of them. And of course, this blazing duet play, 1v2. That's a late game Claude, ladies and gentlemen. Shell definitely did a number onto them. And with the diversion play, we didn't see too many crazy moments, but when it happens, it was just so impactful. They were able to stop Rosemary from going back. I don't even think that solo, she can actually stop this push for the end, but Shell got it done with that Claude. And despite everything, the kills are 20-20, man. This was that close of a game.
Exactly. It could have gone either way. It was pushed to the very end in 19 minutes. One of our longest games so far that we've seen today here in the Mlbb women's scene. And that's exactly the kind of show and the kind of performance that we expect from both of these teams. Malaysia, man, even though Indonesia are at match point, we can expect Malaysia to fight even harder for game number 2. And perhaps we're going to see a similar story, right? In game number 1, in our match number 1 of the playoffs, we saw that initially it was Philippines being able to pick up that first game, but then Cambodia come back with a clean sweep, right? With a reverse sweep rather. So that same story can be done by Malaysia. So it's not to say that Indonesia will take this right now. There's definitely a big possibility that Malaysia can go for the upset as well and go for that underdog story going against this team that hasn't dropped a single tournament so far.
It's a very dominant team, showing again why that is absolutely the case. right? The recovery, the adjustments mid-game. It's so crazy that the game was that close that it all comes down to just a few select moments. If that went one way or the other, they could have really decided the game. I have to, man, even if you ask me who's my MVP, I think it has to be either Cine or Shell. Considering how Vival was really shut down completely, I think Shell definitely takes the cake there for MVP.
Ooh, I think a point is to be made for Cine. So let's see who is gonna be getting this MVP, ladies and gentlemen, for our first game in this best of 3 series. Will it be Shell? Will it be Cine? Or will it be Vivian? Maybe Vival?
Let's
You're gonna
take
see
a
in
look.
just a few moments. I love the suspense, man. And it's Cine, the
Wow,
player of the
Eterna.
match. Ladies and gentlemen, oh man, yeah, I'm on a roll. Is this like a 4-0, Arashi? I don't know. How do you feel about this? I mean, you're the analyst.
You know, it is what it is, right? At the end of the day, we're just human. You know, we're just normal human beings. So, hey, I mean, you're definitely on a roll right here. You're the real brains behind the entire Indonesian desk operation, man. Like everyone now is just waking up to your brilliance.
You know, I have a big forehead already, Arashi. You know, might as well be smart, right? I think it's a bad position to have a big forehead and, you know, have the lack of brains. So I'm gonna take this one. Thank you. I'm gonna use that to, you know, pat myself in the back. But again, right, there were just so many moments that Cine was able to create on a hero like Luo Yi that was nerfed, by the way, right? The cooldown on her diversion was increased to 1 minute plus before like cooldown reduction items, but it's approximately a 1 minute gap that you will have to capitalize over and make it effective, right? Because it's not as spammable as it was before. There's no room for error, there's no room for mistakes. So the fact that she's able to utilize a Luo Yi that kind of has fallen off after that readjustment towards her diversion and make it work and still create those amazing plays goes to show the level that Cine has, right? I think that final moment as the, you know, the Fredden was, you know, fighting for his life in the you know, side part of the map earlier on, the fact that she was able to take down that second layer, I don't remember who it was, but that I love that play. I think Arashi can explain it better than me, but you know the moment I'm talking about, right?
The final sequence?
Yes, the final sequence.
Yeah, Rosemary was just chased down again and again. Cine, along with Vivian. I mean, everyone that was available was just chasing her down just to ensure that, well, first of all, they can get the death timers rolling, but also to ensure that she can't go back and try and clear the wave. Like I said, though, with how much power Shell has in the late game Claude, I'm not convinced that Rosemary can do much to try and stop it, but there's always a possibility, right? But man, late game, that was just so devastating. That final fight, I really felt like for the most part, a lot of those fights were done in a very sporadic fashion, and that's by design from Malaysia, right? They know that there's a blazing duet. They know that there is going to be a dispersion, rotation, you know, spam coming in from Cine on the Luo Yi. So they're trying to avoid that happening. And whenever they go for a play, it's always a big burst of action and then slow again. And that's why Bea just looks so much more flashy than everyone else, because she was one of the key members that can do so. But in that fight, they really got a pick-off on Vivian, but they got baited, man. They really thought that, oh, we can get some more, we can get a guaranteed Lord or even an end, but they were in that three-way choke point. They got hit by the penalty zone, the Tempest of Blades, and with Cine just spamming everything, unfazed, undisturbed by anyone trying to jump at her. That was the end of the story.
That's like best case scenario for Luo Yi, right? You have everyone
Right.
clumped up as one, and then your passive just keeps on proccing, and that bursts over and over and over and over and over again. Was, you know, imagine being caught in that, right? Penalty zone, and then you get the dispersions coming through with the passive with the yin and yangs. It's just like, okay, I'm stuck. Because like one of the main things about the passive is not only the damage, but also the CC that kind of locks you in place, right? That displacement that becomes an issue, that if you don't have Purify or something along those lines, it's so difficult for you to get out because it's so sticky. So it's like, yeah, I'm
Right.
stuck here. Yeah, I'm just gonna die here. There's absolutely nothing I can do.
Because I mean, it kind of pulls you back too, right? It's a
Yeah.
bit of stun, but also a bit of displacement, and especially when you're panicking, right? Especially when you're in that situation where like, hang on a minute, we're in danger, right? The combos are coming. You're trying to move, and then you kind of slid back and forth, left and right
Yeah.
by the duality, the passive of Lo Yi. And what can you do, man? And it's great for, honestly, I think it's great that Malaysia were able to actually control for that long. Like I said, I love the Baksha roam. I've been saying it has potential for quite a bit, but even for Indonesia, it's great that they were able to hold off for that long. Because usually, for if you're up against a Malaysian team and they get rolling, they go hard, man. They don't back down at all. So being able to stave the angry Malaysians off in the first place is already a bit of an achievement.
Okay, let's see how this is going to pan down as we are, ladies and gentlemen, back to match point for Indonesia as we enter the drafting phase for game number 2. Chip, actually the choice of ban here from Malaysia. They both have swapped sides. Ling also going to be banned out. We have the Harith and the Angela. So earlier on, we didn't even see the Roger being picked up at all, right? The Roger wasn't even placed in the jungle. It also wasn't flexed into the gold lane. They completely ignored it. I think Angela, it has to be a priority ban here, but the question is, what do they think about the Luo Yi, right? Indonesia definitely saw the value of the Luo Yi. So will they leave that to be opened up for, of course, Malaysia to pick up for themselves now that the Yu Zong has been banned? So Malaysia is putting Indonesia in quite a tough position, and they go for the Vexana, so they don't take the bait, and they're gonna go and decide to go for a contest instead. We have Roger, Matilda, and the Luo Yi that's still opened up right now.
I feel like the Lo Yi really would benefit the style that Malaysia is going for. Like we saw that they were abusing that shield unity again and again. And so if they can move more people faster than before, there's a chance they can put Indonesia in the same spot, the same seat, you know? But they go for the Roger here, a bit of flex, a bit of prio for the jungle and the gold lane. For Indonesia, after banning away the Vexana here, they really respect that again the team fighting, the crowd control layering from the side of Malaysia. So if you talk about crowd control, the Grok comes to mind, but I don't think they'll pick it up this early. I'm a big fan of the X-Bor considering how annoying it is, but again, probably a bit too early for that. It's gonna be the Minotaur along with the Moskov though. So the global presence is still very much in the hands of Indonesia.
It's a power pick. Though these two picks are a power pick for Indonesia, right? Shell on the Moskov has been insane. You saw her mechanics on the Claude. Wait till you see her mechanics on the Moskov, right? You can imagine. And Minotaur is also a signature pick for Vivian. I think one of the glaring things that I saw from game number 1 was kind of from Vivian, right? We didn't really see her impact on the Kufra. There were a lot of times where she missed her Tyrant's Rage and Revenge and her Flicker combos. So maybe she's not as comfortable on the Kufra, seeing as the Kufra just made his way back into the patch. But something like the Grok was actually something that I expected. It's also a power pick for her. But the Minotaur is also something that they found a lot of success with, especially now they're going against a hero like the Claude Arashi. So this should be a Roger in the jungle alongside the Kufra now being picked up by Malaysia.
Well, the Kufra has traded hands for now, so all things considered, I feel like for Indonesia, they're going to require some other beefy member to take the initial engage so that Vivian can actually have space to go in for the counter. Baksha immediately shows up, and I think it's no longer a flexible option. So with that, though, they've already showed their cards. Malaysia with a lot more damage. Now Indonesia are the ones who are turning it around. Now they are the ones with the DPS, with the solid tanky frontliners. So we'll have to see how this really plays out. They ban away the Terizla as well. It's like they want to try and force Malaysia to engage them in a battle of tankiness, and they're planning on coming out on top.
I also think that the Kufra being picked up here from Malaysia, they were anticipating that Indonesia would pick up yet another assassin in the jungle, right? Because the Nolan has been still left open. We do still have the Hayabusa on the board. And Indonesia, Vival, she's very flexible with her picks. We've seen her on assassins. We've seen her on utility as well. So I think that's kind of a foresight that they were looking for. We have the double Yu Zong being banned out. So we can safely assume that it's the CC in the bands that you
Yep.
see, ladies and gentlemen. The one that's a little bit more red is the CC. And there are
Ooh.
so many EXP lane bands, by the way, right? Arlet, Xborg, Terizla. What is left to play in the EXP lane? I guess Ruby, Benedetta, and Paquito are the options now.
I was about to raise that point that Paquito, that was just so devastating, so useful for Malaysia. Now, most likely, it falls into the hands of Indonesia if they want it, but at the same time, they're almost forced to pick it because if they let it go here and let Bea have it again, now with the Roger, with the Kufra, that whole combo looks like it makes a bit more sense. So for Indo, will they bite on that or will they invite Bea to just go back to that Paquito and go for something different here? It's Uranus. Wow.
Wait, what? I think I saw this back at SPS, Uranus in the EXP lane. I don't remember how that match ended up, whether or not the Uranus won in that lane, but what is the idea of the Uranus here? Are they anticipating that the Malaysians will pick up the Paquito in that EXP lane? Is that the kind of the idea that the Uranus has here in the EXP lane?
It could be it. It's also the fact that right now, the Roger generally doesn't do DPS, and the Claude, each attack kind of like it's a triple shot, so it kind of stacks your passive a lot faster too. But it's matched by a Khalid in the EXP lane, so Burst to try and take out the Uranus before the friends or the passive can start ticking. But with the Iesf for the control, this is a tanky team that can be slowed down a lot. But with the Kadira in the picture, now it's a bit more tricky. You can expect Purifiers coming in from the side of Malaysia.
But also the same thing can also be said for Indonesia, right? I mean, technically Malaysia also has a lot of cash, and I personally love the Iesf pick here because we have so many heroes that are forced to keep a short range when they go in for these team fights, right? You have the Uranus, melee hero, Baxia, melee hero, we have the Minotaur, and we have the Moskov. That is, okay, he is an MM, and he does have a basic attack, and there is range, but it's a relatively short range, right? Very similar to, like, the carry, whose range is actually quite small and can be capitalized by the real-world manipulation range from the Iesf. So very interesting here with the Iesf pick coming through, but what do you think about this Kadita? What's the idea with the Kadita here?
It's a great tool to follow up on stuff. There is still a very possible Shield Unity into Breath of the Ocean combo, right? To go for those pickoffs. You can use it as a deterrent. You can use it as an engage tool, obviously. And the presence of an assassin would be nice in general, especially against a Claude, against a Iesf as well. There are targets available right here, but they can't really have it in the jungle. So now they go for an assassin in the mid lane. And I think it's difficult, right? It's never easy to run with an assassin in the mid lane. There's just layers of issues you have to try and deal with. But our very own Indonesian Sans likes to pull it off very often. So if Sini can mimic that kind of performance, there's a chance that even without the knockup, because R is going for the Purify, she can kind of just zone out by using the rough waves, and that will just zone R long enough. Because as much as Moskov is short range, the Cloud ain't much better either.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Match Point in the semi-finals, our second semi-finals of the day. We are at Match Point with Indonesia one game away of securing that final ticket, that second and final ticket to Riyadh, that second and final ticket to WEC, as Malaysia look to go for a reverse sweep against their fellow Langgar, right? Fellow Indonesians here as well. But we'll see, already a charge from Annabelle earlier on here, Arashi, but they will still be able to get out alive. And I think one of the interesting things here for me is the fact that Shell, as we're talking about her, we're going to have a look at how she's been doing in her lane, is actually opts to go for that spell instead of going for something
Inspire.
a little more safe like the Purify. She goes for Inspire instead, but meanwhile in the bottom lane,
Ooh, a lot of damage. That's going to be the first blood by Rosemary. Fumi Echo, overestimating how tanky she can be right there, gets absolutely punished. Yes, the Uranus has tankiness, but you have to wait a bit longer. But Vival trying to even out the score in the middle right here. Going to Ecstatic, but there's not enough damage. No level 4 just yet. Malaysia take the first tempo play, and they are not stopping, man. They're going straight into the jungle. They're prepping for a trap, but look at that. Ooh, Cine eventually taken out still. It's gonna be early value for Malaysia, but can Indonesia equalize? Raging Sandstorm onto 2. It won't be enough though, as Rosemary gets taken out, gets walked on by Fumi Echo on the Uranus.
Yeah, they traded completely back here. Indonesia being able to take down Rosemary as well as Bea, and they should have the man advantage when it comes down to this Lord setup. However, Vival, despite the success that she was able to obtain earlier on, is forcing to go for a recall as Annabelle, once again with the charge, actually goes in for the cancel. But there is still that kill pressure that Bea offers, whether it be on the Paquito, whether it be on the Khalid, that Indonesia still need to be aware of. And this is a very active Khalid, by the way. Arashi earlier on was able to, clear in the mid side as well. And now look at what she's able to do here.
Look at the Minion and Fury as a response though. Annabelle caught out alone. Cindy tries to follow up on it, but the Raging Sandstorm catches 2. Annabelle pushes Vival back in, but Fumi Echo already in the back, just tanking out the damage. But look at Bea. A pincer maneuver right here, confusing Indonesia that wants to play front to back. But they are unfazed. They have the sustain to try and play this long game. The Vivian though getting caught out right here. Annabelle, can she steal the deal? It won't be enough, but look at Shell coming in with the Spear of Destruction onto Ecstatic. It will be the end for her. As we can see, Annabelle is waiting for a chance, trying to get out of it, stuck in the side of Indonesia. Rivaldo eventually will try and ignore her to go for the neutral objective. This is a very chaotic sequence of events, but look at the play. The rough waves onto Rosemary won't be enough, as Bea is still just lingering around, like you said, Eterna, playing it active, trying to make an impact, but in the end, Indonesia gets the better of Malaysia, and Shell makes her way back up top as the team secures the turtle.
What were we watching? Like for the past 1 minute, 1 to 2 minutes. That was so chaotic on all fronts, right? Rosemary being dived in by Kadida in the back line, forcing a recall, seeing as how low she was, but Sydney was also caught very low in terms of mana, so she couldn't really execute that as properly as she should have. But then at the end of the day, with all the events that came through, it looks like Indonesia is still going to be able to pick up that objective, right? Which is something that they can hold on to. But for the most part, Malaysia is still equal when it comes down to the economy, right? So despite the kills for Indonesia, despite the neutral objective takes from Indonesia, Malaysia has a 100k gold lead, Arashi.
Yeah, but Indonesia goes to try and extend that gold lead. It's going to be Annabelle deleted immediately by the rough waves. That's the Baxia Kadira combo. And Indonesia, they're not looking like it, but they got pressure around the map. Malaysia can definitely be a real threat if they group up together. But for Indonesia, they have pressure to play around with. Fumi Echo once again tries to be an absolute nuisance. Uses the Purify already though, getting hunted down, getting hit by the Raging Sandstorm, but it won't be enough for now. The slows though will keep her in place long enough for Malaysia to finally take her down.
Enough burst for her to be taken down, but meanwhile Shell also not staying idle, as she is going to be able to push in this turret in the top lane. But actually no minions there. They were able to successfully clear that. Shell actually forced in a recall there, forced into back away from that objective, even with the help of Vivian as well.
So smart move by R to stand behind the turret so that whenever Shell was going for the turret damage, she has to tank the turret and back away. But look at that play on the top side though. Shell popping the Inspire, trying to duel it out 1v2 though. She comes out on top as Indonesia make a play for the turtle. The Spear of Destruction is still very much available as Fumi Echo just walks off around, zoning away the members of Malaysia and finding information. Seems like Malaysia will be able to match though, and they'll be able to leave that turtle to Indonesia.
Yeah, she has been such an exceptional player, Arashi. Like Shell, despite everything that's going on with Indonesia, you can always count on her to be able to win it in that mid and carry towards the late game. Because, man, time and time again, whatever hero that she's being placed on, she does exactly this. Now they're going to be able to push in once again.
Ooh.
We do see Annabelle forcing a recall, but a charge, a re-engage.
Minion Fury though, Gets Annabelle stuck, and look at the rough waves used onto the roamer only though. But Cine is hitting back and forth, dealing out the damage. It won't be enough. Vival and Cine Petrify being used, immediately purified by R. But Fumi Echo is on the scene. The Raging Sandstorm though catches two, gets the double. That's gonna be Bea once again making the plays happen for her team. And Fumi Echo is alone right now. 4 members down for Indonesia, and that's just it. That's just Malaysia at their finest.
A huge standout here as Shell goes in with the Spear of Misery.
And secures the kill immediately. The global play. Indonesia respawning and immediately striking back. What is going on? The Spear of
What
Destruction
is going on?
immediately.
Exactly,
Oh, no.
right? And all the while, Rosemary gonna be very quick on her feet as well, picking up that turret in that top side that she was able to get traded back in with the kills that Shell was inevitably able to pick up. 2-1-1 so far for Shell, but man, Bea, whether it be on the Paquito, on the Khalid, she is doing work with the executions into the back line that Malaysia have been able to work over and work on top of those big plays by Bea. It's a big threat that Indonesia really need to try and, solve as we take a look at that replay.
Yes, with a Minion Fury, but like we said, Indonesia used a bunch of their spells already on the frontliners, and they lost Shell, right? If Shell was around, maybe this fight would have gone differently. And Fumi Echo, once she arrives, everyone respects the presence and backs away, but Bea, with that killer instinct, exceptional stuff, man, finds a chance to go in the backline. But now Indonesia, they're the ones still orchestrating a play right here. And they go on Annabelle. Rosemary is dishing out more damage than Vival can hope to try and do. And look at the slows, man. This is allowing them to go for a full one pick off. They commit onto it with the Rule of Manipulation as well. But the Minion Fury will buy enough time. Look at the Blazing Duet from R to try and solve this problem, but it won't be enough. That's gonna be the Dread Destruction though. It's gonna be Shell once again going in the back line, getting low, but still surviving. And Indonesia get full complete control, but Rosemary is just crashing away. Fumi Echo ignored in favor of Cine and Shell, but Rosemary will not be able to do so. Coming in. Unfortunately for her, she gets taken out. It's going to be a dive still from Fumi Echo though to try and get ecstatic, but it will actually work out for her. A double kill as Annabelle is just forced to watch her comrade taken down.
What a layer of events that occurred, ladies and gentlemen, in that final showdown. Oh my lord, right? I mean, Rosemary, I don't know if it was a mistake or not, but she accidentally used in her skill onto Fumi Echo when she could have gone for the kill onto Cine instead. And I don't think that Rosemary would have been caught that low if she was able to get that kill down, right? And then Shell came in, was able to capitalize over those movements and eventually pick up that turret in that mid side. The chain of events that happened earlier, that was so unfortunate. And Bea, once again, being one of the main damage dealers, picking up the Malefic Roar, one of the anchors of damage for her team, was unable to find a proper moment to go in for the Flicker Raging Sandstorm. But look at this, Annabelle with the re-engage, very aggressive, actually going to be able to bait in Cine right before they go in for the Lord take.
With the rough waves used up already, but look at the far side. Fumi Echo, knowing that she's so tanky and it requires multiple members from the side of Malaysia to try and take her down, she just goes in for the push. And now there's a chance that Indonesia can get a fight without Bea diving into the back. And look at Vivian already on the Antiquiras. She's gonna put herself between the opposing team and the Lord and completely deny it. It's gonna be a Lord picked up for Indonesia, and look at the flank from Fumi Echo. It won't be decisively starting any kind of fight, but from Annabelle, immediately countered by Vivian with a knockup, and the rough waves zone everyone else away. Already sends about to 5 though by Bea. Once again, will it be enough as Shell is still left around. And finally, she gets taken out by the united effort of R and Rosemary. That's gonna be a win for Malaysia, despite Indonesia getting the Lord.
Bea has been insane! Have you ever seen that in your life? 5-member Raging Sandstorm Flicker combo, and Indonesia nearly gets wiped out in the 11th minute of the game. Man, I am so hyped. We have to take a look at that again, right? Because that was a huge play we do see that most of the members here, Annabelle with that beautiful Tyrant's Rage and Revenge coming through. But look at the Ocean Odyssey, the Ocean Waves coming through. But that Raging Sandstorm flicker onto 5, and the way that Malaysia were able to combo in with the Blazing Duet and all the other sources of damage was just impeccable. That was a huge moment for Malaysia. And now Rosemary picks up the Malefic Roar to boot. We are caught in a precarious position if Indonesia look to close this 2-0, because for sure Annabelle, Bea, they mean business, and they've been able to look for so many opportunities to turn what initially was a dominant game. And here she goes again.
Sini goes for the counter engage onto Rosemary though. The real manipulation will zone the members of Indonesia away, but it won't be enough for now. Shell goes for the Sphere of Destruction, not taking it just yet as her teammates chase down slowly but surely. Ecstatic, unable to escape. They finally won and found a winning engagement right here, as Vivel will be able to just chase R down slowly but surely. And Indonesia regroup immediately. They're going for a push. They know they have 2 death timers already rolling. Can they go for some kind of end engagement? Going for the turrets most likely, but they have to be careful. The fact that Shell does not have the Purify makes it so difficult for her to stay in the front and output that damage steadily. They get a base turret for their efforts, but they have to be careful. Whenever they're able to get any kind of lead from Malaysia, it has always been traded back, so they are definitely on their toes for that.
A ticket to Riyadh hangs in the balance here, Arashi, as we are entering the 13th minute of the game. There have been so many moments that both of these teams have been able to find them for themselves and for their own team, and just one mistake can really lead to their demise here, especially for Malaysia, who are now looking at Indonesia that are at match point. We see that Shell picks up the orange buff right now. If we take a look at both of the junglers, Rosemary is actually a level ahead. So when it comes down to this Retribution contest, when it comes down to the Retribution battle, it looks like Malaysia should have a little bit more to work with, a little bit more of an advantage, especially with the tools that have been utilized. But now we get to kind of slow things down finally to break down what has been happening for the past 14 minutes of this game, Arashi. Wow.
That was 14 minutes? Wow.
That was 14 minutes. It felt like it was longer, right?
Oh man, it's non-stop. It's on site for both these teams, man. Whoever they see, they just immediately pile on. That 5-man Raging Sandstorm just caught me completely off guard, dude. I was so shocked by it. I can't even respond properly. Man, Malaysia just going toe-to-toe against Indonesia, but it really feels like it's just a brute force fight, right? It's just mechanics on top of mechanics to see who reigns supreme. And for now, with the Lord already in the picture, it's gonna be more of a macro setup with Fumi Echo on the Uranus pushing away. But the fact that Indonesia has a 3-tank, like 2 damage dealer composition, and the fact that Shell is going with the Inspire instead of the Purify makes this game just so risky for Indonesia. Because we saw earlier, despite the fact that there is backup, there is coverage coming in from Vivian on the Minotaur, if the Roger and the Claude can get to the Moskov, Shell can still get taken out.
So would you call it overconfidence maybe, going in for the Inspire instead? Because let's say that Raging Sandstorm hit, Shell, if she had the Purify, she would have been able to outmaneuver that and maybe turn that entire team fight completely around. But the fact that she's opted to go for this, it's going to be very risky as Annabelle goes in for another pick here.
Engage onto Vivian, the Minotaur, not the ideal target. Vivel though getting chunked down, taken away from the fight. Malaysia pick up the Lord, but look at the pinch coming in. Shell comes through, but the Wind of Nature from R will save her life. They're chasing down to Bea and Ecstatic, and Fumieko has the movement speed to try and run them down with the slows as well. But the Raging Sandstorm onto one person, turns it around. Fumieko falls, and the Lord comes through. Indonesia forced to back away.
Oh no. The chase coming through from Indonesia, it wasn't successful with the movement speed, and then the re-engage coming in from Bea with the Raging Sandstorm onto Fumi. That was just so brilliant. And now they're gonna have to buy some time, right? 20 seconds for Fumi to spawn, and now they are at a man disadvantage. with this, enhanced Lord stepping into the bottom lane, these turrets are gonna fall down like flies. And yet again, that ticket to Riyadh, that final slot to Riyadh at WEC hangs in the balance with R picking up the Malefic Roar. This is shaping to be a very difficult position for Indonesia.
Shell will be trying to clear the Lord out immediately though. Surprisingly, no turrets fall just yet. Gonna be a great defense from the side of Indonesia. But for Malaysia, whenever they're in this kind of scenario, they just have so much more of an advantage due to Ecstatic just being on the Iesf. And we know that Indonesia are planning on banking on sustainability. I mean, Cine has sustainability. The Minotaur on Vivian has sustainability. Fumi Echo and Shell still. Even with the Inspire, that technically is an extra bit of sustain on hit with that battle spell. But against the Glowing One that's being built immediately by Ecstatic, it's a whole different story, man. There's just a lot of these regeneration tools cut down from Indonesia.
Which is why they have to really be smart when they weave in and weave out of these team fights, right? They need to figure out a way to kind of bait out these resources, bait out the real world manipulation from Ecstatic. Wait a second.
Viva goes in for a collision, but that's the whole team available to back her up. The Breath of the Ocean will zone everyone away, but that's the turret's presence already used up. Fumi Echo has been pushing the wave, but as of right now, she's just not having enough impact when it comes to that macro game. She can't push fast enough, and she can't rotate fast enough either.
Yeah, it's not as easy. It's not as straightforward now that we're entering the late game. Ladies and gentlemen, 17 minutes between both of these teams. Very equal when it comes down to it. At this point, the gold lead that Malaysia has, a 3k gold lead, will start to, the importance of it will start to sliver away. And now it comes down to the mind games, right? Who will be smarter when it comes down to these Lord takes? Because naturally, Indonesia, I don't think they want to go for a full 5v5. Maybe they look for a pick off instead. Maybe they look in for a pick over. But the fact that Fumi Echo is already posturing in that bush, and the fact that it looks like Malaysia want to go in for the collapse, it's not looking good. Let's see how they unfold and how they play this out.
Well, finally, Fumi Echo shows herself on the top side. And look at Shell. Ooh, Abyss Walker forwards there, landing a big stun. But in the midst of all that, there's just so much pressure here for every single base turret of Indonesia that's so low. Annabelle conceals, but Shell spots her down. Vivian, though, is in the same situation. But look at the play coming in from Cine. The knock up there to try and break that immortality. Can they keep going here or not? The play. There's revenge. The sidestep from Bea, though. The lead Shell. No gold laner available. Real manipulation being used as well for Malaysia to seal the deal right here. Rosemary chunking out damage, dishing out against the 10k of members, all the damage, and the chase comes through from Malaysia with the slows provided by Ecstatic. Seems to be the end of it. Fumi Echo chunked down, taken out. That's a maniac for Rosemary.
It's a wiped out, ladies and gentlemen, for Malaysia in this 18th minute. And it looks like they're looking for a comeback. 18 seconds left for Shell to respawn into the game, as Rosemary is going to go through with that DHS in addition to wards in her kit to look for that straight push. And it looks like Malaysia will be able to force this to a game number 3. But hold your horses. We're gonna make you feel the suspense. We're gonna build up on the suspense as to how this game goes, as you are forced to look at me and Arashi's beautiful face once again. Wow, again, right? Shell using that Inspire, definitely not the best choice in this match. Annabelle, beautiful flicker backwards, Tyrus Rage Revenge. And she was able to catch Shell off guard. And then the combination, the synergy that was already there for Malaysia, the fact that they were able to loop that in with the Raging Sandstorm 2 just was the nail in the coffin for Indonesia in that team fight. I bet now they're starting to wonder, like, why didn't I go Purify instead?
It has to be in the back of their minds, but all things considered, I don't know if that would have made a difference, right? The fact that Bea immediately came through and just landed that Raging Sandstorm, that was a ton of damage. And just like that, the fact that they have a protect Shell VIP composition just kind of shuts down their chances of winning without that gold laner, man. That is so unfortunate. Wow.
And we do have confirmation that the match already ended with Malaysia winning it with that push. After that, wiped out that Maniac as well, coming through for Malaysia. And once again, we're going to game number 3. We wouldn't have it any other way here in the playoffs. There's no room for, clean sweeps. We want it to go, best of all the games. We want to see all the games. And, even the system couldn't handle how much Malaysia were dominating in that final sequence, right? Even the system didn't allow you guys to witness the violence. So we're just gonna tell you, okay? We're gonna, ease the pain a little bit. We're gonna give it to you a little bit softer, especially for all the Indonesian fans out there who were hoping to see a 2-0, especially with all the losses that we've been getting against this same region in the Mlbb male scene. Are we looking at a comeback again? Are we looking at another reverse sweep story, that underdog story that we've been seeing here in the playoffs of Iesf?
Bro, that's gonna be very unexpected for sure. But on the bright side, apparently we have some highlights here. So hopefully that final sequence will be shown in the highlights as we get right into it. Let's see how both teams were just colliding, man. It's a relatively short game, all things considered, but it doesn't feel that way at all.
Yeah, even from the start, right? I think we were caught in that 14-minute mark, and then we were like, wow, it's been 14 minutes. Everything just felt so fast, so much action that I think even you were a little bit drained with energy, right? Or actually with so much action happening, we thought that it was already a 17-minute game at that 14-minute mark. But up until that very end, Malaysia stayed persistent. They still were active, looking for opportunities to capitalize over. And finally, after all the initial, I would say, success from Indonesia with the objectives, with the team fights, with the kills on the board, they were able to finally get that stun in with Annabelle as well as Bea in the final sequence. But here again, we do see that Vival was caught quite low. R was able to capitalize over that. I think at the very end, finally R picked up the Malefic Roar. But that was that big play with the Raging Sandstorm onto 2 people. And we thought that was the peak of Bea, right? And then she comes in later on. I hope we get to see the replay of that as well on a 5-man
for
Raging
sure.
Sandstorm.
That was later on the bottom side of the map, I think. But all throughout the game, man, it's just fights upon fights. I mean, even here, right? No info, no intel. Usually teams won't just go for it, but they're just trying to fight combo for combo. And look at that blazing duet here. Just immediately denied from the side of Indonesia. And that the play, man, the Spear of Destruction definitely is a great tool to have. And Shell was using it to its utmost potential. But at that point, she gets a bit too low. This was the moment you're talking about, Eterna, where Rosemary maybe could have gotten the kill, but unfortunately for him, he's the one who gets knocked into the wall and just completely shut down as Fumi Echo dives in and continues the cycle, man. It just keeps going.
Yeah. It was very... Oh, is this the moment? 10 minutes and it's not the moment yet, is it? Oh, it should be.
Oh, I think it is.
Actually, there it is, right? Annabelle goes in with the Tyrant's Rage Revenge Flicker. And then here we go. Raging Sandstorm. Boom. Flicker. And able to get 5 members. And just the follow-up damage was so easy, right? For R with the Blazing Duet into the backside. There was nobody really able to kind of punish that dive in with the Blazing Duet. And she was able to maximize on her damage output.
It's definitely a lot of damage from Bea, man. And here, the patience for Shell to just wait on the Spear of Destruction. And Malaysia making the call to immediately rush down the Lord. Those are the things that we've been saying needs to be done, but a lot easier said than done. And this was the overchase, and unfortunately, it just didn't work out for Indonesia there. Losing Fumi Echo and then trying to defend, they were able to stave off the majority of the waves. But if you look at the towered HP, they're all so low. So Malaysia had a lot more pressure, and this was the play. Immediately, Shell just gets deleted. It doesn't matter how much healing, how much crowd control is used to try and protect if the damage is just too much. Eventually, Vivian and Vival were able to kind of equalize with a kill. But all things considered, with R on the clock still alive, with Rosemary on the Roger just shooting and clawing members of Indonesia down, there's just no way for them to come out on top there in a long, drawn-out fight.
Okay, predictions for MVP now.
I gotta go Rosemary.
Okay, I think I'm gonna go Bea. Or Annabelle. Ooh, I can't decide. Everybody had their moment. Ooh, wait. So you're okay, you're gonna stick with Rosemary here?
I think so.
Man, yeah, she picked up the Maniac. Oh god, this is hard. Okay, I'll just stick with Bea. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see our MVP for the second game in this best of 3 match. Now both of these teams are at match point. We will be seeing, is it Rosemary, is it Bea, is it Annabelle on the Kufra to pick up this MVP? Drumroll please.
Drum roll.
Okay.
Rosemary. Arashi with
Alright,
the comeback of his own. 13-2 and 4. 90, almost 90,000 damage dealt. It's crazy because if you look at, if you saw how much damage the Iesf was doing, right? Supposedly, with all these fights, with all the back and forths, the Iesf actually did about 87, I believe. It was just a bit lower. But Rosemary was the highest damage dealer in the whole game. That's how much fighting was available for her to just immediately just steal away that spot. There was no sieges at all.
There wasn't. But I mean, okay, granted, I understand why Rosemary was able to get the MVP, but you know, an argument can be made for a lot of the other members too, right? Because technically, in the final sequence of how they're able to, you know, put in the final nail in the coffin for Indonesia was on the play made by Annabelle on the Kufra, which basically Vivian was unable to do in the first game where she picked up the Kufra. So big shout out to Annabelle on the Kufra. Big shout out as well to Bea. Despite not being put on the Paquito that we saw was such a power pick for her in game number 1. In game number 2, she pulls up something like the Khalid that did so well. Just really capitalizing over the overconfidence from Indonesia in game number 2.
Yeah, the composition in the beginning already seems a bit overconfident. Only a single real damage dealer, and even a Kadira, right, an assassin. Considering the fact that R on the Claude is mobile and with the Purify as well, there isn't really a very easy target for her to look for in the middle of those fights. That definitely played a big role as well, because once the skills are already blasted out, that's the end of the impact for Cine. Compared to game 1, where on the low you can just keep tossing out dispersions and rotations.
And on that note, let's take a look at the post-game stats as well, right? Specifically, this is special for you guys back at home, ladies and gentlemen. We have statistics prepared for you guys to have a little bit of a sneak peek as to what Arashi was talking about earlier on, right? You talked about the damage that was given. We do see a little bit more information on that 18-minute game, 47 seconds. It was almost a 19-minute game. You can see, like, this was one of the things that was quite confusing, Arashi. In the early stage of the game, Indonesia was leading with kills, and they were also leading with objectives. But again, Malaysia was actually still holding on to the gold lead.
Just because of that style, right? The fights that kept happening, for the most part, I mean, if you look at the gold obtained from minions and creeps, there isn't a lot of farming. The gold gain for minions and creeps for the side of Indonesia is a lot lower still. So that's another addition to the advantage that Malaysia were able to actually get by winning out in these fights. It really felt like in the end it's a damage output issue, because for Malaysia, even when we did see R get taken out or get zoned away from a fight, the Khalid can do damage, Rosemary can do damage, so can Ecstatic on the Iesf. So despite the fact that they have no real big front line, maybe even was the cause that baited Indonesia to just keep going in, because they know that in theory there's not a single hero on the side of Malaysia can be called a pure tank. The Kufra maybe, but more used for utility, right? So I think Indonesia just kept going in because they know that whoever they connect with that gets bursted done by Cine and Shell, or gets hit by Vival, that could be yet another kill that they can put in their pocket. So unfortunately, until the late game, it makes the win condition for Malaysia just that much more straightforward. And that's the last thing you want to do against a team as dangerous and as competent as these teams we're watching right now, because they will immediately identify it and go for it. You can see that from the middle of the game, Bea and the rest of Malaysia are already having their eyes on Shell, just waiting for the right time to catch her out or at least zone her away so that their team can actually get the advantage.
You know, at least if they want to go for the commitment onto a 4-1, as in fully commit onto the defense for Shell, at least have Shell pick up something a little bit more defensive for her battle spell, right? Because I felt like the Inspire just again was way too greedy.
But I mean, that's a problem that can be seen from the draft as well, right? The fact that she was the sole damage dealer. Remember,
Exactly.
the Kadira can't really help out with that either. So maybe she was pressured to go for the Inspire to get a bit more damage. And to be fair, in the 1v2s in the early game, we saw that Inspire was critical in ensuring that she was able to survive and even outplay like a gank 1v2. So there is value to be had, but I feel like overall, as a draft, that's where the problem really began.
Yeah, I agree. It's just such a shame, right? Because sure, you win out in these 1v2s, and there were so many moments where Malaysia tried to go for the pickoffs onto Shell, but she was able to outplay, like you mentioned. But in the grand scheme of things, if you're the sole damage dealer and you don't have the Purify with so much dive on the side of Malaysia, it just makes the winning condition for Malaysia a lot easier, right? Because you have the Khalid to dive in, you also have the Kufra to dive in. There's just so many tools that Malaysia could have utilized to, take away that single winning condition that Indonesia had, which was, protect the Moskov at all costs, protect Shell at all costs, and it really just didn't pay off for them.
And I have to say, despite the fact that there was a Uranus that's usually so pesky to deal with, I don't know if that's just the way it's being played or the condition of the game overall, but Malaysia relatively did not really have a lot of issues dealing with the macro play, the push coming in from the Uranus on the far side. It could be because the Uranus wasn't going for a 2-wave cut, a double wave cut in the base or something of that nature. But they just want to fight aggression with aggression. Even if they can't really go for the macro play and match that push, they go straight for the Lord and they just focus it down. And if Indonesia wants to go for a 50-50, they're very happy to oblige for that 50-50. And even if they don't get the Lord, they are going to go and chase down the members of Indonesia. I feel like that's just the way they plan out the game, at least in the mid game, right? It doesn't matter. Just go for the Lord immediately. If they don't try and fight us, we get the Lord. If they come in late, we get the Lord. If it's a 50-50, then it's a 50-50. But looking at the compositions, we can just take out their members one by one. And we have chases, we have movement speed coming in from the Roger, we have slows coming in from Ecstatic on the Iesf as well. There's a lot of ways for Malaysia to catch up to Indonesia.
And they've been catching up real good, right? Technically, they can go in for a reverse sweep once again, something that we've been talking about earlier on as well. I mean, you predicted, we both predicted the Philippines to win in match number 1. Cambodia reverse sweep. And they were the favorites to win that match and one of the favorites to win the entire championship. And now we're coming into our second semifinals here in the playoffs. And we also predicted Indonesia to win. And Indonesia did pick up game number 1. And then Malaysia equalized in game number 2. That's a big momentum shift for Malaysia. That's some, mental fortitude coming through from Malaysia, and that might just actually drop the momentum that Indonesia is so used to, right? Because it's been so long since they dropped a game, Arashi. It's been so long since they dropped a game. It was always them versus everybody. Them always sitting up at top. Imagine having that be like the history of you with your team, and suddenly a team takes a game from you.
Definitely a mental shocker. And for Indonesia, they got to recover here. By all means, they did lose, but their composition, like we said, is quite unorthodox, right? It's quite unusual from the composition itself to the selections like the Uranus that came out of nowhere. We were expecting playmakers. We were expecting big crowd control, not a lumbering giant that just regens the whole time. So now that we're in the final game here, this is where all the cards are on the table, man. The chips are absolutely down.
We'll see. Arlet export gonna be banned out now for Indonesia as they are back in first pick, ladies and gentlemen. The Ling gonna be respected once again. One of the highlights we would say for this matchup is the fact that the Roger was left open for Malaysia to pick up earlier on, and with the Roger picking up that MVP as well, with the flexibility that the Roger also has, I think we've been explaining about this time and time again. That flex potential in the drafts has just been so valuable for teams that are able to get their hands on the Roger. So with Malaysia in the next few bans, I think last time they went in for Chip, Ling, and the Yuzong. The Chip was actually left open. Now the Harith gets banned out, and now what is left? I think Vexana was a choice last time around, but I don't think they should go for the Vexana here. Luo Yi is also still an option to take here, Rashi.
I think the Luo Yi can still be a great option. Oh man, we have to see though, because I feel like Malaysia has just made a very clear statement that if you want to go toe to toe and play the rough game, the brawl, we have you beat. That's our game, right? The Langgar style. That's our calling card, not you guys. So I think for Indonesia, there might be an adaptation here to try and go for a more calculated style that might really work out. But to do so, you're gonna be forced to pick some of these safer heroes that can play a bit more defensive. And considering that, Malaysia has the Yuzong and the Fredrin now, it's gonna be quite difficult.
Yeah, the Fredrin and the Yuzong has been picked up, but now with the Luo Yi still open, Indonesia, if they want to go in for the early fight, if they want to go in for the early objectives, pick up a Terizla right before it gets banned out into the second phase, especially in that 1v1 against the Yuzong. And by the way, for Indonesia, this Terizla is flex. Terizla has been played in the mid lane by Cine, so that's also a layer of flexibility that this team has with the Roger. Meanwhile, for Malaysia, we know where they are going, right? Fredrin jungle, Yuzong in the EXP lane.
Joke's on you, it's a gold lane Yuzong. Just kidding. Imagine though, right? Imagine. But for now, for Indonesia, they're going for this aggressive style. They have the Roger, and they're defaulting back to this Mathilda. This is a tool that is great if you don't want to go for a straightforward fight, when you want to make it confusing. The last game was confusing enough, but if Indonesia wants to make it a bit more confusing, the guiding wind can be a valuable tool, and they're able to get their hands on the Terizla. It was, I believe it was it banned away? I believe it was respected for sure.
It was banned out by Indonesia in the second phase.
Right, so they get their hands on that main frontliner. They can contest grounds against the aggressive composition of Malaysia. But for Malaysia, they want to go for the Kufra again. We talked about how Annabelle was able to secure quite literally a game-winning play for their side. Now you're seeing a lot of emphasis on the gold lane here. There's a chance that Malaysia are trying to pick up the Claude for themselves. We saw R perform really well on it. Taking it away from Shell will be great as well. Kind of forcing the Roger to be put in that gold lane can still be an angle that Malaysia will be trying to do instead.
Also remember, right, Luo Yi, Valentina, and Faramis have been left untouched so far. That still also can cause a huge impact into their gameplay. But again, the Natan gets also banned away as well as the Kalar. So they are eliminating these choices for the gold lane. Arashi, I hope you're not right. I hope it's not a Yuzong in
No way,
gold
come
lane,
on.
right? I mean, there is still a possibility for like the Brody to show up. I think the Clint has done quite well, but that was before the patch. For the Mlbb women's scene, that was before the patch. We saw the Clint do really well in the early game, and could definitely benefit from the Malefic gun, by the way, if they want to explore new items.
Oof. Do you want to explore new items when all of this is at stake right now with Turna? I feel like it's a bit too delicate. In fact, I assume that both teams will be pulling out their A game. They went with the Faramis though, so suspecting that Malaysia will be going for that death ball style yet again. All things considered, though, the Minotaur is still available, but no, both teams already have a roamer, so that won't really be the case. I feel like the mid lane here becomes the big question. If they want to go for fights like that, the Luo Yi still is a very solid pick. If they don't want to go for it, then maybe something like a Lilia with a bit more security, a bit more outplay potential. I'm just saying, by the way, if you want something crazy, imagine if a Kagura shows up right now. That's also gonna be like a wow moment, but I don't think so.
Yeah, we saw the Kagura come out earlier on, and it was a monster. I think I'm gonna have nightmares about it. But they go for something quite standard. Valentina, to be able to capitalize over these resources that Indonesia have gone for. We have the circling eagle from the Matilda. We also have the penalty zone. Whoa!
No way.
Okay.
Huh?
Okay. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, sorry, I went a little bit informal there, but Zask recently had a change. Right, Arashi? Are you familiar with this change that Zask now has?
Wait, which change are you talking about?
So, now, oh man, we haven't seen Zask for so long, I don't even remember the names of the skills, but the little alien that pops in, it now does
The Nightmare
constant... See, Clint, right? Yeah, the Nightmare Spawn does constant DPS damage and also has a stun if you pair it in with skill 2 of Zask. And now if he wants to go in for the ultimate, you don't have to... That one, Dominator's Descent, you don't have to place it where the Nightmare Spawn is, but the... What is it called? Dominator's Descent will follow where you put the Dominator's Descent, and then the Nightmare Spawn will follow. So it's a lot more versatile when you go in for these plays, and it's such a good lane bully. Oh man, I didn't expect this aspect to come up, but man, I'm excited, Arashi. Sorry,
I mean, I occasionally play the Zask as well, to be honest, but yeah, I guess those changes will definitely make a big difference. The carry, though, out of nowhere from Malaysia to try and deal with the Terizla, that makes sense. But now it's a bit different, man. For Indonesia, that Zask pick will just give so much fighting power, because technically you can go into the Dominator's Descent, you can get out of it, and it's still gonna stay there and just keep doing damage, right? Along with the Nightmare Spawn. So there are ways for Cine now to do some damage, do some mind games, and be relatively safe. That's the big part that's kind of important right here. So it's going to be interesting how the lane is going to go, because the Nightmare Spawn can be cleared relatively fast. And if you just keep putting it down without any thought, technically it gives your opponent gold. So, you got to be a bit more calculative about it.
Sure. That's also definitely a factor that we also need to, keep in mind. But man, I was thinking that this Zask would pop in the gold lane, Arashi.
Really?
Well, yeah, because I see it as a good lane bully, right? The range is insane, right? That early game damage is also quite insane. Good clear as well. If we're looking at a possible bully in the gold lane, if we're thinking about a mage as a bully in the gold lane, then, we've seen a lot of Changas recently, but I thought maybe the Zask would fit quite well in the gold lane, but we are going to see in the mid lane. I'll take what I can get, ladies and gentlemen, for the final match in the playoffs of this best of 3 series, the decider game as to who will be able to move forward, who will be able to get that last slot in for WEC all the way in Riyadh in the later portion of this year. Everything hangs in the balance, and everything is going to depend on how this game goes. Will it be Indonesia moving forward as one of the tournament favorites, or will it be Malaysia being able to take down the titans of this story and go in as underdogs with Cambodia to Riyadh?
Well, first of all, you can feel the spirit coming in from Indonesia, because they are going with 3 war cries in their emblem setup. They are here to try and do as much damage as possible. And you can see the Nightmare Spawn already proving to be an absolute nuisance for the side of Malaysia. For now, it's going to be a bit similar, a bit safe. But look at that. Tyrant's Revenge, though. Vivo will be actually unable to secure that litho due to that interference. For now, Ecstatic. Whoa, hang on a minute.
See?
Dude, yeah, Ecstatic is taking a lot more damage than I think is healthy for her. But we have to wait and see here. Especially in the gold lane and EXP lane. It's a bit of a skill matchup, and whoever comes out on top will dictate how the team is able to really move around the map. And I think a lot of eyes are definitely on that gold lane.
I mean, technically the gold lane isn't too much of a skill matchup, right? Wouldn't you think that the Clint does better in the early game as compared to the carry?
Yeah, especially in the gold lane, it's a bit more one-sided. The EXP lane, though, is where you can see this dueling happening. But considering the roamers occasionally drop by to that gold lane, is there a chance for teams to really swing the balance in their favor? Rosemary, though, coming in for a gank right there. Fumi Echo already forced to use the flicker, so the flicker penalty zone combo won't be available.
I live. Oh, wait a second. Rosemary goes in very deep here onto Fumi Echo.
No escape tools. Princess Wrath tanked up, but look at the response though. Viva with the damage coming in. It's a double. Gonna be traded 2 for 1, 1 for 1 so far. And look at the rest of the team though, jumping into it, ecstatic. No circling eagle just yet, but Viva is on the hunt, gets the killing spree. Indonesia starting out strong with that Roger pick.
Definitely, and even in the gold lane, right, we do see R almost going in for a recall with how much damage she's receiving. Let's jump back into here as Annabelle looks in for another pick.
Penalty zone owns Annabelle though, but Bea, the menace, goes in towards the back line. Won't be able to find anything so far. Pulls back away. And even for game 3 right now, you can see that it's about respawning and going straight into the fighting once more for both these teams.
Yeah, the brawls, so brawl-centric, so brawl-heavy. And going back into the mid lane, right? Ecstatic is on the Valentina, who naturally has a little bit more of a regen when she goes in for her dashes, right? Her abilities. But even then, the damage coming in from Cindy on the Zask has been just a pain to deal with as she tries to go in for the clear. But Cindy falling a little bit behind in the rotations, and so you can see Ecstatic going to be able to have a little bit more say in that top lane to try and punish Shell and give the carry a little bit of a fighting chance in these early parts of the game.
It's a little taken by the side of Malaysia though. Vivian looking for a play here towards Annabelle. It's going really deep though. I don't think they're ready for that. Rosemary waiting to try and ambush to make a play for the team as R and Shell just keep duking it out. You can see that both teams are playing a lot more careful though, but Rosemary with the Thunderbolt rush hinting at her willingness to try and go for a big fight. Look at the stun onto Annabelle with a Domineer's Descent as well. Rosemary tries to get involved, tries to peel, but look at the damage. Cine forced to back away already. That's a great sequence for both these teams, showing that they are absolutely aware of the split-second fight decisions.
Yeah, the adaptations are going to be very important for both of these teams, as Indonesia so far does have a gold lead, but it's a very small one, right? 901k here in the first 4 minutes of the game. Both of these teams are once again going to be collapsing onto the turtle that will spawn in under 6 seconds. Rosemary level 7 at the moment, Vival a level ahead, but it looks like Rosemary has been getting a lot more retributions down. Vival kind of struggling in that regard, so in this 50-50, we'll see who will be able to get that better trade as Annabelle already with the charge.
Jumping onto Fumi Echo, but not fully committing onto it. Trying to just reduce that HP bar. It will be so much more difficult to deal with the body of Smith. For Fumi Echo, but look at the both. Oh, penalty zone into the pit though with the Black Dragon from right above everyone. The Petrific comes through as well. The turtle falls into the hands of Indonesia. But look at the Domineer's Descent doing damage as much as possible. But Malaysia kite back away from it. Circling Eagle still from Vivian to try and get onto Rosemary as Viva picks up a kill. Comes in for the hunt, but Vivian steals it away. Indonesia asserting dominance right here in the team fighting prowess.
1-for-2 trade, ladies and gentlemen. You can even consider it a 1-for-3 trade, with Indonesia being able to pick up that neutral objective. So a perfect turtle so far, as we're going to take a look into the replay as to how this went down, because initially Malaysia did have a proper setup, but with the Dominator's Descent coming through, the damage, the zoning away from the Yuzong as well was very imperative to how this actually panned down. Unfortunately, they couldn't land in an additional kill onto Vival. That could have been a 5-0-1 for her, and of course the Roger will take all the kills she can get to go in for that snowball that is required for her to have a little bit more dominance in this early game. But of course, already at a 4-0-1 is looking quite bright for her as Annabelle goes in for another charge. Ooh. It looks like Malaysia are going to be quick to get in, but what happened in the opposite side of the map? That's a trade over, as Malaysia going to be picking up that turret as well in the bottom side of the map.
All things considered, great trade for Malaysia right there to understand that they're not really winning out in these fights, going for trades. But look at Cine here, unsatisfied with only a single turret, going for one more along with Shell. They might just take it down. purely by brute forcing it. Even though there's no minions, the Nightmare Respawn will allow them to go for it, but Annabelle goes in to try and go for a punish. The Black Dragon form from Bea comes in as well. Cine, no real Dominator's Descent just yet. Won't be jumped on though, fortunately for her. And Indonesia, they get a lot of wins there in that sequence.
That was quite lucky, would you not think? Oh, what is that damage onto Ecstatic? She's got so low and she's gonna force in a recall. Not the best time to go for a recall as you want to go and set up for the next neutral objective. But this will be another turtle given over to the hands of Indonesia. A perfect turtle as Annabelle fails to land it onto Fumi Echo here. And here, Malaysia looks like they're looking for a trade. In a 3v1 situation, Fumi Echo, how is she faring? Meanwhile, in the mid lane,
both teams just going for dives at the same time. In the mid lane though, it's going to be Bea following through with the death double kill for Vival. And on top, Fumi Echo does not care, man. A Terizla under the turret? Who you fooling? She ain't going down. Malaysia rotating to try and save their turret, but Indonesia already working down on it. Shell was at the end of the train there, leaving the danger zone. But Annabelle is struggling to really find the right targets here for her team.
6k gold lead now built in for Indonesia. They are ruthless in the last few minutes of this game, really taking it into their hands with collapsing onto these structures, collapsing onto these objectives really quickly. And that's something that we've been used to seeing from Indonesia. So they really have their eyes on the prize here. They're really taking this as serious as they possibly can. But Vivian will be able to escape out of that initiation play from Annabelle. And again, those spawns are just so great at opening up these maps, opening up these bushes that time and time again have been capitalized over for Mass. And we have yet to see a big play from Bea on this Yuzong.
I mean, we saw a big Black Dragon form Furious Dive Petrify combo, but it just wasn't enough right now considering how aggressively Indonesia is playing. And the fact that Cine is just not vulnerable at all due to the Dominator's Descent just makes the game a lot different than a usual game, I would say. Now, Vivian picks up the Enchanted Talisman as well, so the cooldown on the Guiding Wind will be something that Malaysia needs to take notice of, as Vival, even though the Lord is spawning soon, she is the one sent over to clear. And look at the damage for Rosemary. She's trying to sustain back up, dashing out of the danger zone. And as ordered, Eterna, there's going to be a jump on towards the backline of Indonesia. But in the end, Bea cannot get it done. R follows soon as well. And that's going to be Annabelle left alone in the back. Shell spots her, tries to go for it as well. But she won't agree for it. They just go straight for the Lord.
Beautiful penalty zone and beautiful follow-up, as it looks like Vivian is on the chase there to get to Annabelle. They know it's a little bit too risky and they will fall back. But in the grand scheme of things, that was a big win once again for Indonesia in the 10th minute of the game. And even if Malaysia stood fast, stayed stoic in that team fight, Vival is a few levels ahead here. She's actually 3 levels ahead of Rosemary at this point. So not necessarily a 50-50 in that retribution battle, despite Rosemary's success on her retry. It's just, she's falling far too behind. She needs to catch up on that EXP to eventually go in for this. But that's going to be the first Lord of the game spawning in the mid lane, ladies and gentlemen. And it looks like Malaysia are just waiting patiently to go in for the defense.
Both teams just waiting around here, trying to make sure they stop the Lord from doing damage to the turrets, but Indonesia will zone away the members of Malaysia and ensure that that is what happens. It's a 3-wave push right now, and with the Nightmare spawn used to try to buy a bit more time, do a bit more damage, there's going to be a penalty zone though. Rosemary won't be able to use the Princess Wrath, and so will Ecstatic just immediately clawed down, denied. They trying to go into the Black Dragon form, but look at the HP bars, immediately shredded down. That's the stun coming in as well. Indonesia barreling through immediately. They pick up one more kill, and they're going straight for the crystal. The Lord untouched. Indonesia at 11 minutes has shut down Malaysia.
And it's official, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia take that final slot here in the playoffs and secure their ticket to WEC Riyadh. They have qualified from the Opens and they have pushed forward through the group stage, pushed forward through the playoffs, and will be the representatives of Indonesia in the international scene once again at WEC. But that was so close for Malaysia. I think all of the Indonesian fans all around the world are actually shaking at this moment, right? Seeing how far and how much Malaysia had dominance over Indonesia. It was so close, Arashi, but a 2-1 victory for Indonesia at the end of the day.
Dude, the Zask pick, I think, really threw him off, man. It's so weird because now the mid laner is no longer vulnerable. There's an extra bit of damage coming through. And even if Cine leaves, the damage is still coming, still being dealt. And technically, when she dies, she spawns another nightmarish spawn as well. A lot of different, like a new different look. It's almost like going up against a Kagura, but a different style. She even landed the big stun in the end right there to really start off the ending sequence. We got to take a look at some of the highlights, man. That happened so fast. 11 minutes.
Yeah, that's why I was so hyped. I was so hyped seeing the Zask being picked up. I was like, all right. I saw promise in the Zask after the patch, and I thought maybe we'll see it in the gold lane. But, in the mid lane, I'll take what I can get. So let's take a look at those highlights. Ladies and gentlemen, producer, please cue us in because we just can't wait to see that dominating game from Indonesia after Malaysia was able to force that game number 3 from game number 2.
This was that early fight engagement there where they were jumping on Fumi Echo, but that's the problem when you're trying to gank a Terizla. It usually takes just so much time for you to really secure the kill that the backup really arrives. And in true Malaysian fashion, it just becomes an all-out brawl yet again. And Bea, now that the ultimate just isn't as surprising, as fast-paced as a Raging Sandstorm or a Paquito's Knockout Strike, it's a whole different style that she was struggling to really use to try and punish Vival, Shell, and Cine, and it's partially due to the selection of heroes as well.
For sure. And the Roger once again being a nuisance, showing us once again why this Roger is such a big priority. Sure, it does great in the gold lane, but as you can see here in the jungle, that's where the Roger currently just really shines and excels. So much snowballing potential in the early stage of the game, so much utilization. You can utilize this Roger for more neutral objectives. You can also utilize this Roger in for a little bit more kill pressure. It's just an all-arounder, very fast clear as well, and that's just why the Roger has been always respected or banned out from the first phase of the drafts.
When that fight, Cine, again, it's almost like a Valentina in a way that the damage is just so subtle. You don't really notice it, and before you know it, you get just immediately deleted. And right here with the Lord in Tao, R tries to clear it out, but it's just too difficult. And look at that stun, man. The Dominator's descent, jump to the front for that stun was what started it off. And you're seeing the consequences of this Zask, right? The fact that you're not used to it, you're not used to the range, the skill set. That is what Indonesia has pulled out of the hat for their, surprise magic trick. And they have taken Malaysia out in dominant fashion after 2 very intense games.
No matter what happens, no matter the results that we receive today for Malaysia, I still want to stand true and just, announce it for everyone in the world to know that I'm a big fan of Bea, and I hope I get to see her in the future, man, because her presence in game number 3 was not as vivid as game number 1 and game number 2, but man, game number 1 and game number 2, her Paquito and her Khalid, that alone was enough to really just send shivers down my spine, and I think it's going to follow me into my nightmares, as is the Kogura that we saw earlier on. But this is the match summary. 11 minutes after an 18-minute game, after a 19-minute game for game number 3, Indonesia meant business. They pulled out all their cards. They took it as serious as possible. Their head was in the game, and they were able to close it out in 11 minutes with Shell Black on the Clint. This was one of the heroes that we saw her utilize back at SPS, one of her high priority heroes, especially if she wants an early game lead. When the Moscovs, when the Harris are banned out, she usually falls back onto this Clint pick that we've seen her find a lot of success on. And Cine, like you mentioned with the Zask, was just so clutch. One of the main issues that Malaysia was facing, especially on the Valentina, I think the first wave that hit, right? The first attempt at the clear between Ecstatic and Cine was very telling as to the potential of Zask. And hopefully we'll see what the Zask has to offer later on in the future, whether or not maybe the
I think
MLBB
so.
men's will pick it up or not. But the MVP is ready. Arashi, any predictions?
I think it has to be Cine, man. No bias. There you go. That's the Zask we were talking about, 3-0 and 12. And man, there were some moments in this game where I guess Malaysia are just used to that brawl, and they stand in that Domineer's descent. And even the tankiest of members, they get shredded down slowly but surely, man. That the beam that comes from the Domineer's descent and the Nightmare respawn, it doesn't tick per second, it's like it's a straight laser, and you just gotta
Yeah.
get out.
That's one of the main changes to the Zask, one of the main updates to the Zask, right? And I thought that's why maybe the Zask could be viable in this meta. But Arashi, as an analyst and of course as a mage player, look at the items, right? Sure, a penetration boots, that's fine and dandy, but her next item was Divine Glaive. Like, who does that? Do you normally itemize straight into the Divine Glaive without going for base magical damage?
I mean, I don't, but considering the hit of the Zask, right, you saw that even straight with the Divine Glaive, there was a lot of base damage already available. So I guess considering the fact that there's a lot of beefy members from the side of Malaysia, that's the option she goes for, because the base damage is good enough, and the Divine Glaive gives you magical power as well. So it's not about nuking them outright, it's about placing down these spawns and the Domineer's Descent, the DD, at the right position. And as long as it just stands
Double
there,
Ds, yeah.
Malaysia will be forced to either take a lot of damage over time eventually, or they're going to be forced to use some time and some effort, some damage to clear out that the summon, right? The spawn. And I think that is such a perfect solution for a team that just loves to brawl, right? Bring in another factor, right? Bring in more people, technically.
So let's bring the people that won that match, right, Arashi? Let's call Indonesia right now. We'll see who we're going to be talking to, but ring ring, Indonesia, are you there? Hello, everybody. Hang on. I gotta adjust my audio again.
Right.
All right. Cool. Congratulations, Indonesia, for that decisive victory again. I think we've seen you a lot in all these interviews, especially in the MLBB female scene. But how did it feel to go that far into a full best of 3? Like, did you expect it to go full best of 3, or did you think that you would win it in a 2-0 victory?
Apa artinya? Expect nggak sampai
2-0 atau 2-1?
Enggak, karena kita belum pernah ketemu. Pernah belum? Nggak tahu, udah yang lupa.
Actually, we did not expect it to be like 2-1. In the first game, the Baksha pick.
Oh, yeah.
It was unexpected. Yeah, it was unexpected because the Baksha pick was out of the box. So especially where we are using Link, so the Baksha is really a surprising pick. And yeah,
Menyulitkan Kufra.
yeah, and
Kufra feeder.
no, troll.
No.
She's saying, Vivian is saying that it made it very hard for her to utilize the Kufra, which is actually something that we kind of noticed, right? It looked like the Kufra was struggling a bit. It was very uncharacteristic to the Vivian that we know and love. But by the way, where's Shell? Shell mana?
Shell mana? Indonesia tuh. Shell mana?
Where's she hiding?
At enemy's base.
Oh, okay. Big flex there. Arashi, maybe you have the next question?
I think we gotta ask a question that everyone else is asking about. Like, where did the Zask come from, man? Whose idea was that?
Das dari mana?
Sini will tell you.
Okay.
power.
Please do.
Oh.
She says it's her hero power, 100% win rate.
Wow. I mean, you saw the effect in
Okay.
those fights, man. It's a great solution against the aggressive fighting composition. What did the coaching staff have to say what was going on there? Did you say, like, I want to pick Zask? or did the coach go like, "Hey yo, the Zask is like a power pick for you. Like, why don't you bring it out?" Like, whose call was it? What was the coaching staff's reaction?
Yeah, because I saw the game was going to 1-1, and I think it's time to we bring our secret weapon.
No.
Oh, nice.
We have so many secret kitchen.
Secret kitchen.
Weapon.
Oh, okay. A secret weapon. She meant secret weapon, but she said secret kitchen. Okay, very interesting. By the way, is that Susu Gajah? Is that your coach right now? Susu Gajah?
Yes. Elephant milk.
Oh, okay. And is who's in front of Susu Gajah? Is it Dewa?
It is Dewa.
Oh, okay. So this is literally this is literally like Team Vitality lineup, Arashi.
Yeah, and fun fact, I actually met with Susugaja and Dewa a while back, and they seemed really confident. So, seeing how this match played out, was this according to your expectations, or were you actually, quite nervous, quite worried? Because this is they decided to get that final title that you guys don't have yet, right? The Iesf title.
So long. Can you?
Oh. Do you expect the match to be that close? Were you worried?
Our coach is overconfident.
Yeah, they're too confident.
I see.
Yes. And they
Sounds
got
like it.
outdrafted by a buckshot.
Yeah.
And my coach
our trick is just to know to our enemies, please don't ban Ling. Because people cannot use Ling.
Oh, that's right, baby.
I see.
All right.
Any
Were
other
you-
follow-up
were you-
questions right here?
I have a one more question, right? In game number 2, when Malaysia won, were you guys nervous? Was there a moment where you're like, okay, we've been undefeated for so long, we've been winning for so long, Malaysia finally looks like they're kind of leveling with us? Was there a moment in your heads individually like, okay, we're in a bit of trouble, I think Malaysia can win this match?
Ada nggak ketakutan kalah?
No, not at all.
No.
But we said it's time to use our zest.
It's time to bring out our
Still.
weapon.
All right. So final question, Team Indonesia, do you have any messages to your fans, your worldwide fans out there that are anticipating your presence at WEC in Riyadh?
Yeah.
Pesan-pesan, Vi.
Vivian would like to say something to the
Okay.
international fans. But
Vivian harus ngomong pakai bahasa Inggris ya.
think you will waiting for a long time. Ulang.
Maksud TV kalau mau lihat kalah.
Bukan. If you want me talking too much with English, you must waiting for any hours. Bener nggak?
Just
Okay.
Sama gitu lah.
Ulang-ulang tadi udah benar guys.
I see.
Okay. I mean, we'll be waiting. We'll be waiting at WEC for Vivian, okay? For her message in English. But thank you so much once again, Team Indonesia. Thank you so much for your performance. It was exceptional as well. Congratulations and have a great rest. Because the next time we'll be seeing you at Riyadh. So prepare more strats. We're excited to see the Zask again. Okay? So goodbye. Thank you so much. We'll see you soon.
No one to waiting.
No one's waiting.
Durasi.
Oh man, I swear
Wow.
their interview and the interview from Team Indonesia on the male scene was also as chaotic, by the way.
Oh yeah? Quite interesting, man. I mean, it's great to see that they're in great spirits though, right? They did say that they weren't too worried, too nervous. We'll take them at face value for now. But yeah, it's great to see that they're that confident. They're still united. And it didn't seem like they were really under a lot of pressure, right? It's like a day in the office. And they're going to need that composure if they want to go, again, out to the international stage. Because at that point, they are the hunted, right? They are the ones with the targets on their back, like the best team. Beat them first, and then you can talk, is what some people would say.
And it's great that they are still as confident as that, right? Because even for us as casters, we were looking at the game and we're kind of like, okay, maybe this is the moment that like literally everybody has been kind of anticipating, the moment where Indonesia falls down finally after so many years of dominance. But I mean, even there, they were making jokes about the coach. It was the coach's fault. You don't need to bang the Ling against us because none of us can play the Ling properly. So they were still in very high spirits, and that just shows the confidence that they have coming into the next portion of ISF. But ladies and gentlemen, I think this does mark the end of the Asian qualifiers. We've been accompanying you with the male scene, and now we're coming to wrap up the women's scene, and it is official. Congratulations to Indonesia, and of course congratulations to Cambodia for winning it out here in the playoffs, being able to make it all the way from the group stage and now qualifying for those tickets to Riyadh WEC over the 9 teams, Arashi, right? We mentioned about the 9 teams that started, and now it's Indonesia and Cambodia moving forward. So we have an underdog story with Cambodia, and of course Indonesia as one of the tournament favorites. What do you think, Arashi? Any final statements that you want to go for before we close this out?
I gotta say, I'm really enjoying like the development of the women's scene. I think every time I get a chance to cast the lady scene, I always say the same thing, but they really are improving at a very rapid pace. I think if you go back a couple of years ago, no one would believe that game was played by the ladies team, right? That's not a dig at the ladies, by the way. That's just the way it was back then. So I'm looking forward to different strats, different picks altogether. And if they can really separate, like develop a whole different meta that's just like completely different to the male scene, I feel like that's a very welcome situation as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing Team Indonesia go to the next level. And I really want to see if they can actually do it, right? They get the full gauntlet and go for the snap.
Yeah. Thank you, Arashi. Once again, it's been a pleasure to cast with you today, but we're going to wrap it up here as, we close the Asian qualifiers finally for the online stage, right? We'll see you at the offline stage. So on behalf of Arashi as well, we want to thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you all very soon. Thank you so much. You guys have been watching the ISF Asian Regional Qualifiers. We'll see you in the next part of ISF. Thank you. Bye-bye.